Hey guys, welcome back to the channel. This is part 2 of our story. If you like this What If story and want to see part 3, let me know in the comments below. Before we start, don't forget to like, subscribe, and share this video with your friends. Also, check the description for more great content and my playlist. Now, let's start. Are you sure you don't want to adopt him? 𝐻𝐻𝐻𝐻 teased. 𝐻𝐻𝐻𝐻 glared at him. I hope you at least made sure our mics are muted before saying something so stupid. I'm a professional radio host, of course I did, that's old hat. 𝐻𝐻𝐻𝐻 waved away his worries. Come on 𝐻𝐻𝐻𝐻. The kid literally just won his last fight by taking a nap. If that's not your son, I don't think anyone is. He won his fight by confusing his opponent and focusing on his quirk. 𝐻𝐻𝐻𝐻 argued. It was only logical. 𝐻𝐻𝐻𝐻 grinned. Exactly. He's logical just like you are. He already has parents. 𝐻𝐻𝐻𝐻 repeated. And are you forgetting that you would also be his parent in this hypothetical? The way you're describing it, you'd basically be adopting a smaller version of your husband, which would just be weird. Nah, he's chaotic enough that I'm sure we'd have fun. 𝐻𝐻𝐻𝐻 shrugged. So? Still not happening. Kirishima could practically feel the confused rage coming off of Bakugo in waves as they waited for the match to begin. He could relate, at least a little bit. This sports festival hadn't gone anything like how Kirishima had thought his first sports festival would go when he was growing up. Looking back, it was kinda stupid, but for some reason he'd thought that he'd mostly be fighting his classmates in flashy fights that would be determined by who was stronger. It was supposed to be simple, straightforward, and easy to understand. But instead he'd gotten a good mix of both 1A, 1B and even a few support and gen ed thrown into the mix that were actually pretty decent threats. The support students had both disqualified themselves by stepping out of the ring, so he couldn't even assume that everyone's goal was always to win. It made things more complicated and harder to predict, but Kirishima thought he was doing a pretty decent job at rolling with the punches. Which was what his job was now as well. Bakugo was having a much harder time adjusting to the reality of the festival, and Kirishima thought he'd heard something about him being childhood friends with the support student that was supposed to fight him last round, so it made sense that he was getting angry and frustrated. They'd all come into this event with a set of expectations that had been immediately turned on their heads, and Bakugo wanted to be the best, so it probably hurt a lot that he'd had his victories swept out from under him in practically every round so far. Which was why Kirishima was determined to let his friend fight out all those tricky feelings. He wasn't sure if he'd be able to win, even though he was definitely gonna try, but the support students had shown him that his motivation didn't have to be to get first place. It could be just to help his friend feel better. That didn't mean that it wasn't going to hurt getting pelted with explosion after explosion, but that was why Kirishima had his quirk. The second midnight began the match. Bakugo launched himself forward and Kirishima instinctively hardened his body right as an explosion went off in his face. He immediately returned a punch that Bakugo dodged, but he didn't give up. He'd probably reach his quirk's limits before Bakugo did, and if that happened, the fight would be over. It's okay, Baku bro. Kirishima grinned and launched another punch. Let it all out. Shut up, shitty hair. Bakugo yelled back. This isn't some stupid therapy session, I'm gonna kill you and I'm gonna win. Kirishima laughed. Alright, bro, I believe you. Just keep those explosions coming, I can hardly feel them. That's because your skin is a thing mountain. Bakugo grumbled, dodging another one of Kirishima's blows. And stop smiling. You're just like stupid thing Deku. Deku? Kirishima asked curiously. Is that the support student you're friends with? We're not friends. Bakugo growled. I think the nerd made that pretty thing clear. The explosion that followed seemed slightly hotter than some of the others, so Kirishima figured he must have hit a nerve. Is that part of why you're so frustrated? He seems like a nice guy, I'm sure you two can work things out. Shut up. Bakugo let off another huge explosion that made Kirishima hiss as some of his skin chipped under the force. That stupid nerd gave up. He gave up being a hero and he gave up on our fight before I could even give him the beating he deserved. Well then, don't give up. Kirishima shot back, pushing through the urge to soften his body. You can be better than him. I already am. Bakugo screamed. I already am, and that's the point. The idiot Deku is looking down on me and he won't even fight me. I'm a threat, damn it. Fight me. Kirishima rolled his eyes and kept talking even though he was quickly running out of breath. I am fighting you, Bakugo. Then why didn't he? Every word was punctuated by an explosion and Kirishima felt his quirk finally give out after only two. He owed me a fight. The smoke cleared and Kirishima didn't know how he looked, but considering the gasps of the crowd, it couldn't be good. He could already tell that one eye was swollen shut and the places that his skin had chipped away when he was in his hardened form had already started to bleed. You did it, bro. You won. Kirishima smiled and looked up at his friend, unable to really see his expression with only one eye. I hope you're feeling better. Glad I could help. He could feel his head spinning until he finally gave into blissful darkness. Kirishima is KO'd. Midnight announced. Bakugo advances to the finals. The stadium erupted into cheers, but Katsuki couldn't help watching with muted horror as the Medbots wheeled Kirishima from the field. That beating hadn't been meant for him. It had been meant for Deku, but then Deku had flat out refused to fight him. Katsuki's rage had been growing so much all day that he just needed to take it out on someone, and he'd thought that with his quirk, Kirishima would be able to take it. But either Kirishima was weaker than he'd thought, or Katsuki was a lot angrier than he'd realized. He hadn't meant to really hurt him. Katsuki numbly made his way back into the tunnels. Kirishima's injuries burned into his brain. That beating hadn't been meant for him, but he'd taken it because he thought that's what Katsuki needed. He did need it, but, well, maybe he needed a better outlet. So, still no idea how Shinso's quirk works? Kamakiri asked. I almost thought it might be something like verbal response or something. Kendo said. But he didn't say anything to Dark Shadow before taking control of him in the last fight. I think the nap has something to do with it. Kodai suggested. He might have a limit of people that he can control before he has to sleep and reset. That would explain why his eye bags are so bad. Tsuburaba agreed. But then why wouldn't he do that backstage? He had time between rounds, right? That she-demon from support probably distracted him. Monoma dismissed. But it doesn't matter, it shouldn't be too difficult to figure out once I get my hands on it. Monoma smirked confidently and reached out to grab the quirks he wanted for the fight. Shiozaki's vines would help him pull Shinso in close so he could steal his quirk. Komori's spores would be a good backup plan just in case he wasn't able to steal brainwashing, and Tetsutetsu's steel would be good if it came to a hand-to-hand fight, with the added bonus that he could use it to anchor himself into the concrete so that Shinso couldn't tell him to walk out of bounds. There was absolutely no way he could lose. He confidently made his way through the tunnels and out onto the field, where Shinso was already waiting, a bored expression on his face. Midnight nodded to him and Monoma tuned out whatever introductions Present MIC gave before the match officially began. He'd show everyone that 1B was the best in the whole school. Begin. So, Shinso raised one eyebrow, still looking infuriatingly bored. You're the 1B guy who thinks he's so superior, aren't you? I don't think I'm superior. Monoma laughed. I am superior. It's only a matter of time before I take that perfect little brainwashing quirk and turn it against you. Is it? Shinso asked. Well, I would be looking forward to it, if I thought you could actually do it. Monoma snarled and snapped some vines toward Shinso, who even dodging looked just as bored as he had at the start. Perhaps the lack of expression was his quirk's limit. It would be inconvenient if he had to maintain the same emotion or facial expression to activate brainwashing, but Monoma wouldn't let something small like that keep him from taking his rightful place on the winner's stand. Shinso was obviously fairly physically fit, because no matter how many vines Monoma sent after him, he just kept dodging. In frustration, Monoma sent a sparse cloud of spores in his direction, just enough to mess with Shinso's breathing and give him the opening he needed. Sure enough, it took less than a minute of this treatment for his opponent to start running out of breath. Monoma smirked and finally wrapped Shinso in tight vines from his shoulders down, then sauntered up to him and within seconds, had a copy of his quirk replacing the spores. It was like taking candy from a baby. Well, Time to finally solve the mystery. 𝐼𝐼 laughed. How does this quirk? His copy of brainwashing only gave him a few seconds of warning before his mind started going fuzzy. If he hadn't already copied the quirk, he probably wouldn't have gotten any warning at all, but as it was he had barely enough time to harden his body into steel and drive his feet into the concrete before he lost control of his body entirely. Cute. 𝐶𝐻𝐿 smiled. But unfortunately, not enough. Deactivate your quirk. The vines loosened and 𝐼𝐼's skin reverted back to its normal texture as he was forced to let go of his stockpile of quirks. 𝐶𝐻𝐿's hold on his mind just got tighter as 𝐼𝐼's copy dissipated into nothing more than hopeless wisps of smoke in his mind. He would have grit his teeth if he had any control left, but unfortunately, he was nothing better than a trained monkey that could only follow orders. Pull your feet from the ground, gently. Then walk out of bounds. The rough edges of the broken concrete scraped at his legs, but the pain wasn't enough to really bother him as he pulled himself from the ground and started slowly making his way toward the line. There was a slightly pained expression on 𝐶𝐻𝐿's face as 𝐼𝐼 passed him, like he was having to fight to maintain his quirk, and 𝐼𝐼 felt a brief ray of hope. Whatever move he'd pulled during his fight with that birdbrain from 1A had made him pass out, so he must still be tired from it. If he could just find a way to maybe slow down and stay in the ring for long enough for quirk exhaustion to set in. Unfortunately, he wasn't having much luck and he was starting to have trouble focusing on escaping since the scrapes on his legs were starting to sting. One of the cuts throbbed and there was a split second where 𝐼𝐼 almost felt like himself again before 𝐶𝐻𝐿's hold over him tightened again. Pull your feet from the ground, gently. If 𝐶𝐻𝐿 had just wanted him to free himself, he would have just ordered 𝐼𝐼 to pull himself from the ground, but he didn't. He took the time to specify that he did so gently so that he wouldn't injure himself. 𝐼𝐼 smirked internally and focused on the pain. 𝐶𝐻𝐿 had obviously had practiced maintaining control in non-optimal conditions, but if the link was mental, if 𝐼𝐼 was more aware of the pain he was in, that might be enough to strain the link and make it more difficult for 𝐶𝐻𝐿 to maintain the connection. He heard 𝐶𝐻𝐿 let out a sharp breath and then 𝐼𝐼's head finally cleared. He cheered in triumph and whirled around, feet less than a foot from the line. Nice try, 𝐻𝐻𝐿, but you're going to have to try harder if you want to beat a member of Class 1B. 𝐶𝐻𝐿 lowered himself into a fighting stance. I guess we'll just have to do this the old-fashioned way. 𝐼𝐼 laughed as 𝐶𝐻𝐿 ran toward him and reached out to steal his quirk again. Now that he had a taste of it, he had no doubt that he'd be able to figure it out quickly and turn this fight around. He blocked a punch to the face by grabbing 𝐶𝐻𝐿's wrist and started to explore the quirk, but before he had a chance to really understand it, his feet were being swept out from underneath him. His eyes widened and he instinctively loosened his hold on 𝐶𝐻𝐿's wrist, which turned out to be a mistake because the next thing he felt was 𝐶𝐻𝐿 planting both hands on his chest and shoving him as hard as he could. 𝐼𝐼 stumbled, just barely managing to maintain his footing, and tensed for the next attack. 𝐼𝐼 is out of bounds. Midnight yelled. 𝐶𝐻𝐿 advances to the finals. What? 𝐼𝐼 looked down, hoping that perhaps Midnight had made a mistake, but sure enough, he was 2 inches away from the line, on the wrong side. He'd lost. Not only had he lost, he'd lost to some nobody from general education. He growled and let go of 𝐶𝐻𝐿's quirk in frustration. How? 𝐼𝐼 expected 𝐶𝐻𝐿 to make some snarky comment rubbing in his win, but to his surprise, 𝐶𝐻𝐿 simply turned around and started heading back to the tunnels. What? You're not even going to acknowledge your win? 𝐼𝐼 snarled. Do you really think you're so much better than the rest of us that I don't even merit a snide insult? 𝐶𝐻𝐿 looked over his shoulder and raised one eyebrow, almost like he thought the answer was obvious, then a look of confusion passed over his face briefly before something seemed to click. A smirk slowly made its way onto 𝐻𝐿's face, but he didn't make any other response before he turned back around and disappeared into the tunnels. All right, the lights are off, and we already gave you water, 𝐒𝐿 fretted. Is there anything else we can do? It's just a migraine, 𝐒𝐿, Hitoshi groaned. I get them all the time and I overused my quirk against Tokoyami, so it was gonna happen anyway. We're just lucky that blonde kid's an idiot and didn't bother to figure out my quirk after the match, otherwise the secret would be out. He's not an idiot, Hitoshi, be nice. 𝐒𝐿 squeaked. He's actually got semi-decent grades and he's at UA, so even that. Hitoshi tuned him out as he felt something cool touch his forehead. He cracked one eye open to see Mai holding some kind of ice pack that he was 90% sure she'd only brought along in case one of her inventions overheated. "Be quiet, Aizuku-in," Mai whisper yelled. "Don't you know that too much noise makes migraines worse?" "But you..." "Quiet." Mai glared at Izuku until he started silently pouting, and Hitoshi couldn't hold back a small smile as he closed his eyes again and settled back into whatever nap he would be able to get between rounds. Considering that, from what he'd gathered, his next opponent used to be Izuku's bully, he'd need every second of rest he could get. "Hey, we should ask 1B what that ♀guy's quirk is." Kirishima grinned and jumped to see over the wall between their classes. "Hey, guys. Have you figured out how that Gen Ed student's quirk activates?" "Shut up, shitty hair." Katsuki grabbed him by the collar and dragged him back. "I don't need those stupid extras' help to win. I'll do it on my own, got it?" Kirishima yelped and rubbed at his neck, but Katsuki was 90% sure that was just for show. Recovery Girl had patched him up pretty well, so he just had a few bandages and none of his injuries would even scar, so Bakugo was trying not to feel too bad about it. If he let himself think too much about it, he just started feeling more angry, which defeated the whole point of him taking things out on Kirishima to begin with. Luckily his next fight was with Deku's creepy brainwashing friend, so even if he couldn't take things out on the guy who deserved it, he'd at least be able to beat someone associated with him. He couldn't wait. "Even if your Pomeranian was willing to accept our help, we wouldn't tell you." Monoma grinned as he peeked over the wall. "That information is a Class B secret, so why would we willingly assist our rivals?" "He's only saying that because he hasn't figured it out yet." Kaminari laughed. "Your class is just as clueless as ours is." Monoma's face turned red and he seemed like he was about to say something, but before he could, that kendo girl with the big hands gave him a karate chop to the neck and some other members of his class dragged him back down to their seats. Kendo sighed and gave their class an apologetic smile. "Sorry about him, he gets a little carried away." "It's quite all right," Momo said kindly. "But Bakugo should probably be getting ready for his fight unless you have any info." "I already told you, I don't want your DMN pity help," Katsuki yelled. "We're clueless anyway. Our best guess is that he has to cause a certain level of confusion in his opponent before his quirk can take hold." Kendo shrugged. "But good luck." "Don't need it." Katsuki huffed. "I'm the best." He rolled his eyes and ignored the shouting of all the extras as he stalked out to go to the prep areas. He was in prep room 1, right? He glared at nothing and didn't talk to anyone until he found the room and kicked the door in, only to be met by Deku, Deku's crazy girlfriend, and the brainwashing extra. He saw red. "What the hell are you doing in my room?" Deku had the ball to glare at him. "This is Hitoshi's prep room, Katsuki." "Prep room 2. You're in prep room 1. This is prep room." Katsuki glanced at the door and scowled. "Whatever, Deku. You're lucky I don't P&D you to the ground right now. We're still on school property," Deku said confidently. "And Nezu has cameras everywhere. Not to mention that if I end up with unexplained injuries, there's live footage of you threatening me. How would you explain that to Eraserhead, I wonder?" Katsuki let out a few threatening explosions in his hands, but that was all he could do. Unfortunately, Deku was right, but that just meant he'd have to work extra hard in the next fight to make sure the nerd and his dumb friends knew their place. "Both of you, shut up." That crazy beach who played Monoma for a fool in the first round stalked up to them, hands on her hips as she glared up at him. "Your stupid shouting is bothering." "Extra credit, Kuan." Katsuki glanced over and, sure enough, the purple-haired extra was grimacing and he had his arm held over his eyes like he was trying to block out the light. Katsuki resisted the urge to smirk at the obvious display of weakness and turned to leave. He didn't know why he'd ever been worried. He had this fight in the bag. "Later, Deku." Katsuki threw over his shoulder. "Can't wait for your friend to give up just like you did." He let the door slam shut behind him. "Any word from our spy?" Tomura glared at the television set. Sensei had left him alone during the fights, but he kept nagging him anytime the students weren't actively fighting. "No. Cheat code hasn't shown his stupid cheater face, but considering the packets he gave all the baby heroes, he has to be watching. Yes, Sensei said thoughtfully. I read through the information he provided our spy. He has a good eye for quirks and his analysis is well developed, but his formatting is immature. Keep me updated on any leads on that front. Are any of the students catching your eye? Tomura shrugged. They've got a rager on their team. Ah, yes, young Bakwo. Sensei agreed. You should keep an eye on him, young Tomura. Perhaps we can find a way to turn him to our side. Some of the other students have potential as well, do they not? Maybe the brainwashing kid. Tomura frowned. But he's got those NPCs who won't leave him alone. Perhaps that's not such a bad thing. Sensei pointed out patiently. Having good support can make the difference between success and failure. So, they're more like party members. Shigaraki frowned. I guess it's hard to win a dungeon with only fighters, just keep it in mind. Sensei said. And watch carefully. These students will be your enemies soon enough, young Tomura. Hitoshi's head was still pounding when he stepped out onto the field, squinting his eyes in the harsh sunlight and trying to ignore the roaring of the crowds. Thankfully, Recovery Girl had given him some pretty strong painkillers for the fight, but this fight still wasn't going to be fun, especially since he was fighting a bully that someone had decided to strap a nuke to. A few months ago, he might have thought winning this fight was as impossible as beating a bunch of robots, but he was stronger now. And he was here to win. Midnight gave Bakugo a warning glare, but she didn't stop him as he set off a few warm-up explosions in his palms. Hitoshi had to concentrate hard not to wince at the noise. When this was over, he was going to sleep for a solid 3 days. All right, boys, I want a good clean fight. Midnight warned them. Remember, you're here to win, not to kill each other. Hitoshi figured that was meant for Bakugo, not him. He'd seen Kirishima in the nurse's office after the last round. Bakugo could be brutal when he wanted to be. Hitoshi's best bet would be to not give him a chance to hurt him. The only trick was getting him to talk. The final fight begins in 3, 2, 1. Midnight cracked her WHP. Begin. Hitoshi opened his mouth to say something, only to be blindsided by a bright boom just feet from his face. He hissed and ducked away as his head started throbbing. Hey, your stupid quirk hurts your head, doesn't it? When the smoke cleared, Bakugo was smirking down at him. People forget that quirks are physical abilities and can get tired just like anything else, and you've been using that stupid brainwashing quirk since we got here. Hitoshi swore and rolled to dodge another explosion, then jumped to his feet and ran as fast as he could to put some distance between them. His eyes were watering so much that he could only hope that he wasn't getting close to the line. He just needed to get him to talk and then this fight would be over. He just needed a response. I don't know what Deku even sees in you. Bakugo snarled, letting off another explosion far too close to Hitoshi's face to be comfortable. You're just a weakling and a future villain to boot, with that quirk of yours. You should just give up now. Hitoshi swallowed thickly. He felt like he was about to throw up, but he couldn't give up. He wouldn't give up. He wasn't going to let all of the training and help he'd received go to waste. He was going to be a hero. Seems to me like you're the one acting like a villain. Hitoshi grit out. And why are you so obsessed with Izuku? I bet you admire him, don't you? You want to be just like him. I'd never want to be like that nerd. Bakugo let loose an explosion so powerful that it chipped the concrete where Hitoshi had been a half-second before. His nothing, got it. His not even a pebble on the side of my path to greatness. Hitoshi's head was pounding so badly that he could barely feel the link as it finally formed. Bakugo was readying another explosion, but Hitoshi forced himself to stand tall and stare him down, even as he charged to begin his attack. He was going to be a hero. He activated his quirk and Bakugo immediately stopped in his tracks like a puppet whose strings had been cut. His hold was a lot more shaky than it usually was and he could feel Bakugo fighting against his control, but Hitoshi took a few deep breaths. If his brain took control of his victim's body, then maybe he could force Bakwo to calm down by going through those same motions himself. After a few moments, Bakugo's shoulders slumped and even though Hitoshi could still feel him fighting, it was weaker than it had been a few minutes before as the adrenaline started ebbing away. Hitoshi kept breathing and the crowd held their breaths as they waited to see what happened. "You're wrong." Hitoshi's voice was scratchy from exhaustion, smoke and dust, but he pushed through anyway. "Izuku is a lot more than a pebble that you can crush into powder or kick off the sidewalk. He's a brilliant analyst and the only thing you accomplished by tossing him aside was shooting yourself in the foot." That obviously made Bakugo angry because he started fighting harder again and it took all of Hitoshi's concentration to maintain his control. He was starting to feel lightheaded and the only thought he could form that wasn't pure pain was that he had to win. He had to win to be a hero. Hitoshi set his shoulders confidently, "Walk out of bounds. Lose for me." Bakugo fought with everything he had, but none of that showed on his face. No, the real fight was happening in Hitoshi's brain and the only thing the crowd could do was watch with bated breath as the top hero student took those final few steps out of bounds, and then everything exploded into so much noise that Hitoshi was forced to instinctively release his control. He immediately screwed his eyes closed and slammed his hands over his ears, but he could still hear Bakugo growling and using his explosions to launch himself back toward his opponent. Thankfully, the sounds of Bakugo's renewed attack were quickly muffled by what sounded like one of Samantosa's walls, and Hitoshi could barely hear Midnight above the roaring of the crowd as she made the announcement, "Katsuki Bakugo is out of bounds. Hitoshi ♀wins the sports festival. I don't understand how he's not dying of embarrassment." Shiguro muttered, his goblin ears twitching in second-hand embarrassment. "I'd be mortified if I had to be chained up on national television like that." "His and but," Kohaku said dismissively. "He sees being angry as a personality trait, so obviously he's gonna have to be held back. Still, it seems like he'd just take the loss at this point." Hanzu observed. "Katsuki doesn't give up," Izuku said. "He never has and has never been satisfied being anything but the best. Even if it wasn't ♀in first place, he would probably still be throwing a fit, just because he didn't get what he wanted. He's a spoiled brat, that's what he is." Mai complained. "But we did it. Extra Credit Kuin won the sports festival. We're gonna get our extra credit Izukuin. Don't you two only get extra credit if he actually transfers into the hero course?" Kohaku argued. "Not technically," Izuku said, smiling widely as All Might placed a medal around Shinso's neck. "But that's always been the goal. As if the teachers could actually say that the winner of the sports festival doesn't deserve a place in the hero course." Hanzu snorted. "Let's be honest, the only thing holding him back now is paperwork." Izuku's cheeks were starting to hurt from how widely he was smiling, but he just couldn't stop. They'd done it. All that training, all of his analysis, it really made a difference. His new dream was worthwhile and he was already doing it. He was helping heroes become better and that was almost worth everything he'd had to go through to get on this path. "Come on, Izukuin." Mai grabbed his hand the moment that the awards ceremony ended. "Let's go see our baby." Mai slammed open the door to Recovery Girl's office and Izuku had to jump to grab the handle and prevent the door from banging into the wall. He smiled sheepishly at Recovery Girl, who was glaring at him, and he could only hope he was apologetic enough for both of them because Mai didn't even give Recovery Girl a second glance as she made a beeline toward the bed Hitoshi was lying on. "Extra Credit Kuin." Mai squealed. "You did so good." Both Izuku and Recovery Girl shushed her when Hitoshi winced. "Nice to see you too, Mai, but can you be excited any quieter?" "Oh, sorry." Mai whispered loudly. "You did amazing." Izuku stifled a quiet chuckle. Mai was trying her best, but it was still entertaining watching someone who was so undeniably loud trying to be quiet. It was like asking Izuku not to mutter. It was theoretically possible, but that didn't mean it wasn't funny to watch. He stopped laughing when Recovery Girl glared at him again. "You had better be quiet," she scolded. "It's the least you two gremlins can do for the poor boy, considering that it's at least partially your fault he's in this state." Izuku looked at Mai in confusion, but she just shrugged helplessly and turned back to playing with Hitoshi's hair. He relaxed slightly under her touch and wrinkled his nose at the school nurse. "It's my own fault that I went over my limits, Recovery Girl. Don't blame my kidnappers just because I'm an idiot. They encouraged you to be reckless." Recovery Girl argued. Yeah, well, they encouraged me to be a hero too, so there. Hitoshi groaned. I would be just fine if I hadn't tried taking control of Dark Shadow though Tokoyami. So you did do that. It took all of Izuku's self-control to keep talking quietly. I was wondering, because I didn't think you said anything to Dark Shadow directly, but then you took control of him and not Tokoyami and it was so cool. Hitoshi gave a tired chuckle. Yeah, well, we'll see if it was even worth it. I still don't know if they'll let me transfer or if they'll keep me stuck in Gen ED. Mai poked the medal that was still around his neck. They'd be idiots not to let you into the hero course after this. You're gonna be an amazing hero extra credit Kuin, and if those stupid teachers can't see that, then what? Hitoshi cracked one eye open and smirked at her. You're gonna blow up Nedzu's office. Mai huffed. Well, what if I did? Here. What are they gonna do about it? Can we please not threaten the teachers when there's one in the room? Izuku fretted, glancing nervously over at Recovery Girl. Mai, at least wait until we're outside of UA. I quite agree. In fact, you should save all of this until you're outside of UA. Out. Recovery Girl ordered. Shinso needs rest and you two obviously have far too much energy. You can give him congratulations once he's recovered. But, Mai tried, but Recovery Girl simply swept her cane at their legs until the two caved in and let themselves be shooed toward the door. We'll see you later extra credit Kuin. Yeah. Izuku added. Thanks for beating Katsuki. That was awesome. Izuku smiled at the sight of Hitoshi practically giggling as Recovery Girl forced them out and shut the door behind them with a quiet finality. He could begrudgingly admit that Recovery Girl was probably right and they were a little too much to help someone recover from a quirk-induced migraine, but at least Hitoshi knew they were proud of him and they'd made him laugh. Well, that was rude. Mai pouted. Is spending a little time with our baby too much to ask for? Izuku shook his head. You realize that even your whispers are loud, right? And you have a habit of blowing things up if you stay in one room for too long. Mai opened her mouth to argue, but closed it again. Fine. You might maybe have a little bit of a point. Thank you. Izuku grinned. That's why I'm the smart one. Mai gasped. What? Mr. Let's blow up all the landmines. Smart. Izuku started laughing, but then the door behind them swung open again and both Izuku and Mai jumped when Recovery Girl poked her head out to glare at them. Shish. Mai grabbed Izuku's hand and started dragging him down the hall. Come on Izuku-an. I think I can tell when we're not wanted. I don't think you even want to. Izuku muttered with a smile. So, where are we going? Mai stopped suddenly in the middle of the hallway, making Izuku run into her. I hadn't gotten that far, I guess. Izuku felt a buzz in his pocket and hesitantly took his phone out of his pocket. He shot Mai a curious look, but she simply shrugged. Izuku turned back to his phone suspiciously and read the new message. From Rat Overlord, you could always try exploring the tunnels. The drive home was awkward at best. 𝐬𝐽 stared sullenly out the window as he waited for his father to explode. It was inevitable, he knew. He'd known ever since he'd seen Tokoyami steal the headbands from around his neck, but it had been confirmed when Endeavor had dismissed their usual driver and said he'd drive 𝐬𝐽 home himself. At least if they were surrounded by staff, his father showed at least the bare minimum of restraint, but without that protective barrier, 𝐬𝐽 had no idea when the tirade would start. It was exhausting. Finally, Endeavor broke the silence. Did you really lose just to spite me? His voice was deathly quiet and 𝐬𝐽 froze. His father's anger normally ran hot, but somehow it was always more frightening when he was cold like this. Yelling, fire, tirades, those were things 𝐬𝐽 had been enduring for years. He knew how to handle them, how to coat his mind and body in ice so the fire couldn't hurt him, but this had only happened a few times, which meant that 𝐬𝐽 had no idea if his usual strategies would work. He had messed up even more than usual and was going into his father's rage almost completely blind. He set his shoulders stubbornly and glared at his father in the rearview mirror. He refused to let the fear show. Losing to his classmates was one thing, but he refused to lose to his father. You could have won. Endeavor observed quietly. You could have stopped that bird brain from stealing your points if you just used your fire. Your fire. 𝐿𝐼 snapped before he could stop himself. It's your fire, not mine, and I'm going to make it to the top without it. Well, you seem to be doing a bang-up job of that so far. 𝐿𝐼 spat. Your ice didn't even get you past the second round. What? 𝐿𝐼 scoffed. You'll be the best with only your mother's power. I believe you found out today just where this childish rebellion will lead you, 𝐿𝐼. If you hadn't shamed me so much by allowing general education and support students to surpass you, I'd almost be happy you lost. At least now hopefully you've learned your lesson. 𝐿𝐼 flinched as if he'd been slapped. His father was happy he'd lost. His own father. And it wasn't even for a good reason, was it? No, it was because 𝐿𝐼 was hoping that losing the sports festival would teach him a lesson. Well, he was wrong. 𝐿𝐼 refused to be the masterpiece that 𝐿𝐼 wanted him to be. And to make it worse, even if his father was happy, he was still going to get punished, just because of who he'd lost to. He hadn't even fought that team directly. The only interaction he'd even had with them was when they destroyed the 10 million point headband, but his father didn't care about that. The only thing his father even cared about was that a general education student had won the sports festival while 𝐿𝐼 had been pushed to the sidelines, and that was completely unacceptable. I raised you better than this. 𝐿𝐼 lectured. You were created to surpass all might, 𝐿𝐼, so act like it. You've been blessed with the perfect quirk and I've given you as much training as I could, but that's all going to be for nothing if you keep acting like a spoiled little brat. I made you to become a great hero, 𝐿𝐼, my masterpiece. So stop wasting that potential and actually be my successor. Maybe that's the problem. For some reason, 𝐿𝐼 couldn't stop the words from spilling out. I'm your masterpiece, right? And you're an eternal failure. You've been number 2 for how long again? Face it, 𝐿𝐼, I'm your son, so can you really expect me to be any better than second best? 𝐿𝐼 slammed on the brakes with enough force that 𝐿𝐼 went launching forward and hit his head on the seat in front of him. What did you say? 𝐿𝐼 gripped his nose, which was now bleeding, and tried to stop the BLD from getting on the car's upholstery. You heard me, old man. I'm a better failure than you ever were. 𝐿𝐼 glared at him for a long moment, then unlocked the doors. Out. 𝐿𝐼 stared at him in shock. What? Out. 𝐿𝐼 growled. If you don't appreciate everything I've given you, then maybe you don't deserve it. You insist on acting like a spoiled child, 𝐿𝐼, so let's see if a night on the streets will help you grow up. 𝐿𝐼 opened and closed his mouth a few times, but there really wasn't anything to say. He ripped the door open and didn't even grab his phone as he got out of the car and slammed the door behind him. He half expected 𝐿𝐼 to roll down his window and say that it had just been a logical ruse, like 𝐒𝐲 always did, but no. As soon as the door was closed, his father just drove away. Just abandoned 𝐿𝐼 on the side of an almost deserted street like he was nothing. Maybe he was. The few people on the street were beginning to stare. Not that homeless people and druggies were probably that interested in the downfall of the great son of 𝐿𝐼, but still, his father would get even more angry if the media got wind of this. Thankfully, 𝐿𝐼 had changed into street clothes after the sports festival, so at least he was in jeans and a hoodie instead of his school uniform. That would have been harder to pass off. Even if he walked home, 𝐿𝐼 probably wouldn't let Fuyumi let him in, so 𝐿𝐼 shoved his hands in his pockets and resolved to just wander the streets until the sun rose and his punishment was over. He gave one last look down the street, but 𝐿𝐼's car had already turned the corner out of sight. 𝐿𝐼 shook his head and cut through an alley, grabbing a beanie he'd found on the ground as he passed. It was a little too big and smelled like cigarette smoke, but at least it would cover his hair. There wasn't much he could do about his scar at the moment, but whatever, it was only one night, right? Yeah. Those cheerleading outfits were amazing. Mineta drooled. Yorozu really outdid herself this time. I guess so, Kaminari grinned. Still not looking forward to the detention Aizawa's gonna give us, though. He just doesn't appreciate art. Mineta complained. It's like he's gay or something. Kaminari shrugged awkwardly. I dunno. I gotta get going, man, but I'll see you Monday, alright? Sure thing. Mineta gave him a big thumbs up. See you Monday. Kaminari gave a wave when he reached the end of the street, and Mineta waited until he disappeared around the corner to let his smile fall. Hopefully the whole gay comment would get the guy to leave him alone. Everyone avoided the class pervert, but it was much more difficult to get ignored when someone as loud as Kaminari kept seeking him out. It was irritating. Mineta was taking a shortcut home through the bad part of town when his phone rang. The caller ID was blocked, but he thought he had a pretty good idea of who it was. How did you enjoy the sports festival? Pretty good show, right? 𝐒𝐻𝐲 was businesslike as always as he responded, Sensei has a few students he wants you to keep an eye on. Did he say who? Mineta asked. I'm already watching everyone in 1A. Class 1B will be a little more difficult, but I think I can manage. Actually, there's a mix this time. 𝐒𝐻𝐲 informed him. Shigaraki has suggested that young Bakugo might be a good addition to our organization, so test the waters there. If he doesn't blow my head off first. Mineta grumbled. Fine, who else? That is for you to discover. 𝐒𝐻𝐲 said cryptically. Sensei believes that cheat code might be a student. Mineta almost tripped over a crack in the sidewalk. What? Seriously? Are you questioning Sensei's judgment? 𝐒𝐻𝐲 asked, far too calmly. Mineta gulped, clearly hearing the threat hidden behind the words. No, of course not. I was just surprised is all. The analysis the guy gave me on my quirk was pretty intense. His analytical skill is advanced beyond his years, true. A new voice joined the call and Mineta froze. But he is inexperienced. That being said, it is most likely an upperclassman in the hero course, although the support course is another likely option. I would like you to see what you can find out. Will that be a problem? No, Sensei. Mineta stuttered. I'll put in a request to adjust my hero costume and start keeping an eye on the upperclassmen first thing on Monday. Good. Sensei sounded like he was smiling. And good work on the sports festival. You're exactly where we need you to be. Izuku and Mai were starting to get frustrated. Izuku was sitting cross-legged on the floor of the hallway, laptop open in front of him with every blueprint of UA he could possibly hack into, but so far there hadn't been any mention of tunnels or how to get in. He tried texting Nezu for any sort of a hint, but all he'd gotten back was a winky face and he'd had to hide his phone to prevent Mai from stealing it and throwing it against the wall in frustration. Are you sure Nezu isn't just pulling on your leg or something? Mai groaned. I swear, we've walked around the entire school 3 times. I swear, if that rat is just sitting in his office and laughing as we run around in circles. He wouldn't do that. Izuku said. Well, actually, the laughing as we run around in circles part, yes, definitely, he's probably doing that right now, but if there weren't actually tunnels, he wouldn't be having any fun. Nezu likes knowing something that other people don't and enjoys watching them struggle to figure it out. It's part of why he went into education. So if there weren't actually tunnels, he wouldn't be able to feel superior. Mai complained, falling back onto the floor and staring at the ceiling. Where are we even supposed to start looking? There's nothing in the blueprints, right? Nope. Izuku snapped his laptop shut and stretched. But you know that would be too easy. The entrance or, more likely entrances, are probably well hidden and most likely require some sort of code, otherwise anyone would be able to access them. But UA is built like a maze, so, Mai sat up, so maybe there's a false dead end. Izuku grinned and opened his laptop again, of course. For Nezu, it would probably be hilarious to see students reach a dead-end hallway and turn around, completely unaware that there was a secret waiting for them. Great idea, Mai. Mai grinned wildly. So which wall do I need to blow up? Izuku rolled his eyes. You're not blowing up any walls, that's cheating. Remember, this is supposed to be fun. Blowing up walls is fun. Mai complained. But sure, we'll try it your way and I can just blow up the wall of Nezu's office later. You realize he's probably listening, right? Izuku pointed out. Just let him try and stop me. Mai punched at the air. It'll just be even more fun to break past all his defenses. Izuku shook his head and turned back to his computer. Alright, so according to the blueprints, there are at least a dozen end hallways hidden around UA, but the closest one is. Oh, there's one between prep rooms 4 and 5. My jumped up, race you there. Whoever's last has to clean up the testing room next class. Izuku grinned as he put his laptop away and let her pull him to his feet. You're on. Mai instantly shot down the hallway like a bullet, and Izuku was forced to catch up, laptop case bouncing against his side as he followed her laughter. Even if they didn't end up finding the tunnels, this was a great way to spend the evening. No one came to pick Hitoshi up from the sports festival, but then again, he didn't expect them to. Yeah, taking the train with the last remnants of a migraine wasn't fun, but it wasn't like he hadn't done it before, so he just waited in Recovery Girl's office until after the evening rush and then headed home once there wouldn't be so many people. He got a couple weird looks and a few thumbs up as people recognized his gym uniform or caught sight of the medals stuffed into his pocket, but thankfully most people didn't give him a second glance, and it wasn't long before he was walking up the steps of his foster home, ready to make a beeline for his room and pass out. He wasn't that lucky. When he opened the door, some of the kids were huddled around the TV and Hitoshi froze when he realized the news was showing highlights from the sports festival. He didn't know why it hadn't occurred to him that his foster family might see it, probably because school felt safe. When he was around Izuku and Mai, he felt like he could take on the word, and honestly with the amount of chaos those two caused, he probably could, but at home things were different. Mai and Izuku looked at his quirk and they saw him, a person with potential to be a future hero, so to them, him winning the sports festival was the ultimate goal and an amazing accomplishment that he should be proud of, but something told Hitoshi that his foster parents might not see it that way. He passed the kitchen as silently as he could as he hurried toward the stairs, but all the stealth practice in the world wouldn't help when someone was already waiting to pounce. You lied to them. Hitoshi flinched and slowly turned to look at his foster dad. He towered beside the table as his wife sat down, shoulders hunched and eyes red like she'd been crying. Hitoshi didn't say anything, obviously. He wasn't stupid. He just kept his eyes down as his foster father stalked across the room toward him. You didn't even give them a chance to fight back, he growled. You lied to them so they wouldn't be able to stop you from getting in their heads. If they'd known how your quirk works, there's no way you would have gotten first place. So no wonder you won, boy, since you were willing to act like a little villain. Hitoshi opened his mouth to defend himself, but thankfully caught himself before he could make that mistake. The BSTRD was right, after all. If he hadn't hidden his quirk's activation requirements, he would never have been able to get first place. The Hero Course students may not have had the support course in their corner, but they weren't stupid. If Hitoshi had gone with his original plan and let his quirk stand on its own, he would only have been able to win one fight, maybe a few more if he was lucky, but eventually, he would have come up against someone with more self-control than he was able to handle. So he'd lied. He'd followed Izuku's advice and kept people guessing so that no one knew they weren't supposed to talk to him, and his classmates in general education were too scared to say anything. Hitoshi wasn't sure if they were more scared of him and his quirk or of Mai and Izuku, who somehow managed to say something concerning every single time they appeared in his classroom, but at the end of the day, his foster father was right. He had taken advantage of fear, confusion, and deception to claw his way to the top, just like a villain would. Anything he said to try to defend himself would only make it worse. I thought you were trying to be good, his foster mother sobbed quietly. You were going to UA and everything, so why did you take advantage of those poor kids like that? Hitoshi balled his hands into fists at his sides and forced himself to stay silent. It was harder than it should have been. After so many homes like this one and so many teachers who had never heard his voice, it should have been easy to bite his tongue, but if anything, his kidnappers encouraged him to talk. They wanted to hear his jokes and opinions and never assumed he would control them, except for when they asked him to, and wasn't that a welcome change? They'd made him feel like it wasn't bad to be dangerous, because they were both dangerous too. They'd spoiled him by listening to his voice, and now it hurt even more to be silent. He hated it. You're grounded, his foster dad informed him. If and when you return to UA, I expect you to write apology letters to everyone you hurt and tell them how your quirk actually works. Do you understand? Hitoshi gave a curt nod and turned toward the stairs, knowing that was as much of a dismissal as he'd get. The mystery surrounding his quirk had been nice while it lasted, but he should have known better than to think it would always be that way. His quirk made him a future villain, and that was all anyone would ever see. He finally reached his room and fell face down on the mattress. Why did he even try? The sun had set a little while ago, and for once in his life, 𝐿𝐴 was actually grateful for his fire. At least he didn't have to worry about getting cold while wandering around the city when he could regulate his own body temperature. He'd already decided that he wasn't going to be sleeping tonight. He didn't know what places were even close to safe, and the idea of being defenseless like that made him shiver. He'd gone nights without sleep before for Endeavor's training, and this was basically the same thing. Same for food and water. It was one night. He'd survive. He didn't know quite where he was, just that he'd never been there before, but he wasn't too concerned. If he wandered for long enough, he'd eventually have to find something he recognized, and then he'd be able to find his way home. 𝐿𝐴 kept his head down and kicked a rock a little ways down the street. He really was embracing his role as the family screw-up at this point, wasn't he? He'd lost the sports festival to someone from 𝐺ENED, he'd talked back to Endeavor, and he'd even gotten kicked out. This day just kept getting better, didn't it? He heard a small clatter behind him and instantly whirled around, dropping into a battle stance as his eyes flicked around to look for the threat. He didn't relax when all he found was an empty street. He resisted the urge to call out and ask who was there like some horror movie protagonist. No, he was a hero student, and he was more than capable of defending himself against whatever came at him. 𝐿𝐴 jumped a foot in the air and coated the ground with ice as something brushed past his leg. He stayed tense, ready to battle whatever villain was stupid enough to attack him. Until said villain started hissing at him, and he realized that he'd gotten all worked up over a stray cat that was now very angry and had all 4 of its paws frozen to the ground. So much for not being a horror movie protagonist. Sorry about that. 𝐿𝐴 knelt down slowly and activated his left side to melt the ice. I guess I really am a screw-up, here. I bet Endeavor never accidentally attacked a cat thinking it was a villain. The cat puffed up its orange fur and hissed at him, but the moment the ice started to melt around its paws, it hesitantly relaxed. Slowly, keeping a close eye on 𝐿𝐴 in case he attacked again, the cat looked at the water left behind on the ground, then sat down and started cleaning its paws. 𝐿𝐴 sighed and let himself slump down against the wall of the alley. At least he hadn't hurt the cat, at least not permanently, so he wasn't turning into his father yet. Small blessings. The cat started to make its way toward him, and 𝐿𝐴 moved to get up, only for the cat to bristle up again and start hissing until he stayed still again. Apparently, any movement on his part would be instantly seen as threatening, but he supposed he deserved that after trapping the poor thing in ice. He had enough scars from training, so 𝐿𝐴 wasn't really interested in adding more to that, just because he'd sessed off a cat. It wasn't as if he was planning on doing anything tonight anyway, so he settled down, content to spend the next however long catering to the whims of a frightened kitten. He was kind of clueless, though, considering he'd never had a pet. Endeavor wasn't the best person around humans, so their family had never really been interested in testing how he would treat animals. He watched curiously as the cat continued drinking what remained of his ice, gradually getting closer and closer to him, but never making any move to attack him. He stayed as still as he could, which was extremely still, up until the moment the cat jumped on him. He tensed, ready to shove the cat away at the first sign it was going to scratch him, but it just hissed once and stared at him until he hesitantly started to relax again. The cat waited another long moment, ears twitching as it looked at him, and 𝐿𝐴 noticed that one of its ears had a bite torn out of it. Both the ear and the other wounds that 𝐿𝐴 could see were long since scarred over, but it was pretty obvious that this cat was used to fighting its way through the streets, and one wrong move was going to get him matching scars. After what seemed like an eternity, the cat let out a satisfied yawn and curled up on his thigh. 𝐿𝐴 sighed. It looked like he was going to be here a while. The concrete was cold, as was the brick behind him, so 𝐿𝐴 increased his body temperature slightly so he didn't start shivering and annoy the cat, but he wasn't quite sure what else he was supposed to do. He didn't have anything to feed it and wasn't sure it would let him pet it, so he was starting to get a little restless. What did people normally do when a stray cat just adopted their lap? The cat had started purring at some point when 𝐿𝐴 heard a meow coming from another part of the alley. He looked up to see another cat, this one black and a little smaller, blinking at him from between 2 trash cans. It only hesitated a moment before leaving its hiding place and padding across the alley toward him. "No," 𝐂𝐽 said, tensing. "No, no, no, no. I don't even know how to deal with one cat. I'm not." His panic was cut off by the orange cat hissing at him again, very clearly communicating that he did not have a choice in the matter and was to remain still and not piss off the thing that had taken control of his lap. The black cat curled up against his side and 𝐂𝐽 let his head fall back and hit the brick behind him. He couldn't even stand up to an ornery cat. No wonder he'd lost the sports festival. It kept going on like that for the rest of the night, and after the fourth cat had crawled up onto his shoulder, 𝐂𝐽 just resigned himself to being a cat bed for the rest of his life. It seemed a little high of a price for accidentally freezing one cat, but if he moved now there were claws everywhere just waiting to scratch him, so he was trapped. When he reached 6 cats, he glared at the one responsible for this whole problem, but the orange cat just blinked up at him and twitched its torn ear smugly. But by the time he'd reached 8 cats, 𝐂𝐽 was finally starting to feel a little more comfortable, so when the orange cat butted against his hand, he rubbed its head and started scratching behind its ears, which was the correct thing to do judging by the purr he got. Alright, so maybe he wasn't a total failure, just most of one. He smiled softly and kept scratching the cat. "You're an but, you know that. Trapping me here. What are you trying to accomplish? I'm not a bunk bed for all your cat friends, you know." The cat meowed back at him, obviously pointing out that he was a bunk bed, just based on the number of cats he'd ended up with. 𝐂𝐽 glared at it. "This is your fault. You started this. You know what? Just for that, I'm going to call you end of purr, you deserve it." He flinched as the cat flicked out its claws and dug them into his thigh. It wasn't enough pressure to hurt, but it was a clear enough warning to 𝐂𝐽 to roll his eyes and give in. "Fine. I'll shorten it to 𝐿𝐵, but you and I both know what it stands for." 𝐿𝐵 gave a satisfied chirp and 𝐂𝐽 shook his head as he scratched behind the cat's torn ear again. How had he ended up here again? Oh, right, he'd lost the sports festival and then made a weird enemy. Friend. Thing out of a stray cat. How was this his life? You must have a fire quirk. 𝐂𝐽 jumped and 𝐿𝐵 hissed at the newcomer, who just scratched his neck and rolled his eyes as he sat down next to them. He wore a ratty black hoodie and jeans and looked like he was a few years older than 𝐂𝐽 was, probably in his early 20s, and badly needed a hairbrush and moisturizer. His father would never let him leave the house looking like that, too concerned with his successor looking perfect for the cameras, but this stranger seemed more at home in these back alleys than 𝐂𝐽 was. That didn't mean he was any less suspicious of him. "How do you know that?" "The cats," the guy gestured to his collection. "Even when it's just a little chilly out, they track down anything warm, and fire users can either manipulate their own temperature or just naturally run a bit hotter. Hence your little fan club. Be careful of the orange one, though. She's a beach." "Oh." 𝐂𝐽 scratched 𝐿𝐵's chin and she purred. "Yeah, a little. She might let you pet her though. Do you have a fire quirk?" "Nah, just can't sleep, and other players will try to bully me into going to sleep if I try to game in the middle of the night." The guy shrugged. There was something familiar about his voice and the way he talked, but 𝐂𝐽 couldn't quite place it. "Plus, it isn't terrible out here when most of the NPCs are gone. And I don't pet things. Dangerous quirk, you know." He raised up his hand and 𝐂𝐽 froze. 𝐿𝐵 didn't hiss this time, but she did headbutt into 𝐂𝐽's hand to get him to keep petting her. 𝐂𝐽 forced himself to calm down and act natural, which wasn't difficult considering how many times he'd had to do the same thing around his father. He took back what he'd thought about not being a total screw-up though, because it shouldn't have taken him so long to recognize Shigaraki, considering that he'd tried to kill them all. He was hyper-aware of how close Shigaraki was sitting. All he had to do was reach out and 𝐂𝐽 would be dust. Thankfully he hadn't seemed to recognize 𝐂𝐽 though, so the beanie was doing its job, though the darkness and the fact that the USJ had been so chaotic probably didn't hurt. And he'd thought facing off with an ornery cat was bad. "So, fire quirk?" Shigaraki asked. 𝐂𝐽 shrugged and took a deep breath. He just had to act natural until Shigaraki left. He could do that. "I don't like it, but yeah." Shigaraki huffed. "Yeah, I get that. My quirk's the same way. There's good things too though. My quirk lets me destroy the things I hate, and yours apparently makes you a cat magnet." I'm not sure that's a positive. 𝐿𝐿 deadpanned. I don't like cats. Shigaraki laughed. They like you. I guess. 𝐿𝐿 said helplessly. You're a noob in this game, aren't you? Shigaraki asked. Living on the streets. 𝐿𝐿 shrugged. More of a visitor. Just got kicked out for the night. You'll probably be back then. Shigaraki nodded. Most people tend to avoid this alley, too many murders, but if you ever need a place to crash you should be fine as long as you don't PSS off the wrong people. Or the cats. 𝐿𝐿 swallowed at the threat. Got it. Don't make the cats angry. Shigaraki gave a raspy laugh. Pretty much. You're not too bad for a noob, I guess. They sat there in silence for a long time until the sky started getting lighter and 𝐿𝐿's legs were starting to cramp from sitting in the same position for too long. He was busy silently panicking about how he was going to find a polite way to leave when Shigaraki's phone buzzed and he swore. Sensei's looking for me. He stretched and stood looking down at 𝐿𝐿. See you around, noob. See you around. 𝐿𝐿 responded hesitantly. Just look for the cats. Nezu and 𝐿𝐿 verified the address one final time before walking up the stairs to the door. The house wasn't anything special. It was a medium-sized house, appropriate for the number of foster children the couple had on record, and was a bit run-down. But overall, it was exactly what 𝐿𝐿 had expected. Nezu gave a few sharp raps on the door and there was the sound of someone running to the door before one of the younger kids yanked it open. Hello there. Nezu chirped happily. We're looking for the adults of the house, can you please get them for us? The kid nodded and ran back into the house, passing several eavesdropping kids who instantly ducked back behind the wall as soon as they caught 𝐿𝐿 looking in their direction, only to peek around the corner again after a few seconds. As they waited, 𝐿𝐿 caught some movement further back inside the house and he almost smiled when he saw 𝐿𝐿 coming down the stairs. The moment he made eye contact with the kid, however, 𝐿𝐿 froze. It was only a split-second reaction and 𝐿𝐿 supposed it made sense with seeing his teachers out of context, but 𝐿𝐿 really should have been expecting the visit with how well he'd done at the sports festival. He waited for 𝐿𝐿 to come and say hello, but all he got was a small smile and a wave before the kid turned away and continued into one of the other rooms. 𝐿𝐿 frowned. That was odd. It was only another few seconds later that the parents appeared, pushing 𝐿�'s weird behavior from his mind for the moment. The woman hid partially behind the man, who was large and grinned widely as he greeted them. Hello. What can I do for you today? My name is Nezu, I am the principal of UA High School. Nezu introduced himself. And this is Aizawa, one of the teachers there. We were hoping to have a discussion with you about one of your foster children, 𝐭 Hitoshi. Instantly, the man's face soured. Of course. We saw the sports festival, so we know what this is about. Come on in. 𝐿𝐿 and Nezu exchanged a confused glance as they followed the couple into the house. If they had watched the sports festival and knew that 𝐭 was getting into Te Hero course, then why weren't they happy for him? Winning the sports festival like 𝐭 wasn't a small accomplishment, so they should be proud of their son, but they weren't acting that way. They were led into the living room and sat down on the couch as a couple of the kids ran out to give them some privacy. The couple sat down across from them and before Nezu could say anything, the woman started apologizing. We are so sorry. We had no idea that 𝐭 was going to take advantage of his classmates like that. His behavior was unacceptable, so rest assured that he is being dealt with accordingly. The man continued. But of course, we're willing to accept any punishment the school gives him as well. We don't know what was going through the boy's head. 𝐿𝐿 just blinked in shock, unable to think of anything to say to that, and Nezu's smile looked like it had just been glued onto his face as he responded, I am afraid I'm not quite sure what you mean. 𝐭 won the sports festival due to his own merit. He didn't even give those poor kids a chance to fight back. The woman exclaimed. We knew things would be difficult, taking in a child with a villain's quirk, but, well, we thought he was more respectful than to lie to everyone like he did. We're making him write apology letters. The man offered. Lying about the way his quirk worked was unfair to the other students, so he'll be delivering letters explaining how it works as soon as classes start up again. Things were clicking into place and 𝐿𝐿 didn't like what he was seeing. Letters. The couple hadn't said they were making 𝐴𝐻𝐿 apologize, they were making him write letters, which were a non-verbal form of communication that wouldn't risk activating his quirk. And then, when they'd seen him earlier, 𝐿 hadn't said anything, just waved. How long had it been since he was able to talk at home? Are you telling me that you're punishing him for winning the sports festival? He asked numbly. He didn't win fairly. The man said. He didn't give the other kids a fair shot at fighting back. Hiding his quirk's activation was a valid strategy within the rules of the exercise. 𝐻𝐻𝐿 replied, far too politely. I'm sorry that you feel he was fighting dirty, but we do encourage our students to push every advantage they can both against villains and against each other, and 𝐿 did very well at that. Apology letters won't be necessary. The couple looked confused, but perhaps we could talk to 𝐿. 𝐿 interrupted. We have a few things we'd like to discuss about his transfer into the hero course. But the boy was acting like a villain. The man raised his voice. You can't honestly look me in the eye and say that what he did was okay. 𝐿, please. 𝐻𝐻𝐿 said, leaving no room for argument. Thank you. The couple looked at each other for a long moment, then the man nodded and they both stood. We'll go get him. Just wait here. 𝐿 waited until they left before he growled softly, what the actual F? This is concerning. 𝐻𝐻𝐿 murmured. But there isn't any evidence of physical abuse and the children are obviously materially well provided for. Is there any way we can get him out of here? 𝐿 said, keeping his voice down as he saw a few of the other kids peek around the corner. These people aren't going to help him be a hero, making him reveal his activation requirements. There's a reason he hid them in the first place. If all the villains knew them, we can't simply bring a case against them, but 𝐻𝐿's eyes lit up. There might be a loophole or two we can take advantage of. 𝐿 looked at him suspiciously. What are you? Before he could finish his question, the couple came back into the room, 𝐿 in tow. The kid was looking at the ground and 𝐿 felt a fair amount of rage when he realized that whatever those parents had said to him couldn't have been good. 𝐿 was dedicated and a good kid. What gave them the right to treat him like a threat just because of the way he was born? Ah, 𝐿. 𝐻𝐿 said cheerfully, how are you today? The glance toward his foster parents was so quick that 𝐿 might have missed it if he hadn't been expecting it, but it still wasn't a surprise when 𝐿 smiled and gave a thumbs up in reply to the question. The parents obviously didn't allow him to talk, because if 𝐻𝐿 had asked the same question at school, preferably when 𝐿 was around those two gremlins from the support course, he would have replied verbally. 𝐻𝐿 didn't comment on the nonverbal response. That's good to hear. Well, you already know that you did very well at the sports festival, but I would like to be the first to congratulate you on being approved to transfer into the hero course. 𝐿's eyes widened and he seemed to forget about the other people in the room as he grinned, really? The soft gasp from his foster mother made him flinch and look at the floor again, carefully falling back into the purposefully bored persona 𝐿 had seen him use a few times during the sports festival. He couldn't let the kid stay here. Are you sure? The woman finally asked. 𝐿 is a dedicated student who will do well in the hero course. 𝐻𝐿 said firmly. That being said, there are a few concerns. Due to 𝐿's unique quirk and circumstances, we were wondering if you would be interested in 𝐿 taking part in a mentorship program. He would be placed under the custody of a pro hero who would be able to keep an eye on him and make sure he becomes a hero. 𝐿's foster father looked at them suspiciously. You would be willing to make sure the boy doesn't get into any trouble? Of course. 𝐻𝐿 nodded. I know having a child like 𝐿 can be overwhelming. He would be taken out of your custody and placed somewhere with more individual care and supervision. None of this will take place without your express approval, of course. 𝐿 saw a spark of fear pass behind 𝐿's eyes and he tried to catch his eye. He didn't know exactly what 𝐻𝐿 was trying to do either, but he'd known the rat long enough that he trusted him. Sure, what he was describing sounded more like a prison than anything else, but he had 𝐿's best interests at heart. 𝐿 could only trust that he knew what he was doing and hoped that 𝐿 did the same. So, he wouldn't be our foster child anymore? The woman asked hesitantly. No. 𝐻𝐿 answered. He would be placed in the custody of a pro hero. And you'd make sure he stayed on the right side of the law. The man confirmed. Of course. 𝐻𝐻𝐸's smile was outwardly polite, but 𝐶𝐻𝐸 could see his annoyance coming through underneath, which was oddly comforting. So. The couple whispered among themselves for a few minutes and 𝐶𝐻𝐸 tuned it out after the first few sentences. It was clear that they didn't trust 𝐴, and probably never would, but he still didn't trust himself to not do something he'd regret if he had to sit there and listen to them treating him like a villain. Finally, the couple turned back to them and the man started talking, glancing toward his wife for confirmation. I think that would be for the best. When would he be leaving? Oh, immediately. 𝐻𝐻𝐸 grinned widely. We already have a hero lined up to take him in, so we'd like to move forward as soon as possible. ♯ was obviously trying to hide his panic, so 𝐶𝐻𝐸 stood and placed a comforting hand on his shoulder. Well, kid, let's go grab your things. ♯ nodded slowly as 𝐻𝐻𝐸 explained the necessary paperwork. Aizawa followed the kid upstairs, grateful to get away from that room. The room ♯led him to was mostly bare and screamed of a kid who was used to not even having time to unpack before moving on to the next home. It only took him a few minutes to shove everything he owned into a garbage bag as 𝐶𝐻𝐸 stood there awkwardly, wondering if he should offer to help. Soon enough, ♯ hauled the bag over his shoulder and nodded silently before heading back downstairs. 𝐻𝐻𝐸 was already standing by the door and waiting for them when they got downstairs. Are you ready? Perfect. Well then, let's be on our way. ♯ didn't seem to have any longing to say goodbye to anyone, so they just led him outside and 𝐶𝐻𝐸 opened the door to the backseat of the car to allow him to slide in. Then they were off and ♯didn't even spare his old home a backward glance. He did look curious, however, which was understandable, considering that 𝐶𝐻𝐸 was just as confused as he was. He cleared his throat. You're allowed to talk, you know. We're not going to punish you for asking questions. ♯ looked surprised, but still hesitated before saying anything. So, where are we going? Oh, that's easy. 𝐻𝐻𝐸 chirped. We're going to the home of Eraserhead and President Aizawa will be taking custody of you, after all. I think maybe we have to turn it upside down. Izuku suggested. Or maybe we should 3D model it and see if it looks any different. For the past few days, Mai and Izuku had spent every moment they could in the halls of UA, trying to figure out the tunnels. They probably would have just slept there, but both security and their parents had taken an issue with that, so they had settled for waking up early and exploring until security kicked them out around sunset. So far, they had identified a dozen different entrances, but each one was protected by a unique riddle, so they hadn't been able to get into any of them yet. Mai chewed on the end of her pencil as she looked at the puzzle again. Wait. What if it's about directions? It spins, right? Izuku nodded and spun the map a quarter turn. He had hated it his first week because why put a map of UA on the wall if it was incorrect? He'd gotten lost a few times trying to follow it until an upperclassman from the business course had taken pity on him and pointed out that the map itself was inaccurate. He'd written it off as an old map from before a remodel at the time, but now that he knew it as a clue to a secret entrance, it made a lot more sense. Izuku looked at it again. Wait, turn it right side up again. It says you are here, right? But the arrow is pointing to the cafeteria, not to where we are. Oh, you're right. Mai grinned. So should we look in the cafeteria? Maybe there's a clue there. Actually, I think you were right about directions. Izuku said. If we start at the cafeteria, what turns would we take to get to where we are now? Mai grabbed his hand and yanked him down the hall. There's only one way to find out. Tenya Ida closed the door behind him and finally broke down. His brother was paralyzed. There was no hope of him ever regaining the use of his legs and he would have to retire as a hero, all because some villain got into his head that he should maim and murder heroes. He didn't understand how Tensai could be so nonchalant about the whole thing. Why did Tenya have to be angry enough about it for both of them? He took off his glasses and wiped his eyes, then put them back on. There was no point in crying when he could take action. He was a hero. He was training to defeat villains. He couldn't just sit here and cry when he should be preparing to defeat Stain and make him regret ever making an enemy out of the Idas. Guest bedrooms down the hall. 𝐶𝐻𝐸 explained awkwardly. Bathroom's on the right and we can probably get you some more clothes and stuff once you're more settled in. ♀♀ nodded silently and disappeared into his new room as 𝐔𝐬𝐽 sighed in exhaustion and reminded himself that putting ♀♀ with him and Hisashi was the best option. They could pass off the change in custody as protecting an at-risk youth, and because the original foster parents had approved the transfer and given their express approval, no one would question a pair of heroes taking protective custody until they were actually able to get a foster license. As much as he hated uprooting the kid, ♀♀ deserved to live in a place where he was allowed to speak. He glanced over to the couch, where Hisashi was giving him a knowing grin and 𝐂𝐬 scowled, "Don't even say it." Izuku read the directions out loud as Mai turned the map. Left, left, right, left, right, right, left. They both held their breath as they looked at the map, which was probably the only reason why they were able to hear the quiet click as the latch unlocked and one of tiles on the floor beneath them popped up. They shared an excited look before rushing to it and pulling it up like a trapdoor, then they dropped down into the small tunnel and pulled the entrance closed behind them. "Well, Izuku," Mai grinned manically in the low light. "Are you ready to explore UA?" At this point, Hitoshi had just accepted that confusion was his default emotion. Being kidnapped and practically adopted by two kids his own age who turned out to be mad scientist gremlins had thrown him for a loop, sure, but that was nothing in comparison to whatever this situation was. At least he had confirmation that he'd made it into the hero course, but going home with his teachers who may or may not be waiting for him to go off the rails was not what he'd had in mind when he'd woken up yesterday. He had the sneaking suspicion that Eraserhead hadn't been planning on it either. Sure, he hid his surprise well, but Hitoshi had seen the brief flash of surprise and maybe panic that had passed over his face before he managed to hide it. He didn't know why it hurt so much that Eraserhead was scared of him. Everyone was, so this shouldn't be any different, but in the few times they'd interacted in the past, Hitoshi hadn't noticed any hesitance to talk to him, but from his obvious panic and what Nezu and told his former foster parents, they were doing this to make sure that he didn't get tempted to SWCH sides. It hurt to know that, except for Mai and Izuku, UA really wasn't that different after all. Hitoshi straightened his tie and pushed those thoughts from his mind. He could get through this. He always did. It was just a matter of fading into the background and not talking more than he had to. As long as he behaved, Eraserhead wouldn't have any reason to kick him out of his house and by extension probably the hero course as well. No pressure. Despite the fact that he knew this was just a precautionary arrangement, it was still trippy to leave his room and see Eraserhead and present MIC sitting at the kitchen table eating breakfast. It was like running into his teachers at the grocery store, but worse. Present MIC grinned as he came into the room, practically bouncing in his seat with excess energy. "Hey there, little listener. How'd you sleep?" Hitoshi shrugged and Eraserhead slapped MIC upside the head, probably to shut him up so he wouldn't encourage Hitoshi to say anything. "Don't be so loud, Zashi, the kid just woke up. Besides, it'd be a miracle if he slept at all with the way you snore." "Hey!" MIC squawked. Hitoshi chuckled despite himself, then froze. Laughing didn't really count for his quirk, but did his teachers know that? Would they get angry at him? He looked up hesitantly, only to see Eraserhead smiling like he'd won something and MIC shaking his head in amusement. Okay, so they were glad he'd laughed at their joke, and he wasn't going to get in trouble for laughing. Good to know. Do you want any breakfast? Eraserhead asked, frowning when Hitoshi shook his head. Are you sure? We're having omelets, but we can make you something else if you'd like. Hitoshi just shook his head again. He didn't want to cause any trouble on his first day and he never really got hungry until later anyway. There was always lunch and Izuku had a stash of snacks in his room for emergencies anyway. He was fine. Eraserhead sighed heavily, while MIC looked worried and Hitoshi had the sinking feeling he'd done something wrong, but it was too late to take back his decision, so he just adjusted his backpack and waited for them to say something else. Was he supposed to walk to school or wait to leave with them? What was the protocol when you were living with your teachers? After another minute or two of heavy silence, MIC stood up and took his plate to the sink. All right, you ready to go, little listener? Hitoshi nodded as Eraserhead stood and grabbed his keys. Let's go then. It's your first day in the hero course, so it's gonna be a long day. Your new classmates are a bunch of annoying brats, but you're used to dealing with powerloaders gremlins, so it'll be nothing new. Hitoshi snickered. It was always funny to see how the teachers reacted to Mai and Izuku. It was almost funnier than seeing the students' reactions, which was also hilarious. Eraserhead had seemed to support the two during the sports festival, so maybe living here wouldn't be too bad, even if they were just waiting for him to mess up and turn villain. As long as he respected Hitoshi's friends, that was the important part. MIC talked the entire drive to UA, and Hitoshi was almost tempted to ask him a question just to get him to shut up. Eraserhead nodded along and made interested hums at all the right places, but obviously wasn't fully listening to what MIC was saying. The weird part was that MIC seemed to know that and was totally fine with it. It was like the two had this silent agreement that MIC could talk as much as he wanted about everything under the sun and Eraserhead would just be there. He could see Mai and Izuku doing that too, but they would probably have to take turns as the listener, otherwise neither of them would ever shut up. When they got to the school, MIC kissed Eraserhead on the cheek, which surprised Hitoshi even though they lived together, and left toward the general education part of the building. Hitoshi almost followed him out of habit, only to find himself being yanked back by Eraserhead's capture weapon around his waist. When he turned back, Eraserhead was just raising an amused eyebrow at him. Just where do you think you're going? You're in the hero course now, or did you forget? Hitoshi slammed his mouth shut. Just because he was at UA didn't mean he was welcome to speak. This guy was still suspicious of him. He glanced up at Eraser hesitantly, but to his surprise, instead of getting angry, Eraserhead's face had softened into something like pity or maybe understanding. You know you're always allowed to talk here, right? No one's going to force you, of course, but neither MIC nor I are ever going to punish you for talking. You're going to be a hero with that quirk, so it would be illogical to restrict your usage of it. Do I make myself clear? Hitoshi nodded again and Eraserhead just sighed and started walking toward 1A. It was a nice sentiment, but it could also be a trap. It didn't seem very hero-like to bait him like that, but then again, Eraserhead was infamous for his logical ruses, so it was better to stay on the safe side for now. Eraserhead paused for a moment when they reached the door to 1A. By the way, you didn't ever actually write those apology letters your foster father wanted you to, did you? Hitoshi nodded, confused. They were tucked away in this bag, and he wasn't looking forward to delivering them, but he was glad he'd actually written them if Eraser was asking. But then again, that also meant that he couldn't just conveniently forget to deliver them or anything. Ooh, rip them up. Eraserhead scowled and Hitoshi did a double take. Or have Hatsune explode them or something. I don't care. Before Hitoshi could even react to that, much less process, Eraserhead pushed open the door and walked into the classroom. Hitoshi's eyes widened as he took in the chaos happening in the class and then widened even more when everyone just stopped the moment they saw Eraserhead open the door. Good morning, brats. Eraserhead announced. Good job on the sports festival, but don't get too cozy, your torture is just beginning. ♀, you're in the empty seat. Let's get started. His initial judgment of the man had definitely been correct. He was even scarier than Izuku. And yeah, I heard he was totally creeping on some of the third years over the break. Mina shuddered. I almost wish there hadn't been an empty seat so you could have kicked him out, ♀. Hitoshi wasn't quite sure how he'd ended up walking to lunch with a group of students from 1A, but as soon as class ended, Uraraka had pretty much immediately grabbed his hand and started dragging him along, most of the girls from the class falling into pace and filling the air with gossip. He was starting to relax a little more now that he wasn't around Eraser. Well, Aizawa, who considering his instructions about the letters might not actually be judging him. Still, he didn't want to mess up his chances now that he was finally in the hero course, so it was better to err on the side of caution, at least around the hero course students. Yeah, Minetta's pretty bad. Gyro laughed. But at least. What the actual? He practically ran into Gyro's back as she stopped suddenly in the middle of the hall. He looked to see what had shocked her and somehow wasn't really surprised to see Mai and Izuku hanging from the ceiling, dust in their hair as they grinned at them. Extra credit, Kuan. You made it in. His classmates, with the exception of Uraraka, gaped at them and a couple looked around in confusion trying to figure out who they were talking about. Izuku took a breath to say something else, onto to sneeze violently, which wouldn't have been nearly as bad if he'd actually been hanging onto anything. Instead, he probably would have fallen out of the ceiling if Uraraka hadn't removed his gravity in time. Thank Uraraka. Izuku smiled brightly, still upside down as Mai started dragging him back up into the ceiling and Uraraka returned his gravity. Hitoshi, you have to see this. It's so cool. Hitoshi was just trying not to laugh as both Mai and Izuku reached down, grabbing one arm each and just pulled him up into the ceiling. He tried to imagine how this must look to anyone who wasn't familiar with his kidnappers, and that just made him laugh harder. He pulled himself up the rest of the way into the ceiling and Izuku started shaking dust from his hair as Mai poked her head back down into the hallway. Don't worry, we'll return him after lunch. Just make sure he's back in time for class. Uraraka's voice echoed with laughter. Have fun and don't kill him before he can be a hero. Hitoshi's shoulders shook in laughter as Mai slammed the secret panel closed, cutting off the sound of his classmates freaking out as he turned to his kidnappers. So, what did you want to show me? We got into the tunnels. Mai's eyes were wide and he could see the crosshairs in her eyes zooming in and out as she looked behind him and took in every detail. Hitoshi just chuckled, I can see that. It took so long. Izuku rambled. Every single door is locked with a different puzzle and we haven't even found all of them. Most of the doors out are also locked, which was kind of fun. We've been here since yesterday. What? Hitoshi crawled after them. He didn't know if all the tunnels were this small, but it wasn't really a problem for Mai and Izuku since they were pretty short. Did you even sleep? Not important. Mai waved a hand dismissively. We've been exploring. These tunnels lead everywhere. We can get to all the labs, even after hours, not to mention the practice grounds and the classrooms, the staff areas, but that's not even the best part. Izuku interrupted. Obviously, not many people ever find them, so some of the tunnels are pretty dusty, but Nezu did design them to be explored. There's even... Oh, here we are. Hitoshi panicked slightly as Mai and Izuku literally just fell and disappeared. He moved forward more slowly and screamed when he realized that one of the floor panels was actually a hologram. He hit the floor with a small oof and rubbed his head as he looked around and found a nest. A half-dozen blankets were spread out across the floor and more were folded against the walls. There was a mini-fridge and a cupboard that Mai was pulling cookies out of. Izuku poked his cheek and held out a takeout container from Lunch Rush. Is this where you guys slept? Hitoshi asked, taking the food. I mean, more power to you, but is it comfortable? Izuku shrugged. Some of the others are more so, but this one's more central and it has the fridge. Got it. Hitoshi nodded and took a bite of his lunch. Yeah, confusion was definitely just his life now, but honestly, he wouldn't have it any other way. Powerloader just looked tired as he looked at Izuku and Mai, who were standing in front of his desk. Seriously. I don't know what to do with you two anymore. Izuku shuffled his feet nervously. Is this because of the tunnels? Because we had Nezu's permission and, it's not because of the tunnels. Powerloader groaned. Although that is an entire headache in and of itself. I don't think I've ever seen Nezu this delighted and it will live in my nightmares forever. Izuku and Mai shared a look. She was used to being called up to talk to the teacher, although admittedly that was usually because she'd blown something up, but for Izuku, getting a teacher's attention had never been a good thing. He knew that Powerloader probably wasn't actually mad at him, but he couldn't shake the feeling he'd been bad somehow, even if he couldn't remember what he'd done. Sir. Izuku cleared his throat. If it's not about the tunnels, what is it about? Powerloader sighed. Internships. Internships. Mai repeated. Internships. Powerloader droned. Izuku furrowed his brow. Aren't those just for hero students? Not technically. Powerloader said, pulling a file out from under a mountain of paperwork on his desk. Support students usually intern with local companies in the afternoons during internship week, so classes still continue as normal, unlike the hero course, which cancels their classes for the week. You two, however, he plopped the folder down in front of them and opened it up, revealing a glossy brochure and a pile of permission forms. Mai and Izuku looked at him suspiciously before leaning over and picking up the brochure. As soon as she realized what it was for, Mai yanked it out of Izuku's hands with a gasp and he let her, too shocked to do anything. Power load aside again, you've been invited to intern at I-Island. So, ♯, who are you gonna intern with? Uraraka asked. You got offers, right? Hitoshi nodded. Yeah. I actually got quite a few. It's a little unbelievable. You deserve it. Yomomo said kindly. You were very impressive at the sports festival. Yeah. Mina said. Especially since you activate your quirk by, she smiled hopefully, but Hitoshi just rolled his eyes. Nice try, Mina, but no, I'm still not telling you how my quirk works. Oh. Mina pouted. But the curiosity is killing me. You're going to be responsible for my death, Hitoshi ♯. Hitoshi kept a completely straight face as he responded, then die. If you're really that curious, why don't you just go ask some of his old classmates? Gyro suggested. I'm sure someone in Class 1H knows how ♯'s quirk works, since it was probably Midoriya's idea to hide the activation requirements. I already tried that. Mina groaned and collapsed onto her desk. But they're all too scared of the wall gremlins to say anything. Yeah, that makes sense. Zu said. I can see those two threatening ♯'s old classmates. That's the best part. Hitoshi laughed. Mai and Izuku never actually threatened them. I don't think the idea even occurred to them. They just saw my kidnappers often enough that they realized being scared was just common sense. Maybe that's because you call them your kidnappers. Uraraka pointed out. And they're not that bad. Sure, they're a bit high energy, but they are literally the definition of mad scientists. Hitoshi deadpanned. Everyone laughed and Hitoshi found himself smiling as well. The girls were nice and they seemed to genuinely like having him around. He got the feeling that they'd still talk to him even if they knew how his quirk worked. It was nice, especially considering his current living situation. So, internships? Uraraka asked again. I'm thinking about going with Gunhead, but I don't know yet. I was actually looking at him too. Hitoshi said. I've got a pretty good handle on my quirk, thanks to Izuku's training, but with a mental quirk, I don't think it's possible to have too much combat training. Maybe I should go with a combat hero as well. Yomomo interjected thoughtfully. I was leaning towards Uwabami, simply because she looks so effortlessly confident, but some hand-to-hand training would be helpful. Just because I can create weapons doesn't mean I always know how to use them. Do it! Mina yelled. We need more badass female combat heroes. I wanna intern somewhere stealth-based, Hagekyu said. I may as well specialize in what I'm good at, right? Same here. Zu said. I've got an offer from Selkie, so I'll probably go there. Wouldn't it be awesome if we ended up at Gunhead Agency together, Shindig? Uraraka looked excited. I wonder if he takes multiple interns. Hitoshi shrugged. It would be nice to have a familiar face around, but he didn't want to hold Uraraka back at all. Even after all the training he'd done, he was still a new addition to the hero course and had a lot to catch up on. He was just hoping his internship would be enough to help him close the gap. I don't even know what I'm supposed to bring. Mai yelled, throwing a wrench across the room. Am I supposed to bring all my tools or will they have tools there that we can use? Oh my goodness, I bet their tools are like, top of the line. Who am I kidding? Of course they're the top of the line, it's I-Island. Hitoshi shook his head as he dodged another projectile. I'm sure you'll be fine, Mai. You're the top invention student in the school and Izuku is the only analysis student. Besides, you've already impressed them. That's what makes it so bad, extra credit Kuin. Mai's eyes were rapidly zooming in and out as she looked around the lab, trying to decide what to pack. They already have high expectations and what if I don't live up to him? Izuku came up and gently put a hand on her arm. You'll be fine, Mai-chan. They'll love both you and your babies, I know it. Going to I-Island may be a lot of pressure, but we've done high pressure before, remember. We've helped fight actual villains, Mai-chan, so a few high-class inventors should be a piece of cake. Mai groaned and her shoulders slumped as the panicked energy finally started ebbing away. Yeah, we can do this. We'll be fine. We'll be fine. Why are you guys even packing anyway? Hitoshi asked. Internships don't start until next week. Izuku shrugged. Mai-chan was nervous. Ah. Hitoshi nodded. That makes sense. Hey. Mai pouted. Don't put this all on me, Izuku-an. Izuku just gave her a cheeky smile and shrugged, making her pout harder, before turning back to Hitoshi. You don't have to help us pack, you know. School ended 2 hours ago, so your family's probably wondering where you are by now. Hitoshi grimaced. I'm kinda avoiding going home right now. Izuku tilted his head in confusion. What? Why? Well, it's kinda complicated. Hitoshi explained. I've been in the foster system for a while, which whatever, it is what it is, but when I got into the hero course, apparently Nezu wanted the teachers to keep a closer eye on me. Probably because I'm gonna be getting more dangerous training now, I guess. Anyway, I'm living with Eraserhead and present MIC now. Izuku and Mai just blinked at him, processing what he said for a long moment before Izuku spoke up quietly. What do you mean keep an eye on you? Hitoshi shrugged. You know, keep me from going villain and stuff. What? Okiko followed the directions the email had given her carefully, triple-checking them when she realized that the beach park she'd been told to go to was actually a dump. Her mind wild with questions. First of all, why would All Might insist on having a private meeting with her? Second of all, why not have that meeting on campus like a teacher normally would? And last of all, if they couldn't meet on campus, why meet at a dump? She didn't even know where in the dump she was supposed to meet him. For some reason, she thought he'd just be there, but now that she was here, she couldn't see him anywhere. Maybe she'd gotten the wrong address after all. She picked her way around the trash piles for a few minutes, wondering whether she should just give up and email him an apology for missing their meeting. She had to be in the wrong place, right? Suddenly, she heard a voice behind her. I am here. Okiko jumped and fell on her butt, scrambling away as quickly as she could before her brain caught up that it was just All Might. She blushed and cringed as she slowly got to her feet and started brushing sand off her breathes. Sorry, All Might. You snuck up on me, I guess. It's all right, young Uraraka. I'm glad to see you found the beach all right. All Might coughed softly. Or, well, what's left of it anyways? Speaking of, Okiko asked hesitantly. Why meet here, of all places? Why not meet on campus? All Might coughed again. Well, at you never know quite who's listening, you know. I'm sure you've heard that phrase, the walls have ears. Uraraka giggled and nodded, or crazy support students. All Might nodded in relieved agreement, or crazy support students. Anyway, I wanted to talk to you about some things I didn't want chapter well, some things that Powerloader's gremlins don't necessarily need to know. Dangerous secrets that should be kept in the hands of heroes and all that, I'm sure you understand. Kinda. Uraraka said. But, no offense, but if they're that dangerous, why are you telling me? I'm just a first year. Yes. All Might coughed again, this time spewing out a little beau. I thought I had a little more time. I guess I shouldn't have stopped that bus robbery after school. I apologize, young Uraraka, but please don't freak out. Okiko was about to ask what that meant when all of a sudden, All Might started steaming, then deflated with a sudden poof, leaving only a skeletal man who honestly looked like a drag addict behind. It took all her self-control to follow All Might's orders and not freak out, but she managed it, barely. At least on the outside. Oh, she said slowly. I guess that's one of the secrets. All Might, if she could even call him that in this form, nodded tiredly. Yes, unfortunately. I was injured in a battle a few years ago and now. Well, now this is what I look like. I can only hold my muscle form for a few hours at a time, and soon enough, I will lose my quirk entirely. That is why I wanted to talk to you. All Might looked at his hand as he clenched it into a fist. My quirk is a sacred power that has been passed from generation to generation. I received it from my mentor, who received it from hers, and before I die, I need to pass it on to a worthy successor who can take my place as the symbol of peace and lead the world into the future bravely and selflessly. Uraraka's head spun. A quirk that could be passed on from generation to generation. Was that even possible? And the next symbol of peace? Uraraka thought through her classmates, but she wasn't sure she could think of anyone who was ready to live up to such high expectations. All of this sounded unbelievable, but since All Might was the one telling it, it must be true. Which again brought up the question of why he was telling her, of all people. And that, of course, leads us back to your question. All Might continued. I'm sure you're wondering why I'm telling you all this, and the truth is that you impressed me. When you faced down Bakugo at the sports festival, you kept going even when it became clear you had no chance of winning. You pulled a bold strategy that, if you just had a bit more power, could have won you the match. The world needs that kind of tenacity, young lady, and that's why I've chosen you as my successor. Uraraka, will you inherit my quirk and become the next symbol of peace? Hitoshi wasn't sure what exactly he'd said wrong, but it must have been something because he was currently being dragged to the principal's office by not one, but two enraged kidnappers. They hadn't even said anything to him or to each other, but apparently they hadn't needed to, because it wasn't like the two of them were dragging him in opposite directions or anything. Nope, by some unspoken signal, both Mai and Izuku had somehow decided to physically drag Hitoshi to Nedzu's door before he'd even had the chance to protest, not that he was brave enough to. What the hell was even going on? The door opened before they had the chance to knock, but for some reason Hitoshi got the idea that they wouldn't have knocked before barging in anyway. Izuku finally let go of Hitoshi's arm and stormed up to Nedzu's desk. I can't believe you. If Nedzu was confused, he was very good at hiding it. Hello. I was honestly expecting young Hatsune to come through the wall the next time she came, not the door, but oh well. What can I help you three with today? Izuku's face was red and he looked like he was about to explode. You can explain why you thought someone needed to keep an eye on my friend. Hitoshi isn't dangerous. You, of all people, should know that's just discrimination, and I thought you were better than that. Why did you put Hitoshi under hero custody like you're waiting for him to go off the rails or something? What gives you the right? Nedzu's eyes widened, and if Hitoshi didn't know any better, he would say that the principal was surprised as he turned to look at him. Hitoshi immediately shuffled under his stare and felt his face growing hot as he looked at the floor. He appreciated that Izuku was apparently protective, but he couldn't help the sinking feeling that this was just going to make things worse. It's not that bad, he muttered. I'm used to it, Izuku, so just drop it. It makes sense, okay. I'm fine. None of this is fine, Toshikuan. Mai growled. And if the rat thinks that he can get away with treating you like this, just because of a quirk, then he'd better say goodbye to all four of his walls. And his tail. I believe I understand what is happening. Nedzu said calmly, not even responding to Mai's threat as he leaned over and activated the intercom. Aizawa, Yamada, please come to my office immediately, thank you. If anything, that just made his kidnappers even angrier, and Hitoshi flinched as Mai's grip on his arm got tighter. If you're calling the heroes to hurt Toshikuan, I assure you that I would never do anything to hurt young ♀. Nedzu raised his paws consolingly. I'm afraid that there has been a rather unfortunate understanding, one that I must admit I am at least partially responsible for. I ask that you be patient for just a bit longer and that you trust all will be explained momentarily. Izuku looked at him suspiciously. And why should we trust you? Nedzu looked him in the eyes as he responded seriously, because ♀ is not the one we meant to lie to. That calmed Izuku and Mai down, at least for the moment. Hitoshi was still confused and embarrassed, but he wasn't in trouble at least. At least, he didn't think so, but was Nedzu implying that he had meant to lie to someone? And what was the lie? They stood in tense silence for another minute or so before Aizawa and Mic walked through the door, immediately tensing up in response to the atmosphere in the room. Aizawa in particular looked like he was getting ready to fight if needed as his eyes flitted around the room, taking in every detail of the scene. Nedzu. ♀, what's going on here? Aizawa. Nedzu said simply. Would you mind explaining why you and Yamada took custody of young ♀ here? Aizawa huffed, because his old foster parents were assholes who didn't let him talk at home, and he didn't deserve to live in a place like that. In addition to simply being a terrible environment for any growing teen, it wasn't conducive to his training as a hero. Is that all? Nedzu nodded and turned back to Izuku and Mai. I had thought the ruse was obvious, But in hindsight, I suppose we underestimated the depth and severity of young Shinso's past treatment and how that must have affected how he would see the situation. Due to a few legal limitations, we needed the permission of his previous guardians to remove Shinso from their care, and the easiest way to get that was to play into their own fears and biases. I assure you that we never intended to harm him in any way. Mai looked between Nezu, Aizawa, and Mic suspiciously. So you didn't take custody of him because you thought he was going to snap and turn into a villain? Heavens no! Mic yelled, losing control of his quirk and making Aizawa activate his quirk for a split second to prevent them all from going deaf. Sorry, but there's no way we'd ever treat the little listener like that. We were trying to get him out of that situation, not make it worse. Hitoshi didn't know how he was supposed to feel. They didn't hate him. They didn't think he was just a villain in the making. They thought he deserved better than to be treated with suspicion and were doing their best to protect him despite their limitations, just like Mai and Izuku were doing. He felt relieved, but also, he was an idiot. Oh, Izuku turned red and both he and Mai looked embarrassed as the rage finally left them. Sorry. I guess we overreacted a little. Just a little. Hitoshi elbowed Mai in the side. Mai. Sorry for barging into your office. Mai grumbled. Hitoshi raised an eyebrow, and she sighed, and sorry for threatening to destroy your office. And other things. Nezu smiled gently, no offense taken. I am wonderfully impressed by how protective you are of young Shinso. He needs friends like you. Hitoshi almost smiled and he felt like he was about to pass out as all the stress finally left him. I think I'm ready to go home now. Is that all right? Aizawa and Yamada both exchanged a look before Aizawa looked him straight in the eye and responded, Yeah, kid, that's all right. Let's get you home. Okiko felt disgusting. She was nauseous and it wasn't even from her quirk. No, it was because she was a terrible human being and felt like she was lying to everyone around her. She wasn't trying to. It wasn't like she was working with the villains or anything but. Well, she must have done something to trick All Might into thinking she was actually worthy of being his successor or he wouldn't have offered her his quirk. The motion of the train should have been calming. Shinso was asleep next to her, slumped down in his seat as they made their way to Gunhead's agency. But Okiko just couldn't stop thinking that he would make a much better holder of one for all than she would. Anyone in their class would have been a better choice, because at least they actually had heroic motivations. She had decided to become a hero to make money, for goodness sake. Her reasons for becoming a hero were inherently selfish and for some reason she'd been an idiot and thought she'd be able to get away with that. All Might, however, deserved a successor who was actually heroic, and not just some poor girl who wanted to be rich. As flattered as she was by the offer, Okiko knew that she didn't deserve to be the symbol of peace. And that was at the crux why she felt so terrible right now. All Might hadn't been trying to pressure her, she knew that, but he was the #1 hero. She'd looked up to him her entire life and here he was, giving her the offer of a lifetime, an offer that anyone and their dog would be ecstatic about getting. An offer that she would have been ecstatic about getting if she could just stop feeling like an imposter. Receiving one for all was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity and anyone would count themselves lucky to get offered a quirk with unimaginable power, especially from, objectively, the best hero to ever live. How was she supposed to just turn her nose up at that? She didn't want to look ungrateful or presumptuous, like she didn't need All Might's power. And he was the #1 hero. So she couldn't just tell him he'd made a mistake in choosing her because he was the symbol of peace and she was just a first-year hero student with no idea what she was doing. All Might didn't make mistakes and even if he did, she hadn't earned the right to call him out on them. All might have phrased it as a question, but at the same time, it felt like an offer she couldn't just refuse. Okiko hadn't known how to say no. So she hadn't. She vaguely remembered stuttering out an appropriately polite response, but everything had been happening too fast and the only thing she could do was fall back on being polite to try to hide the way she was panicking inside. One thing led to another and before she was really able to process what was happening, All Might had given her a piece of his hair to eat, which was oddly enough one of the least weird parts of the entire experience, and then it was done. She had All Might's quirk. Okiko had spent every day just trying to keep her head above water. She had felt the unfamiliar power welling up in her a few times so far, but she'd shoved it down in a panic every time. She didn't deserve one for all. She shouldn't have ever accepted it, but she just hadn't known what else to do, and now it was too late to take it back. Last night, she'd woken up in the middle of a panic attack and had half-drafted an email to All Might trying to convince him to take the quirk back before she'd realized that she didn't even know if that was possible, and even if it was, she probably shouldn't be talking about one for all over email. She didn't know what to do. So instead, 𝐒𝐿𝐴 did the only thing she could do and tried to ignore the whole thing. She'd left on her planned internship and tried to put the whole symbol of peace thing out of her mind, thinking that maybe if she put it off for long enough, it would stop feeling like she was a liar and a fake. It hadn't worked yet, but hey, All Might had chosen her because she refused to give up, so there was always hope for tomorrow, right? The train started slowing down and 𝐒𝐴 shook 𝐴 awake. Hey, Shindig, it's our stop. Here. 𝐴 blinked slowly and blearily sat up. Oh, we're here. Not quite. 𝐒𝐴 giggled. We've still got to walk to the agency. Awesome. 𝐴 stretched and stood up, grabbing his duffel as the train came to a stop. Well, let's get going. 𝐒𝐴 grabbed her duffel, pushing down one for all again as it tried to rear its head again. Yeah. Let's go be heroes. 𝐻𝐻 had said that, since he mostly operated at night, there was no point in 𝐿𝐴 showing up until the evening. Instead of telling his father that, however, 𝐿𝐴 had packed up like normal, gotten out of the house as soon as he could and put on a beanie so he could head to 𝐿𝐴's murder alley. Alright, maybe it wasn't fair to call it her murder alley, considering that it was most likely Shigaraki who had done the murders, but it had a certain ring to it and 𝐿𝐴 hadn't scratched him when he told her the joke, so she probably thought it was funny too. His father would probably be furious to know that he was spending most afternoons in a grimy back alley playing Space Heater to an angry cat, especially since some of those days also included the company of a guy who had quite literally tried to kill All Might. But out of all the ways he could rebel against his old man, 𝐿𝐴 thought this was probably one of the mildest, and it was the BSTRD's own fault for kicking him out in the first place. Plus, this way at least someone could get some good out of his fire quirk. Hey girl. 𝐿𝐴 smiled as he bent down and 𝐿𝐴 immediately butted into his hand. I brought you some food today. Do you want it? 𝐿𝐴 screamed at him like the answer should be obvious, which made 𝐿𝐴 laugh. Honestly, part of the reason he'd chosen 𝐻𝐻 out of all his offers was because his patrol route cut fairly close to here, which meant that if he had any free time, he could drop by and, if he didn't, he was already familiar with a lot of the streets and shortcuts, so it wouldn't be as anxiety-inducing as going to someplace completely new. The other major reason, of course, was that 𝐻𝐻 was the number 5 hero, which meant that Endeavor wouldn't be able to bully him into rescinding his offer just so that 𝐿𝐴 would be forced to intern with him. It was a win-win. He opened one of the cans of cat food that he'd stashed in his bag and smiled when 𝐿𝐴 let him pet her while she was eating. Actually, a better way to put it was that she made him pet her, considering that every time he'd brought her food in the past, she wouldn't stop screaming at him until he did, but 𝐿𝐴 didn't mind. Honestly, it was more physical contact than he got at home, so he didn't really care if she was picky about it, and he liked to think that it was a sign that she trusted him, since he'd read that some animals didn't like to let others near them while they ate out of fear that their food would be stolen. 𝐿𝐴 had probably done way too much frantic Googling about cats since the first time he'd come here, which would have led to a very interesting search history if he hadn't deleted it, but he felt like he was at least a little more knowledgeable than he had been before. He at least knew that 𝐿𝐴 wasn't going to kill him, probably, so that was good, and he knew enough to not accidentally kill her, which was even better. When she was done eating, 𝐿𝐴 spent a few minutes just kneading at his leg before hopping up onto his shoulder and starting to like at the nape of his neck, the only place his hair wasn't completely covered by his beanie. He wasn't quite sure why she always did that when he came by, but she got angry if he interrupted her, and he didn't really mind, so he just let her do her thing. Eventually, she hopped back down into his lap and purred while he pet her until the sun was ready to set and it was time to go to 𝐻𝐻's agency. Izuku was fairly certain that he and Mai were the only 2 students, including the entire hero course, that had to take a plane to get to their internship. Mai spent the whole flight rambling about how the plane worked and about how all of the in-flight technology could be improved, much to the annoyance of their flight attendants, but Izuku just nodded along the whole time, making notes on any interesting quirks he found along the way to keep his brain and his analysis loose. Neither of them knew what to expect from 𝐼, but if Mai's fangirling was any indication, they were about to be put through the ringer and he wanted to be as prepared as possible. The flight didn't feel long, but the sun was already almost setting by the time they landed. Mai was bouncing with energy as she physically pulled Izuku from the plane, barely remembering to grab their carry-us as Izuku laughed. "Don't forget we have checked baggage too, Mai-chan." "Oh, I could never forget that." Mai waved away his concerns. "That's where my babies are. It's a shame there's so many things they won't allow in the plane. I could have been making so many cool babies to show all the big brain inventors this week. I'm fairly certain that's why they don't allow them." Izuku pointed out. "You do have a habit of blowing things up when you're making babies, Mai-chan." He ignored the weird looks they got as they gathered their luggage, and he couldn't help but feel a sense of pride as he grabbed Mai's bag off the conveyor belt and only stumbled a little. Sure, Mai immediately took it from him and hoisted it onto the floor no problem, but months ago he wouldn't have been able to lift it at all. He was getting stronger. It was only after they had their bags that Izuku suddenly realized that he didn't know who was picking them up. Mai-chan. Did Power Loader say who we were supposed to be looking for?" "Nope." Mai grinned and pointed to someone standing a little ways down. "But I think the sign is a pretty good replacement, don't you think?" Izuku looked where she was pointing and he smiled in excitement as he saw Midoriya and Hatsune written out in big block letters. The girl holding the sign was only a few years older than them, but from the way she was holding herself, she definitely knew her way around. Mai didn't waste any time grabbing Izuku's hand and dragging him toward her. "Come on, Izuku-in." Mai whined. "The sooner we get out of this airport, the sooner we can start making babies." To his surprise, the girl picking them up didn't even blush at Mai's loud outburst. She just laughed. "Oh, you must be who I'm looking for. Uncle Might mentioned you two were a bit high energy. Now, which one of you is Hatsune and which is Midoriya?" "I'm Midoriya. And this is Hatsune." Izuku introduced, keeping a tight hold on Mai's hand to keep her from leaping at their ride, which was a distinct possibility considering how her eyes were zooming in on every piece of potential tech the girl was wearing, from her glasses to her earrings. "Thank you so much for the opportunity to intern here. We're so excited to see everything that 𝐼 has to offer." "Are those tracking earrings?" Mai interrupted. "They've got microchips in them, but do they just track or do they do something else?" And the girl laughed. "They're not trackers, they're actually a prototype I'm working on for civilian support. I'm hoping to have them be an early warning sign for panic attacks, if I can tweak them just right, and maybe even help counteract them, but maybe you'll be able to help with that." Mai's eyes widened and Izuku could feel her practically vibrating next to him. "I will take that as a challenge. Come on, Izuku-in. We're burning daylight. You work in a lab, Mai. You don't need natural light." Izuku shook his head as Mai pulled him along, their ride following along beside them. "And besides, you don't even know where the car is. We didn't even ask our ride her name." "Oh, I'm sorry, I guess I forgot to introduce myself." The girl smiled kindly and skipped ahead so she could stop in front of them, holding her hand out for a handshake. "I'm Melissa Shield. Welcome to 𝐼. Interning with Gunhead was everything she hoped it would be. Okiko's whole body was sore, but she'd managed to throw ♀just as often as he'd thrown her and even managed to hold her own against some of the other interns as well. The only downside was the One for All had been much more active now that she was in a combat situation for some reason, but she was getting pretty good at controlling it, so it wasn't a problem. Overall, she was satisfied, exhausted and ready to go to sleep. After taking a shower, she dried her hair and went to the shared kitchen to get herself a cup of tea. She was so tired that she didn't even register ♀ sitting at the table until he spoke up. "All right, you've been off all day. What's up?" "Hey." Okiko looked up and smiled. "Oh. I'm just tired, I guess." ♀ raised an eyebrow. "I am the king of insomnia, I know that's bullshit." Okiko sighed. I guess I'm just feeling insecure. I mean, Are you gonna judge me if I say something kinda bad? Only if it makes you a villain." ♀ deadpanned. "In which case, I will not hesitate to hand you over to the police, or worse, to Izuku and Mai." 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 laughed tiredly and slumped down in the chair beside him. It doesn't make me a villain. Just a bad person, I'm pretty sure. All right. 𝐶𝐻𝐿 looked at her oddly. I shouldn't be recording this for posterity, right? Cinnamon Roll admits to being a murderer would definitely be a viral headline. 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 shoved him and he laughed. All right, but seriously, I'm not gonna judge you. What's on your mind? 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 screwed her eyes shut and just spewed the word out as fast as she could to get it over with. I only became a hero for the money. When 𝐶𝐻𝐿 didn't respond after a long moment, 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 slowly peeked her eyes open, just to see him staring at her, looking neutral. Of all the times when he just had to decide to confuse her. She was so angry that she almost lost her grip on One for All, but managed to rein it at the last minute. Well, she huffed. Aren't you gonna say anything? My primary motivation is spite, Uraraka. 𝐶𝐻𝐿 rolled his eyes. I am literally the worst person on earth to be able to judge your heroic motivations. Wait. What? 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 looked at him in shock. Your motivation is spite. 𝐶𝐻𝐿 shrugged. Pretty much. Well, that and pettiness. She sat back. Seriously? Yep. He said. Turns out, after enough times of being told I'll be a villain, I wanted to prove everyone wrong. Oh. 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 nodded. I guess that makes sense. I mean, it's still better than just wanting to be rich. Debatable. 𝐶𝐻𝐿 grinned. But if you're feeling insecure, you should talk to my Chan. She's an inventor because she's insane, obviously, but she's also planning on owning a company and being filthy rich. I don't know, it seems to work for her, so why not for you, right? Yeah, that sounds like a good idea. 𝐒𝐴𝐿 took a sip of her tea and felt One for All welling up inside her for a split second before she instinctively pushed it down again. I'll talk to her when we get back. Izuku grinned at Mai's reactions to everything as Melissa gave them a tour around the island. He didn't think her eyes ever stayed still, zooming in on every detail she could find as they both nerded out and asked questions about everything. There were so many cool quirks and even more cool tech on display everywhere, and by the time they reached the building Melissa's dad worked in, Mai had already filled half a notebook just with ideas for inventions. It was awesome. The security on Island was especially impressive. To get to Dr. Shield's office, they had to pass through 2 layers of security at the building, and then there was a biometric lock and a keycard entry to get to his private lab. He was immersed in a project, but looked up when he heard them come in. Oh, Melissa, right on time. Dr. Shield grinned. And these must be Powerloader's gremlins that I've heard so much about. All good things. Izuku began, but Mai cut him off. Don't care, are those temperature regulators? Her eyes were wide as she ran up to the device he had been working on. Wait, are you just using water vapor? I see that none of the stories about your eagerness to invent were exaggerated. Dr. Shield laughed. And yes, sometimes the best solutions are actually the simplest, it's just our job to make them usable and convenient. Mai looked at the device from every angle and Izuku could see her quirk working overtime as she took in every angle before looking the doctor for permission. When he nodded, she picked up the device and started fiddling with it. You might want to move the capacitor over here. It's a little too far from the water tank to be effective. Dr. Shield smiled. Good work. You pass. Mai didn't even look up as she kept fiddling with the device. Pass. It's a test that Dad gives newcomers. Melissa explained. Let them handle an old invention and see if they can point out what's wrong with it. Old invention. Mai put the device back on the table. That means there's new, improved versions of this baby. Where are they? Can I see them? They're all around you. Dr. Shield gestured widely to the whole room. I designed the entire climate control system for this building and most of the other buildings on this island. Never greenlight an invention you're not willing to use yourself, right? Right. Mai grinned. So, what's the plan? I can't wait to start making babies with all these fun toys. Are we gonna be building robots? Networking? What are we doing? A little bit of all of it, honestly. Dr. Shield said. It's getting late, so tonight, we'll just let you get familiar with the lab where you'll be spending most of your time, and then tomorrow, we'd like you each to choose a project to work on this week. We'll help you out with design and troubleshooting and basically workshop it all together. Does that sound good? Mai grabbed Izuku's hand and started pulling him from the room. Let's go, Izuku-kun. We're wasting baby-making time. But Mai-chan. Izuku yelled at her as the shields laughed behind them. You don't even know where we're going. Tenya turned down his covers and resisted the urge to beat up the pillow he'd been provided by Manuel's agency. Half a day in Hosu and he hadn't seen any sign of the hero killer. He couldn't have moved on to another city, not with only one victim here, so he had to be around and Tenya would find him. He took a deep breath. He just had to be patient. Stain was a MSTR at laying low, so it was understandable that he was still hiding in the shadows. He had all week to find him, so he just had to be patient. Okiko had woken up refreshed and exhilarated, ready for another day of sparring and maybe even a patrol or two if they were lucky. The worries and insecurities were still there, obviously, as was one for all, but she was able to let all of that fade into the background as she focused on everything she was here to learn. Most of the other interns were already there when she skipped into the kitchen. Good morning. Good morning, Uraraka. Shinso grinned. How'd you sleep? Like someone knocked me out. Okiko answered. It was amazing. Well, I'm glad you're finally here to make us breakfast. One of the other interns laughed. I mean, the woman's place is in the kitchen, so I don't know what took you so long. Okiko stopped and stared at him, as did the other interns. Shinso gave the kid a long, disappointed look before sighing. Would you care to repeat that? Come on, guys, it's a joke. The kid rolled his eyes. You know, 'cause she's the only girl. It's not like I actually expect her to make breakfast for all of us, though I wouldn't complain if, yeah, that's enough. Shinso took a sip of his coffee as the kid's body went slack under his control. Misogyny isn't a funny joke, and Uraraka has every right to slap you for that, but let's save her the effort, yeah. Slap yourself in the face and then wake up. There was a slap and a chorus of laughter from the rest of the watching interns as the kid woke up and started stuttering out an apology. Okiko caught Shinso smiling, even though he tried to hide it by taking another sip of coffee. She shook her head and rolled her eyes at him, but he just grinned wider and took another sip of coffee. She still couldn't believe that he was becoming a hero out of spite, but from what she knew of him, it made sense and honestly, maybe part of the reason he was such a strong hero was because he was constantly having to stand up for himself and do things his own way. It was admirable and he made it work, despite how it might sound to someone who didn't know him. Okiko didn't know if she could do the same. She still felt really guilty about wanting to be a hero just for money, but maybe if she talked to Mai about it, she might be able to give it a chance, at least. Okiko still wasn't sure if Shinso was telling the truth about Mai being motivated by money too, but if he was, then at least maybe she'd know she wasn't alone. She let her insecurities fade into the background as Gunhead led them through warm-ups and ordered them to spar. Okiko grinned at Shinso and he looked bored, but at this point, she was about 75% sure that meant he was actually taking her seriously. She charged first, going through the movements that Gunhead had taught them yesterday and forcing Shinso to take a step back before he was able to move to counter her. She still felt like a fake, but the repetitive movement and action helped. The trade-off, of course, was that One for All seemed to wake up as soon as she was in any sort of combat situation, but she was confident that she could make it stay where she wanted it to. She launched a punch at Shinso and was unsurprised when he sidestepped her and grabbed her arms. She felt One for All well up in her as he followed through with the move and started forcing her to the floor, but she pushed it away. Maybe after she'd talked to Mai, she'd be able to. Her eyes widened as she felt One for All push back. She tried to stamp down on the power like she had been doing for days now, but this time, the power was like a tsunami and whatever control she'd assumed she had over it was washed away as she felt gravity shift. David Shield tinkered away in his private lab, working on an actual project this time. He had been impressed that the Hastume girl didn't even need prompting to tell him what was wrong with the invention, and he was excited to see what she would choose for her project this week. Nezu had warned him that Midoriya would seem quiet in comparison, but that he was just as smart and observant as Hatsune was, if not even more so they should give him a quirk or a computer program to work on rather than discounting him. David was sure the boy would get along well with their analysts, so he wasn't too concerned. If 𝐻𝐻𝐻 said the boy was smart, David wasn't stupid enough to think he was anything less than a genius. Suddenly, there was a crash and David jumped to his feet to see a young girl in what looked to be a hero costume steadying herself against the table. She looked up at him with wide eyes for a moment, and he only briefly noticed that she looked both green and absolutely exhausted before she stumbled quickly toward the nearest trash can and started puking her guts out. He was torn about whether he should comfort her or call security, and he ended up just staring at her in shock as she hunched over and grabbed her stomach. How had she gotten in? She felt vaguely familiar, but then again, she was also a teenage girl that looked like every other teenage girl he'd ever seen, so he didn't trust that enough for it to do any good, especially since she had somehow gotten into his private office. There were 2 layers of security just outside the door, and then she would have had to bypass even more security to enter the building, and that's not even counting getting onto the island, and yet he was fairly certain that the only teenagers authorized to get on the island this week were his interns, which, considering that he didn't even know who this girl was, meant that there was something really wrong with their security. After a minute, the girl finally stopped puking and she looked up at him, her voice scratchy and barely there from exhaustion. That wasn't supposed to happen. He lunged forward just in time to keep the poor girl from slamming her head against the floor as she passed out. Questions whirled in his brain as he pulled out his phone. Who was she? How had she gotten here? What was supposed to happen? The line only rang twice before someone picked up and David finally managed to pull his gaze away from her and look around the room. Yes, island security. We have a level 7 security risk. Put the island on lockdown. What do you mean she disappeared? 𝐔𝐬𝐽 was about to tear his hair out. ♯, she doesn't have an invisibility quirk or anything. She can't just disappear. Well, I don't know what to tell you, because 1 minute, I had her in a capture hold and the next thing I know, I was holding air. ♯ sounded like he was freaking out, which was perfectly understandable, considering the circumstances. She just popped out of existence with 0 warning. We've torn the entire agency apart and we still can't find her. Oh, okay. 𝐔𝐬𝐽 took a deep breath. Okay. 𝐸𝐴's missing. We can deal with this. Gunhead's already on the phone with 𝐻𝐻𝐻, correct? Yeah. ♯ almost sounded like he was about to cry. You'll find her, right? 𝐔𝐬𝐽 swallowed. We'll certainly try. He hung up and rubbed his temples. Of all the things he'd expected to deal with on internships, a missing student wasn't one of them. Noise complaints, behavior recommendations, maybe even a villain attack, that was all within the realm of possibility, but a student going missing. It was every teacher's worst nightmare, and to make it even worse, they had 0 leads because she'd gone missing from a secure hero agency in full view of a pro hero and a half-dozen other interns, and no one had seen anything. He didn't even know where to start. His phone rang again and he picked it up without looking. ♯, if this is about 𝐸𝐴, it hasn't been long enough for us to find anything yet. Well, this is about 𝐸𝐴. 𝐻𝐻𝐻's voice sounded grim. But I believe there is one lead you need to be informed of. Izuku hopped up on the desk next to Mai, who was currently welding something or another. Wasn't Dr. Shield supposed to be here already? Who cares? Mai shrugged. If he needed to unlock the lab, that'd be a different story, but if we're just picking a project to work with anyway, then it doesn't really matter when he shows up. I guess, Izuku said slowly, going back to his laptop. I've been thinking about what I want to do and I'm not sure whether I want to do some sort of mapping software or maybe something to help with those earrings Melissa was wearing. Having an early warning sign for panic attacks sounds like a really useful technology. What are you working on? Right now. Mai tightened one last screw and pushed her newest baby to the side. Nothing. But that was basically a portable artificial sun. I got the idea from that bird boy in ♯'s new class. There might be all sorts of other quirks sensitive to light. Cool. Izuku grinned and got out his notebook. That would be really useful for a lot of heroes. Do you think there's an advantage to having it spherical or would it work better as a flashlight? What about? He was cut off by his phone ringing. He looked at Mai to see if she knew who was calling, but she just shrugged and started taking her new invention apart, so Izuku just picked it up. Hello. Izuku. Hitoshi sounded panicked on the other end of the phone, and Izuku immediately put down his notebook and waved my over. You've got that whole man in chair thing going on, so you know how to keep secrets, right? Yeah. Izuku put the phone on speaker as Mai came to stand beside him. You're on speaker with Mai, by the way. What's wrong? Well, Hitoshi's voice became a little softer. I probably shouldn't be telling you this, because it would be really bad if the media found out right now, so. But, I know that you know a lot about quirks and thought maybe you'd have come across this one or something like it. I just don't know what to. Take a deep breath, extra credit Kuin. Mai instructed. We're right here and the media are boring, so we're not gonna tell them, and you know we can keep a secret, otherwise Izuku would probably be dead, so let's see if we can help. Izuku nodded in agreement. Take your time. Well, Hitoshi groaned. You know how I'm interning at the same place as Uraraka, right? Izuku and Mai exchanged a confused glance. Yeah, why? We can't find her. Instantly, Izuku and Mai both sat up ramrod straight. What? On the other end of the phone, Hitoshi sighed. She just disappeared in the middle of a spa. 1 minute I had her in a hold and the next, she's just nowhere. Izuku ran to the nearest computer, and there wasn't any purple mist, right? That's what happened at the USJ, so try to remember. No. Hitoshi took a deep breath. She was just gone. Wait, I might have seen a little bit of some sort of greenish glow. Or maybe it was pink. That might have been a trick of the light though, and there definitely wasn't a purple mist or anything. Does that sound like any quirk you've come across? No. Izuku frowned and typed a few things into his search. And from what I can see, it's not on the quirk registry either. Most warp quirks have some visual indication that they are being activated, and if she were attacked by a villain, you would have seen that. We hadn't even left the agency. Hitoshi insisted. There were no villains. Izuku sighed. I'm sorry we couldn't help more. We'll keep thinking and get back to you if we come up with anything. Thanks. Hitoshi sighed. I mean, Aizawa and Nedzu are already working on it too, so hopefully we'll find her soon. Let us know. Mai said. Gravity-chan is way too nice to just disappear off the face of the earth. Will do. Hitoshi said. Thanks, guys. Yeah. Izuku hung up and looked at Mai. I wish there was something more we could do. What can we do, Izuku-in? Mai whined. We're on a floating island hours away from Japan. I guess. Izuku bit his lip. Well, back to work. Mai nodded and picked up her screwdriver grimly. Back to work. Shouta figured he should be getting used to getting angry on behalf of his students by this point. So you're telling me that you not only gave my student an extra quirk without informing me, but that this impossible miracle quirk has painted a target on her back a mile wide because it comes with a nemesis that runs the goddamn League of Villains. Oh, and considering that she disappeared into thin air, they're probably the ones who took her, especially since you didn't even give her any extra security after handing her a giant I am here sign. Am I missing anything, All Might? All Might cleared his throat awkwardly. Well, I had not anticipated them finding her this soon. Shouta glared at him. Well, they did, so what now? Now, we do everything in our power to find her. Nedzu said calmly, a cup of long cold tea on the desk beside him. What's done is done, Aizawa. Uraraka is gone and dwelling on the past, and what should or should not have been done will not help us get her back. My only issue is that no one present saw any signs of Kurogiri. Tsukochi said. Even when we asked specifically about purple mist, everyone present said that they didn't see anything like that, and none of them were lying. So do we think the League got their hands on another warp quirk? All Might asked. With All for One at the helm, it is a possibility. There's also the possibility that she wasn't taken by the League at all. Tsukochi pointed out. We can't afford to get our hopes up for that. Shouta said. Out of all the possibilities we've considered, the most likely is that Uraraka was kidnapped by the League because this blonde oaf decided to give them an incentive to do so. All Might sighed. I know. Shouta noticed that Nedzu had been suspiciously silent and found him staring grimly at his screen. He wasn't sure how this situation could get worse, but he had the sinking suspicion that he was about to find out. Nezu. What's wrong? I just received an email from 𝐼𝐼sland security team, where Midoriya and Hatsune are interning. Nezu turned to stare at them. There was a security breach. The entire island is now in lockdown. After 2 hours of waiting in the lab and working on various projects, Izuku decided it was high time to go find out what was going on, if only because he was getting restless just sitting at a computer screen when he knew one of his friends had gone missing, so he left my working in the lab and started trying to find Dr. Shield. So far, he'd just been wandering the halls, but the few people he'd seen had looked worried for some reason and had been too busy to talk to him. Eventually, he'd found someone who was able to point him toward Melissa's room, so right now, he was hoping she'd be able to either take him to her dad or at least tell him why no one had even peeked their head in on them all morning. He was just a few halls down from where he'd been told to go when he caught sight of Melissa, and to make it better, her dad was walking beside her. Izuku waved wildly and started running toward them. Hey! Melissa! Dr. Shield! Oh, Midoriya! Dr. Shield's shoulders were slumped and he looked much more tired than he had when Izuku had seen him last night. Sorry I never showed up this morning. I should have sent one of the other inventors in my place, but we've all been working overtime with, well, everything. The current situation has thrown all of us for a loop. But what is the current situation? Izuku asked. Because if there is one, no one's told us anything about it. The island is currently in lockdown. Melissa explained. I was just on my way to let you know. We had an intruder come into Dad's lab a few hours ago, and until we're sure how she got in, no one's allowed on or off the island, and communication is limited as well. Well, it's kinda a mess right now, but if it helps keep everyone here safe, then it's worth it, right? Izuku nodded. Right. Did they get through by hacking, or was it some kind of quirk? I know you probably have a lot better analysts and programmers and everyone here, but if there's anything I can do to help. Dr. Shield shared a look with Melissa before he turned to Izuku. Honestly, we have no idea. It could be a quirk or it could be some tech we've never seen before. She just popped into existence right in front of me. No warning, no indication that anything or anyone would be arriving. Honestly, our scientists would be absolutely ecstatic about having a mystery to solve if it weren't such a threat to the safety of the island. Izuku nodded. Yeah, I can see why that. Wait, did you say just popped into existence? Melissa nodded. Dad was the only one there, but when we played it back on the cameras, 1 minute the room was empty, the next she was stumbling into the table and puking her guts out into the nearest trash can before she passed out. We've given her medical attention, but so far, nobody knows who she is or how she got into his lab. Dr. Shield groaned. Our only lead is that she was wearing what looked to be a hero uniform at the time. We're waiting to hear back from the company that produced it, but it doesn't match any licensed heroes. Because she doesn't have a hero license yet. Izuku muttered. Dr. Shield stopped. What? Izuku's mind was racing. If his suspicions were correct, then how in the world had Uraraka gotten all the way to 𝐼𝐼sland in just a couple of hours? It had taken him and Mai over 3 hours to fly here, and he didn't even know exactly where here was. Still, as impossible as it sounded, ♯had described her disappearance in the same way that Dr. Shield had described the intruder's entrance. Here one moment, gone the next. And the after effects of Uraraka's quirk would explain the extreme nausea and vomiting when she'd arrived. Was there a sort of weird greenish-pink glow? Izuku asked finally. It would have been really faint, almost to the point where you'd think it was a trick of the light. Dr. Shield looked at Melissa, who nodded. When I was watching the video, I thought it was just a lens flare. She explained. It faded pretty much as soon as she appeared. Though, so it only lasted a second or two. Why? Dr. Shield asked. Do you know what's going on? Oh, I don't have a clue. Izuku answered. But I'd like to see her, if possible. I think I might know who she is. Okiko was exhausted. She didn't think she'd ever felt this tired and gross in her entire life, but even with all that, there was still too much energy vibrating inside her, and she kept her eyes screwed shut, hoping that if she could just keep it all in, then maybe it would go away and she'd be able to fall asleep again. She really hoped that the last thing she remembered was actually a weird dream, Because if it wasn't, then she didn't know where she was on top of everything else, but if she just kept her eyes shut and pretended to be asleep, then she could just pretend she was safe in Gunhead's agency and wouldn't ever have to know the difference. A door opened and she heard a few people walk into the room before an unfamiliar voice started speaking. She seems to be suffering from quirk exhaustion, but since we're not sure what her quirk is, then there's no way of knowing whether that's from coming here or if it's from whatever she was doing before. Well, this is interesting. This voice was familiar and 𝐒𝐿𝐼's eyes shot open. The room spun as she sat up too quickly, but she was too relieved to care. Midoriya smiled at her. Hey there, Uraraka. You're not supposed to be here. 𝐒𝐿𝐼 looked at Midoriya for a long moment, then promptly burst into tears. Oh, thank goodness. Please tell you know what's going on. Midoriya gave her a sheepish smile as he sat down on the bed beside her. Not yet, but we're gonna figure it out together, okay? We can do this. 𝐒𝐿𝐼 took a deep breath and wiped her eyes. Yeah. We can do this. What do you need to know? Midoriya grabbed a notebook out of his pocket and opened it to a fresh page. Alright, so first of all, do you know where you are? Well, you're interning on I-Island, so, 𝐒𝐿𝐼 thought for a moment. Well, either I'm on I-Island somehow, or you came back early. Midoriya laughed. It's the first one. Do you know how you got here? Was there a villain involved? No. I was at Gunhead's agency, so there wasn't a villain. 𝐒𝐿𝐼 racked her brain. 1 minute I was sparring with ♯and she felt gravity shift again, but not as intensely as it had last time, and she was still in the hospital when it righted itself just in time for her to throw up again. Thankfully, the nurses had had the foresight to put a tub beside the bed, and Midoriya just tossed his notebook out of the splash zone and rubbed her back until she was finished. 𝐒𝐿𝐼 wiped her mouth. I'm sorry, that's gross. Well, you are suffering from quirk exhaustion. Midoriya reminded her. Which? Well, what else do you remember? Well, it was kinda like what happened just now. 𝐒𝐿𝐼 grimaced. I was completely fine this morning, but then I got really dizzy and all of a sudden I was someplace else. Izuku made a note of something. Any other details? What you were trying to do during the spa, what you were thinking about, etc. 𝐒𝐿𝐼 thought for a moment. I mean, in the spa, I was just trying to keep ♯from pinning me, but I was also thinking about how once internships were over, I needed to talk to Mai about. Izuku jerked back in surprise as Uraraka just disappeared into thin air. Sure, there were slight traces of some sort of light, but mostly, she simply blinked out of existence, exactly like ♯had described. It was a weird sight and he almost didn't believe his eyes, but at least now he could form some theories. Dr. Shield. He looked up from his notebook. You wouldn't happen to have any equipment for measuring gravitational fields on this island, would you? The moment 𝐿𝐼 felt gravity shift again, she tensed. Even though she'd half been expecting it this time, the bed disappearing out from under her was still a shock, and she didn't have nearly enough time to get her feet under her before she was falling ♯on the floor. Seriously? Which of you appealing babies decided to fall off the? Mai circled the table and she stopped and blinked when she saw 𝐒𝐿𝐼 on the floor, the gesture looking even more strange with the way her eyes were magnified underneath her goggles. Oh, hi gravity girl. I didn't see you come in. You're supposed to be missing, so how did you get all the way out here? 𝐒𝐿𝐼 groaned and flopped down on the floor. Yeah, that's what I'd like to know. Mai hummed. Well, as long as you're here, you may as well earn your keep. I need an extra set of hands. 𝐒𝐿𝐼 nodded and groaned as she stood up. She still felt unbearably nauseous, but she didn't feel like she was going to lose what was left of her breakfast at any moment, so that was a positive. Maybe it was because she didn't go as far this time. But, of course, that brought up the question of why she'd gone at all, and 𝐒𝐿𝐼 wasn't sure she really wanted the answer to that. Mai handed her what looked like the handle of a lightsaber. Just hold that part steady, alright? 𝐒𝐿𝐼 nodded again and let Mai do her thing. But her thoughts started to spiral again and she bit her lip nervously as she remembered the reason why she'd been thinking about Mai in the first place. Hatsune. Do you mind if I ask you something? Sure, but Hatsune's too formal. Mai tightened another screw. I thought I told you to call me Mai. 𝐒𝐿𝐼 half smiled. Yeah. Why did you choose to go into support? Mai grinned, it's fun. I get to make so many wonderful babies. 𝐒𝐿𝐵 frowned, and, is that why you want to have your own company too? I could work for somebody else and still make cool stuff. Mai stuck out her tongue in disgust. But if I'm gonna make these babies, I want everybody to know who made them. It's branding. One day, I'm gonna be famous for all these appealing babies, just you wait and see. But, 𝐒𝐿𝐵 struggled to figure out a polite way to phrase it before realizing that Mai probably didn't care. Isn't that kinda selfish? Yeah. Mai tightened something else on her device. So. 𝐒𝐿𝐵 stared at her, so. Mai cackled. A lot of people have this really stupid idea that being selfish is bad, just like they think failure is bad, but failure is how you make wonderful babies. If being selfish helps motivate me to be a better inventor, then why in the world wouldn't I do that? 𝐒𝐿𝐵 blinked a few times, feeling like the world had shifted underneath her in a way that wasn't literal. I guess I'd never thought of it like that. That's because too many people limit themselves and don't give in to the best ideas. Mai declared, tightening one final screw and taking the device from 𝐒𝐿𝐵. If something isn't helping, throw it out. And if something is helping, then make it a part of the design. 𝐒𝐿𝐵 smiled as Mai turned on her device, only to frown when nothing happened. Mai, however, just shrugged and threw the device over her shoulder. The original design was better. Back to the drawing board. 𝐒𝐿𝐵 laughed, if at first you don't succeed, then use that failure to fuel your next success. Mai returned with a wide grin. Hand me that wrench. Oh, and I'm glad you're alright, by the way. Sorry I forgot to mention that. ♯♯said you just went poof. 𝐒𝐿𝐵 groaned, I'm dunno. Before I came to talk to you, I was hoping that my Doria could. The gravity shifted again and 𝐒𝐿𝐵 had to resist the urge to scream in frustration as she found herself on a random street, somewhere. She was just so done with the whole thing. She felt emotionally and physically exhausted and she just wanted to stay still for a little while. Was that really too much to ask? At least she was finally getting used to the sensation. 𝐒𝐿𝐵 still didn't know what was going on, but she was almost certain at this point that it was one for all's fault, even if she couldn't pinpoint how. Alright, so maybe trying to push all that power down until it blew up hadn't been the best idea, because her new quirk obviously wasn't letting her repress it anymore, considering she could potentially end up halfway across the world with just a stray thought. Alright, how did I do this last time? 𝐒𝐿𝐵 grumbled. I was just thinking about my Doria and gravity shifted and 𝐒𝐿𝐵 felt a brief sense of pride until she looked around at her new location and Midoriya was nowhere to be seen. You've got to be kidding me. Izuku popped his head into the lab. Hey, kind of a weird question, but have you seen Uraraka? Mai looked up from her current project. She just popped out. Of course. Izuku groaned. Did she give any clue of where she was going? Nope. Mai shrugged, then thought for a minute. But I think she was talking about you when she disappeared. That. Alright, that makes sense. Izuku scribbled a few things down in his notebook. Her quirk must be using people to anchor her when she warps, but the only question is which people. And of course where she ended up this time. If you were her anchor point, Izuku-an, Mai pointed out, then shouldn't she be with you? You'd think so, but no. Izuku jumped up to sit on the table. Her quirk uses gravity, but that's such a widespread force that she's probably only able to approximate her target, at least right now. Mai hummed, I didn't even know she could teleport. Neither did she. Izuku shook his head in amusement. I'm still trying to figure out why, but it's like her quirk got more powerful overnight and now she's dealing with a new manifestation of it. It's really cool, but she hasn't had time to develop the ability, so she doesn't have any way to stop herself from warping. Or any way to predict where she'll end up. Mai finished. She pushed her project to the side and started grabbing more materials. Well, I can help with one of those. Dr. Shield smiled and lifted the tarp. It's been a while since I had an excuse to dust off this old baby. Melissa rolled her eyes. You realize you could take it out for a spin at any time, right? You're just old and boring. Is that the car you and All Might used during his study abroad? Izuku's eyes were wide as he dissolved into a muttering storm of facts. The technology was state-of-the-art at the time and still holds up under today's standards. The engine alone is, come on, 𝐂𝐬𝐳, you can nerd out in the car. Mai grabbed him by the collar and hauled him into the back seat. The device in her hand was only mostly finished, but Dr. Shield had been tracking the gravitational fields around the island and Uraraka's warps were becoming more frequent, so they needed to find her before she accidentally ended up in the water or something. All right, Midoriya. Your turn to navigate, Melissa said, strapping herself into the passenger seat as Dr. Shield started the car. You connected your laptop to the gravity sensors, right? Yep. Izuku said. I'm probably going to have to write a program to really track her, but for now these readings will at least tell us when she moves and get us in the general ballpark of where she is. Oh, she moved again. Head west. Okiko sighed and tried not to think of anything at all as she made her way down the streets, too tired to pay attention to the weird looks she was getting for wearing a full hospital gown in the middle of the city. At least it wasn't one of the ones that was open in the back, but honestly, at this point she didn't care. Maybe if she just didn't think she wouldn't find herself suddenly halfway across the city with no way of knowing where she'd end up. She passed a fast food place and only hesitated for a moment before muttering, "Screw it." An electronic bell chimed as she pushed open the door, and the look on the poor cashier's face when he saw her was way more funny than it had the right to be, but Okiko was too tired to laugh or even really care as she walked up to the counter. Hey, do you guys sell ginger ale? Yes. He looked her up and down, and Okiko knew she should be embarrassed, but she just found herself half wondering whether they'd turn her away for violating a no shoes, no shirt, no service policy or whether they'd just roll with it. The cashier hesitated for another moment before meeting her eyes again. I'm assuming you don't have any money with you. She warped again. Izuku yelled. Ooh, she's closer this time. Where to next, then? Dr. Shield stopped the car, ready to double back if they needed to. Where is she? Izuku looked at the screen and his eyes widened. She's 2 streets over. Great. We can cut through that alley. Mai grabbed his hand and Izuku had just enough presence of mind to set down his laptop before she was pulling him from the car and running toward the alley. Wait. Melissa called. Shouldn't we? Sorry, we'll meet you there. Izuku yelled back. It was only a few seconds before they were running out onto the next street, which was more crowded than the one they'd just come from. Excuse me. Has anyone seen a girl in a hospital gown? Okiko sipped on her soda and took a few deep breaths as she ignored the stares of the other patrons. She wasn't nearly as nauseous as she'd been when she'd first gotten to Island, and she could feel herself steadily regaining energy, especially with the way that One for All was buzzing just underneath her skin, but she still wasn't used to it. It would have been nice if One for All came with an off SWCH, because the way things were going, she would be having to shower in a bathing suit for the foreseeable future. She slumped further down in the hard plastic seat and took another sip, only partially sitting up when she heard the bell on the door chime. Hey Gravity Girl. Mai grinned as she bounced up to her table. Happy birthday. But it's not my birthday. She stared at Mai in shocked confusion as she grabbed Okiko's arm and fastened something around her wrist. Nope. Mai confirmed. But I got you something. That's a tracking bracelet. I'll make you a better one when we get back, but this little baby will keep us from having to chase you down again. We'll be able to see where you are even if you accidentally warp yourself to America. Okiko shuddered. Oh God, I hope that doesn't happen. Unfortunately, it's a possibility. Izuku ran up to them, hands on his knees as he caught his breath. But this way, even if it does, we'll be able to find you. Okay, yeah. That'll be nice. Okiko nodded gratefully. Thanks, Mai. Now come on. We gotta get back to the lab so I can get back to work on my babies. Mai said. And not that the hospital gown isn't a statement piece, but we should get you some actual clothes. Come on, let's get going. Okiko stood and stretched. Yes, please and thank you. The 2 gremlins led her outside, where a red sports car was waiting to pick her up. She recognized the driver from her unfortunate arrival and he smiled when she slid into the backseat. You must be Okiko Uraraka. It's nice to officially meet you. I'm Dr. David Shield and this is my daughter Melissa. 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 grimaced, sorry about. You know. No, don't worry about it. Dr. Shield laughed. Honestly, now that we know you're not a security threat and we've figured out how you got in, it's more entertaining than anything else. Freaked us out a bit at first, but we're good. Well, I'm glad someone found it entertaining. 𝐒𝐭𝐴 grumbled. I honestly wasn't expecting to learn how to teleport when I woke up this morning. I know. Everyone back in Japan was really, Izuku's eyes widened. Wait, did you ever tell anyone we found her? Mai frowned. No, I think I assumed you told them and then I was too focused on the tracking bracelet to think about anything else. I believe that our people were focused on making sure our security was up to date and incorporating a warning for gravitational shifts. Dr. Shield scowled. How did we forget that? Didn't you ever call them, Midoriya? Melissa asked. Izuku groaned and put his head in his hands. No, I was busy trying to figure out the quirk science of how she was even warping. Everyone's probably still freaking out. Mai shrugged and grabbed her phone. Well, better late than never. 𝐿𝐴𝐷 wasn't doing well. All the teachers had been called in and some of the more adept reporters were starting to realize that something was wrong. Uraraka's parents had been contacted and were with a police SCRT, but there wasn't a whole lot they could tell them. Their daughter had been missing for over 4 hours now and they still hadn't found a single lead. All Might and Tsukochi were all gathered in Nedzu's office, grimly combing through what meager evidence they could find as they came to terms with the fact that they had failed as teachers and as heroes. His phone rang and he took one look at 𝐴 ID before picking up. Hatsune, please tell me you're safe. I really don't have the time or energy to deal with two. Oh, I know. Mai interrupted. I thought you might want to know that we found your missing student. 𝐿𝐴𝐷 immediately sat up straight. You found Uraraka. How did you even? Never mind, I'm putting you on speaker. Where is she? Mai cackled. She's sitting right next to me. Say hi, gravity girl. Uraraka's voice sounded tired, but she was there. Hi, sensei. Sorry for worrying you. Nedzu came closer to 𝐴𝐷's phone. Never mind that, young lady. Are you alright? I'm tired and overused my quirk, but I'm already getting my energy back. Uraraka's voice echoed with a kind of forced cheerfulness. Don't worry, I'm gonna be fine. I'm glad to hear it. Nedzu said. Although, if you are with young Midoriya and Hatsune, then, yeah, that means she's here on Island. Midoriya said. It's complicated. It took us a few hours to even realize she was here, but we're working on it. I'm assuming that ♯was the one that told you she was missing. 𝐿𝐴𝐷 asked tiredly. I would probably lecture him about confidentiality, but I guess it's a good thing you were aware she was missing. Oh, I'd almost forgotten about ♯. Uraraka fretted. His probably so. 𝐿𝐴𝐷 looked at the receiver in confusion as there was a brief shout and then he heard the phone drop and the audio became slightly muffled as Midoriya started speaking. Uraraka, focus on me, okay? Don't think about ♯ or anyone else, just focus on me and Mai and where we are right. And she's gone. Mai. Already on it. There was the sound of shuffling as the phone was picked up and 𝐿𝐴𝐷 looked at the others in confusion and worry. What did Midoriya mean she's gone? Sorry, I really didn't think she had enough energy for that already. Midoriya said finally. But, good news, Uraraka's back in Japan and will send ♯ her location so he can pick her up. She's back in Japan. All Might stuttered. Young Midoriya, that's at least a 5-hour journey. Midoriya sighed, not really. Do you want the short explanation or the long one? Nedzu took the phone. I believe any explanation will do at the moment. Midoriya, thank you. That made Midoriya chuckle. I guess that's true. Well, basically, I guess I should start by saying that Uraraka does not have a gravity cancellation quirk like we thought. Her quirk, which I think got a lot stronger recently for some reason, is actually some sort of gravity manipulation and, since according to the theory of relativity gravity is basically just bends in spacetime, then, well, Uraraka can use gravity manipulation to warp. Mai finished. She uses people as her anchors, most likely people that she's already used her quirk on. Midoriya interrupted. Otherwise she would have teleported to you, Eraserhead. Yeah, that. Mai agreed. But she can't control it yet, which is why we fitted her with a tracker. She's across town from Gunhead's agency, and I'm sending her location to 𝐭. Now. She'll probably be a little worse for wear when he finds her. Midoriya added. The warp here knocked her out for over 2 hours. Let us know if you have any questions. Good luck. Mai hung up, leaving a room full of shocked adults to process whatever that had been. Well, All Might cleared his throat awkwardly. At least it wasn't villains. From Kidnapper number 1 we found Gravity Girl. Location ping, let us know when she disappears again. Call you with more info tonight. Hitoshi stared at his phone in a mix of shock and relief. He really shouldn't be surprised that his kidnappers had managed to find his kidnapped friend, but it was still impressive that they'd found her in a matter of hours. Also, should he be concerned that they seemed to fully be expecting her to disappear again? He shook his head and knocked on the door to Gunhead's office before pushing it open. I just got a location for Uraraka, I'm going to go pick her up. Gunhead almost dropped his coffee. You found her? I didn't find her. My kidnappers did. Hitoshi shrugged. Sorry, my friends in the support course. They tracked her down somehow. The important thing is that I know where she is and I'm going to go get her. I just wanted to let you know. Right. Gunhead set his coffee down and stood up. Let's go. Mineta had actually finished the chores Mount Lady had told him to do hours ago, but she was too absorbed in checking her social media to notice that. She was a new hero, and notoriously obsessed with her image, so it wasn't a hard choice when he needed to find someone to drool over that would still allow him time to keep tabs on all his other classmates. He hadn't been expecting all that much to happen this week, honestly, except that Ida was most likely going to try to go off the rails, which Sensei would be delighted about if the hero he was interning under couldn't stop him in time, but today had been busier than expected. There was a distinct lack of UA in the media this morning, which meant that they were actively trying to stay out of it, which meant that they were hiding something. He hadn't been able to dig up what exactly it was yet, but he'd sent out a few feelers to the rest of his classmates, just asking them how they were doing. None of the girls had responded, which was irritating, but understandable considering his cover, and 𝐭 was the only guy to leave him on red, which meant that he was either involved in whatever they were trying to cover up, or he was just too close to the girls, either one. If the news didn't break, he'd look into it more tomorrow. His main interest at the moment was I-Island. The notification that they had gone into lockdown this morning didn't seem like major news for Japan, but Sensei had asked him to keep an eye on the support course, and it was odd enough that 2 of the first years had been asked to intern there. Add an island-wide lockdown to that and it was exactly the type of thing Sensei would want to know about. Maybe if they were lucky, those 2 had actually caused the lockdown and there might be some chance for recruitment. Maybe they could even help the League find this cheat code know-it-all who kept breathing down their necks. Grape juice. Mount Lady called. Can you be a babe and get me another soda from the fridge? I'll love you forever. Anything for you, gorgeous. Mineta read one final notification before putting away his phone and made a note to pass it along in his report. At I-Island official, sorry for any panic this morning's lockdown might have caused. Our experts have determined that a quirk accident was at fault for this morning's apparent security breach. The situation has been resolved and our security system has been updated to prevent a repeat of this morning's false alarm. No sensitive information was compromised. 𝐿𝐴𝐷 walked a few steps behind 𝐻𝐴𝐷, not really sure what he was supposed to be doing at the moment. With Endeavor, he was supposed to be learning from the best and projecting as much don't talk to me energy as he could, but did other heroes try to seem more likable to the media? Was he supposed to be looking for villains or would that count as getting in the way? I can hear you thinking from here. 𝐻𝐴𝐷 said. Oh, sorry. 𝐿𝐴𝐷 said quickly. I'll stop. 𝐻𝐴𝐷 stopped and looked at him strangely. Stop. Why would I ask you to stop thinking? Intelligence is an essential part of being a hero. I just wanted to know what was on your mind. Sorry. 𝐿𝐴𝐷 apologized again. I suppose I was just wondering what the purpose of this patrol is. Aren't you mostly a nocturnal hero? 𝐻𝐴𝐷 gave him an appraising look. Yes, I am. But why do you think I would patrol during the day? To catch criminals in the act. 𝐿𝐿 said. And to be visible to the media. 𝐒𝐻𝐿 paused thoughtfully for a moment. The media, yes, partially. The criminals, not so much. Most of my takedowns, like you said, are at night, so I'm content to leave everyday purse snatchers to lesser heroes, but the main reason I routinely patrol during the day is for the people. Yes. 𝐿𝐿 nodded. To protect them. 𝐒𝐻𝐿 looked ahead. That's part of it, but it's actually not what I was referring to. 𝐿𝐿, do you know why people become villains? 𝐿𝐿 got the idea that this was like one of Aizawa's logical ruses, but didn't know what the trick was, because they put their own desires over what's good. Sometimes. 𝐻𝐿 nodded. Or they simply don't trust that the law is good. A lot of people struggle in this world, and if a hero is out and about during the day, they know that someone is there to save them if ever they need it. We can't save everyone, unfortunately, but even just being visible can keep some from falling into despair and taking matters into their own hands. So a hero's job isn't just to protect the defenseless from villains. 𝐿𝐿 frowned. Interesting. 𝐻𝐿 didn't seem like he was expecting anything else from the conversation, so 𝐿𝐿 followed along in silence for a few more minutes. He paid attention to how people looked at them. If he was with Endeavor, he'd be getting both awed and terrified looks, and maybe a few angry, which didn't seem like it would help bring people hope like 𝐻𝐿 was describing. The civilians they passed didn't look at 𝐻𝐿 with as much obvious admiration as they did Endeavor, but it almost seemed like they trusted him, which was hard to wrap his head around. 𝐿𝐿 heard a familiar yowl and turned to see 𝐿𝐵 weaving in and out of people's legs as she rushed toward him. 𝐿𝐿 couldn't be bothered to hold back a smile as he crouched down. Seeing a hero student petting a cat on patrol would be reassuring, right? It would piss off his father at the very least. Oh wonderful, it's the devil cat. 𝐻𝐿 muttered. Careful. She may look cute, but don't get too close. 𝐻𝐿 trailed off as 𝐿𝐵 butted up against 𝐿𝐿's hand and made him scratch her between the ears. She always went for his left side first, which 𝐿𝐿 thought was hilarious. His father spent so much effort and planning to get a child with the perfect dual quirk, and he used it to attract cats. It was beautifully ironic. Devil cat. Yeah, that describes her pretty well. 𝐿𝐿 said fondly, the corner of his mouth twitching slightly as she purred and headbutted him again. 𝐿𝐵 can be pretty mean when she doesn't get her way. When 𝐻𝐿 didn't respond, 𝐿𝐿 looked up to see him staring at them in shock. Did she really let you name her? 𝐿𝐿 shrugged and stood up. Is that weird? 𝐻𝐿 shook his head in disbelief. You realize that every hero that patrols near here has tried to pet that cat, right? She scratched at every single one. Anytime anyone tries to give her a name, even some of the shop owners that feed her, she hisses and refuses to respond to it. That's why we call her the devil cat. She's way more likely to attack you than let her pet you. He started walking and 𝐿𝐿 followed behind. 𝐵 ran alongside them, hopping up onto a nearby fence. Maybe she wasn't in the mood to be pet. From what I've seen, she has ways of getting whatever she wants. No, 𝐵, not. Okay. 𝐵 had launched herself off the fence and onto 𝐿�'s shoulder and almost immediately settled in and started grooming him. He reached to grab her and make her go back to the ground, but she simply swatted at him with a hiss and kept working. 𝐿� pouted and felt his face heat up as he turned to 𝐻𝐿 and gave a small bow. Careful not to knock 𝐵 loose. My apologies, sir, but I'm afraid that she never lets me stop her when she gets like this, so unfortunately, this predicament might last a while. I understand that patrolling with a stray cat on my shoulder is highly unprofessional, so if you would like me to return to the agency until the situation is resolved, He trailed off and straightened up as he realized that 𝐻𝐿 was laughing at him. Sure, it wasn't loud, but his shoulders were shaking and his eyes were starting to tear up as he held a hand over his mouth. This makes much more sense. What? 𝐿� absent-mindedly reached up to pet 𝐵, who purred and flicked him with her tail. I had thought you managed to tame her. 𝐻𝐿 chuckled. But nope. I guess it's just a rule of the universe that the devil cat can't be tamed. I wasn't trying to tame her. 𝐿� insisted. I was just sitting down once and she came and sat on my lap because I have a fire quirk and it makes me warm. Burnin has a fire quirk too, and she's never been able to get close to the little devil. Even with his mask, 𝐲𝐸 could tell that 𝐻𝐸 was smiling. Nope, I can't believe that. What did you call her? 𝐸. I'm pretty sure she thinks you're her kitten. What? 𝐲𝐸 blinked. I'm sorry, but you're mistaken. I'm much larger than a kitten. 𝐻𝐸 rolled his eyes. Yes, I'm aware of that. But adoption is pretty common in cats, actually, and they'll even adopt babies from other species if the real parents aren't around. To her, she may not have given 𝐵𝐻 to you, but she's acting like she just woke up one day and decided to be your mother. So I'm sorry to break it to you, 𝐲𝐸, but you're adopted. 𝐲𝐸 huffed softly. Well, 𝐸 just needs to give me a good scratch and I'll have scars from both my moms. 𝐻𝐸 frowned. What was that? Sorry, you were muttering and I didn't quite catch it. Oh, nothing. 𝐲𝐸 shook his head. Wait a minute. Are those people taking pictures? 𝐻𝐸 chuckled again. Are you kidding? Kid, this is why we go on patrol. You're going to be trending by the time school lets out. Oh. 𝐲𝐸 took a deep breath and 𝐸's presence on his shoulder was oddly steadying considering that this was all her fault. Okay. That's a good thing, right? Yes. 𝐻𝐸 shook his head in amusement. Yes, 𝐲𝐸. That's a very good thing. Hitoshi looked down at his phone again, then up at the park. Well, according to Izuku and Mai, she should be somewhere around here, hopefully. They did warn me that she might disappear again though, so I guess I could text and ask if they know anything. Gunhead nodded. Yes, that would probably be best. Hitoshi was halfway through a text when a yell from the playground caught his attention. No. Get away from there. You don't know what kinds of diseases that thing has. A little girl was trying to tug Herschel free as her mother pulled her away. It's not a thing, it's a person. What if they need to go to the hospital? She caught sight of Hitoshi and Gunhead and immediately started waving them over with her whole arm. Are you guys heroes? We need your help. They shared a glance before Gunhead put on a happier voice and bounced over. Of course. We can't stay long, we're looking for someone you see, but I'm sure we can get someone to help out with whatever the issue is. It's not an issue. The mother groaned. It's just a drunk who decided that the playground was a good place to sleep after a mid-morning bender. I looked up from my phone and there she was, a raggedy thing puking in the trash can before crawling in the tunnel and passing out. Disgusting. I mean, she wasn't even wearing any shoes. I don't want my daughter being around those kinds of influences, I'm sure you understand. She was puking. ♯ blinked. Where did you say she went? Over there in the play tunnel. The little girl slipped out of her mom's grip and grabbed Hitoshi's hand. Here. I'll take you to her. AIA. Get back here right this instant. A didn't listen as she dragged Hitoshi to the playground and tugged him to the ground outside the tunnel. Look. There. Can you help her? I am so sorry. A's mother grabbed her by the shoulder as Hitoshi knelt down to look inside the tunnel. You need to apologize to the heroes. You can't just go grabbing them, they have important things to do. But, Mom. AIA started to protest, but stopped when she saw Hitoshi's face. Mr. Hero. What is it? What's wrong? Nothing. Hitoshi tried to smile reassuringly, but he had a feeling it fell flat. I just need to yell at my friends to make sure they give me all the information next time they send me to find someone. Gunhead. Over here. I found her. The sunset was appealing and Kurogiri wished he could pay it the attention it deserved, but young Tomura was enjoying the view for a very different reason. He grinned as he scratched at his neck, the 3 Nomu that sensei had given him standing dead-eyed and at the ready, waiting for their orders. Even if he should be used to it by now, it was still creepy enough to send a shiver down Kurogiri's spine. I'll show him. Shigaraki grinned. Let's see who's in the news tomorrow, hero killer. Izuku frowned as he looked at his notes from the morning. I really don't think I want to do any of these ideas. I know. Mai scribbled something frantically and tore a page out of her sketchbook, crumpling it and tossing it over her shoulder as she started jotting things down again. Gravity Girl's new quirk is giving me so many good ideas. It's not a new quirk. Izuku rolled his eyes. Actually, it does kind of act like one, doesn't it? I wonder. Melissa giggled as she watched them both bury themselves in their notes. You can still change your mind, you know. Normally you would have already picked your projects, but today obviously wasn't normal. Besides, since Dad wasn't around this morning, you pretty much have until he comes back to really make your decisions. What do you have in mind? Well, my first thought is to find a way to stop Uraraka from teleporting with a support item or something. Izuku said, grabbing his laptop. But I don't think that will be very practical, and repressing a quirk can often make it more difficult to control, so it'll be best to just throw that out the window. Melissa said. I mean, I wouldn't know, but that makes sense. I wonder if you could make something like training wheels, to help her learn to control her quirk. I like the way you think, lab assistant. Mai grinned and wrote a few things down, then groaned. But there's a lot of mistakes and explosions between now and being able to use technology to impact gravity. We need to grow a few more giants before we can stand on their shoulders. Izuku thought for a moment. I mean, I know you already gave her the bracelet, Mai-chan, but I could always perfect this program for tracking her warps. That's an idea. It could help her find patterns in where she usually ends up and help her warp more accurately. Melissa nodded encouragingly. And didn't you try to use it to predict that she was about to disappear in the car? Izuku's eyes widened. Oh yeah. I mean, the program is just tracking her gravity fluctuations and everything starts going wonky before she teleports, so if I get it running fast enough, Melissa grinned as she finished his thought, then she could potentially have enough warning to stop unintentional warps. You'd need a good alarm system. Mai said. Sure, you could always do an app, but that's no fun. And what if she doesn't have her phone? It would need to be small, portable, and she trailed off as her eye caught on Melissa, who started fidgeting as the seconds dragged on. Mai. Is something wrong? Is there something on my face or something? Mai's face slowly morphed into a terrifying grin. Your earrings. My earrings. Melissa took a step back. Izuku gasped. That's brilliant, Mai-chan. Melissa. You invented those to counteract panic attacks, right? How do they work? Melissa stopped and she slowly started smiling as well as she caught up to what they were thinking. They track a person's vital signs so they can send an alert when their heart rate or breathing goes too high. I've been brainstorming different options, but it shouldn't be that hard to just make them beep when the activation requirements are met. Good. Izuku opened up his tracking program. I can debug this program and focus on giving Uraraka as much warning as possible before she warps, and Mai-chan can figure out how to make gravity sensors fit inside a pair of earrings. Mai's eyes zoomed in anticipation and she made grabby hands to tell Melissa to hand over the jewelry. Oh, this baby is gonna be so much fun. Melissa giggled as she took out her earrings and handed one to each of them. You guys really are a power couple, aren't you? Izuku fumbled the earring and almost dropped it as he blushed a bright red. Power couple. We're not dating or anything. Mai's just my best friend, and I mean, I know we spend a lot of time together and everything, but that doesn't mean. Yeah, I just use Izuku to help me make babies. Mai said distractedly, eyes already moving rapidly to visually dissect every tiny detail of the earring on the table in front of her. Lab assistant, get your dad already. I need to take a look at your gravity sensors. Hitoshi had half dozed off by the time Uraraka groaned and blinked her eyes open. Ew, I feel like I just puked a Skittles factory. Hitoshi flinched awake and he almost fell out of his chair, but after half a second, he breathed a sigh of relief as he double-checked that Uraraka was here. She was safe on Gunhead's couch. She was fine. He chuckled and shook his head. Yeah, well, for all I know, you did. What happened? Izuku and Mai didn't give me any details on what happened, they just told me where to find you. We were all so worried about you. Uraraka played with a bracelet on her wrist that Hitoshi didn't recognize. Sorry, I didn't mean to scare you, Shindig, I just was stupid and thought I could just push it down, but then I lost control and… yeah, somehow I ended up on Island. Hitoshi blinked. Can you maybe run that by me again? Uraraka sighed. I accidentally bent space-time, teleported to Island. Yeah, it's about as crazy as it sounds. Whoa! Hitoshi took a second to process that. That's one hell of a quirk evolution, I guess. That made Uraraka snort and she shook her head as she sat up. Yeah. It's great. And what's even better is that I can't stay put because I can't control it yet. It's a real joy. Hitoshi chuckled and ran a hand through his hair. So that's why you disappeared. And why I'll probably disappear again. Uraraka nodded and slumped back against the armrest. I feel like I'm turning into you. I'm just exhausted. He gave her a small smile. Are you sure you want to add a terrible sleep schedule to everything you've got going on? No. Uraraka rubbed her eyes. How about this, Shindig? You keep your sleep issues and I keep my disappearing act. Deal. She held out her hand for a fist bump and Hitoshi returned it. Deal. Also, where did the Shindig nickname come from? It's not bad, it's just. Why? Uraraka chuckled. It's dumb. I just wanted payback after you confused the hell out of everyone with your quirk activation requirements at the sports festival and thought a dumb nickname would be a fun way to confuse you back. She frowned. Not that I haven't done a bang-up job of that already. Yeah, you definitely threw me for a loop, but whatever. Hitoshi shrugged. Am I supposed to have a nickname for you? I mean, you have one for me and I did just pull you out of a play tunnel an hour ago, so. Uraraka blushed and buried her face in her hands. Don't remind me. That's so embarrassing. Those kids probably thought I was crazy or something. Drunk, actually. Hitoshi pointed out helpfully. So, what nickname do you want? Uraraka groaned. By the time Izuku and Mai called, Okiko was feeling a little more like herself. She hadn't teleported at all since getting back to Japan, but she had a sneaking suspicion that she probably would have if she wasn't so exhausted from 2 long jumps and all the little ones she'd made while on Island. She'd had the weird world-tilty feeling a few times, whenever she thought about Mai or Izuku or really any one of her friends that wasn't in the room with her, but she hadn't gone anywhere, so for now, she figured that as long as she stayed close to Shinso, there wasn't much risk of her ending up somewhere she wasn't intending to be. That might change in a couple of hours, depending on how much One for All hated her at the moment, but that was a tomorrow problem. Shinso's phone rang just as everyone was finishing up dinner and he took one look at the caller ID and picked up. Hey Izuku, how are you? Next time you send me a cryptic location, could you add a few details? Okiko giggled as she imagined Izuku panicking on the other end of the phone, but she stopped when Gunhead came up behind her and put a hand on her shoulder. Alright you two, let's take this to my office. Her heart sank and even though she knew she probably wasn't, she couldn't shake the feeling that she was in trouble. She had messed up. Maybe if she had just tried to use One for All earlier or if she'd realized her quirk was gravity manipulation or if she had better self-control then she wouldn't have made everyone panic by disappearing out of the blue like that. It was her fault that everyone had thought she'd been kidnapped or something, despite that she had no control over it. More accurately, it was her fault because she had no control over it. She dragged her feet as Gunhead closed the door behind them. Alright, put it on speaker. I'm your hero mentor and in order to help you, I need to know what's going on too. Is that alright? Shinso raised an eyebrow at Okiko, who took a deep breath before nodding resolutely. Gunhead was here to teach her and help her. She'd already learned a lot, even though she'd only really had a couple of hours to spar with him yesterday and today had been, well, today, so she just had to trust that he wouldn't judge her too harshly for losing control of her quirk. Shinso shrugged and pressed the button. All right, almighty kidnappers, care to explain what in the world is going on? I mean, Uraraka should have explained part of it already. Izuku said. I explained what I know. Okiko interrupted. But that isn't really that much. I mean, I get that I'm warping space-time and it seems to be related to people, but, that's pretty much all I know. Gunhead took the phone from Shinso and set it on the desk. What we really need to know is what's causing her to teleport and what we can do to help her control it. These kids seem to think you know what you're talking about, so do you have any advice? Can you tell me how to stop? Okiko added desperately. It would be really nice to be able to just turn it off. Unfortunately, that's not really gonna be an option. Izuku said sheepishly. Until you get enough practice and learn how to control it, you're probably going to instinctively teleport to any anchor that pops into your head. Anchor? Shinso said. Those are people, right? Yep. Izuku sounded excited. So, I've been thinking about it and I'm pretty sure how it works now. Uraraka, when you use your quirk on someone, you don't just cancel their gravity, you basically change it somehow. We're gonna have to run a few more tests with that part. But that means that your quirk basically becomes familiar with the way gravity naturally affects them, and you can use that unique gravity signature as an anchor to warp to them. With training, you might even be able to use objects, but that will probably be a lot more difficult, since people are more distinct in weight, body shape, muscle distribution. Shinso rolled his eyes. So what you're saying is that once she's cancelled a person's gravity once, she can find them forever. Pretty much. Mai jumped in. Well, unless they go on a diet or get fat or something. Yeah. Izuku agreed. A bit of fluctuation shouldn't affect things, but if their gravity signature changes too much, then you'll probably have to use your quirk on them again to refamiliarize yourself. Okay. Okiko sighed. So basically, anyone who I've ever activated my quirk on could be receiving a surprise visit from me at any time. For right now, yeah, sorry. Izuku said. But we're gonna help. Mai said. Izuku-an has this really cool program that he's rewriting to help predict your jumps. And I'm gonna make you some super awesome earrings that'll warn you when you're about to go poof. We're going to hopefully have them ready by the end of internship week. Izuku added. For now, it's clunky, but I can send Hitoshi an app that'll do basically what the earrings are supposed to do, and if it's a bad time and you don't want to warp, he can brainwash you and order you to stay. Will that actually work? Shinso asked skeptically. No idea. Mai answered. Now come on, Izuku-an. Dr. Shield's almost here with the circuit boards and I wanted to have the prototypes ready with the… Okiko ended the call and sighed as she headed toward the door. It's gonna be a long week, isn't it? Sure is. Shinso agreed. I'd offer to brainwash you the whole time, but not quite there yet. It's fine. Okiko said. I need to learn eventually, right? And you're gonna do great. Gunhead said. This is what internships are for. Learning new skills and doing hard things. And you know what? You have me and Shinso and all the other interns here to help you out, all right. Okiko gave a small smile in spite of everything. Yeah. Let's do it. They walked back into the common room where all the other interns were hanging out only to see them all crowded around the TV and watching the news tensely. Gunhead immediately took charge. What's going on? There's an attack in Hosu. One of them answered. There's, like, these monster things attacking everything and tearing things up. Monsters. Okiko got closer to the screen and gasped. That's a Nomyu. What the hell is a Nomyu doing in Hosu? So it's the League. Shinso frowned. That's not good. I mean, obviously, but nobody hears from Hosu, are they? Everyone shook their heads and Okiko frowned. I mean, wasn't that where Ingenium was? Wait, Ida's in turn. Shinso shouted her name, but she couldn't really focus on him with the way the world was shifting. After a moment, things stopped spinning and she swallowed a wave of nausea as she looked around. Okay, I'm still here. I guess quirk exhaustion has its perks, heh. Shinso glared at her. Seriously? You freaked me out. I thought you were gonna just pop right into the middle of an attack and pass out again. Yeah. Okiko chuckled. That wouldn't have been fun. Passing out sounds like a really good idea though. I think I'm gonna go do that. Xiaotou followed behind Edgeshot, stomping the street to create another ice slide as the chaos finally wound down. His father would probably be obsessed that he'd been relegated to rescue work the whole time, but Edgeshot didn't make it feel like a punishment or a second tier of heroism at all. He just gave Xiaotou permission to use his quirk, then went and saved as many people as they could, simple as that. No explanation. No complaining. Just rescuing any civilians who had been unlucky enough to be in the upper stories of the surrounding buildings when the Nomyu attacked. It was odd. Xiaotou was starting to shiver at this point, but Edgeshot had been told that the monsters had all been captured, so it wouldn't be too much longer until he'd be able to get back to the agency and warm up. He just had to push through it until then and he'd be fine. He could do this. The building they were currently working with was close to collapsing, but Xiaotou held his slide steady as Edgeshot herded all the people onto it. He gave the signal for all clear and 𝐿𝐼 had to hold back a sigh of relief as he stopped producing ice. Just a little longer. He heard a cat scream behind him and whirled around to see 𝐿𝐼 standing far too close to the ruined building to be safe. "What are you doing, you stupid cat? Get away from there. The building's coming down." 𝐿𝐼 just screamed at him again and took a few steps into the alley she'd come from, which unfortunately meant she was even closer to the building. 𝐿𝐼 felt like the panic was starting to choke him as he gestured wildly for her to come closer. "Come on. 𝐿𝐼. Don't. No." He heard a crack and his eyes widened as the building started falling, a piece of the wall breaking off and hurtling down right toward the alley 𝐿𝐼 was standing in, still screaming at him with no idea of the amount of danger she was in. 𝐿𝐼 didn't have time to think. He rushed forward, ignoring his father's voice in his head saying that love was weakness and that he was risking his future as the ultimate masterpiece. No, his only thought was that he couldn't let an angry orange street cat die. He dove toward 𝐿𝐼, wrapping himself around her and creating an ice dome around both of them seconds before the wall slammed down on top of them. The ice creaked ominously, cracking along one side, but ultimately held firm. 𝐿𝐼 didn't uncurl as he desperately scratched behind 𝐿𝐼's ear. "What were you thinking? You can't leave me like she did. I won't let you." 𝐿𝐼 was shivering in his arms and 𝐿𝐼 realized with a start that he was hurting her. He had been creating ice for hours. He knew he was basically a human glacier at this point, and yet, here he was, holding himself right up against her as her hisses and meows grew a little weaker. He hesitated. He'd vowed to never use his father's side in battle, and even if this was just a rescue, it was still undeniably a battle. But 𝐿𝐼 gave another violent shiver and 𝐿𝐼's face hardened in determination. His left side was his father's side, but if it meant saving this stupid cat, he'd just have to steal it back. It wasn't his father's side, not anymore. It was his, and he wasn't about to let that flame-bearded bestiary hurt anyone else he cared about ever again. He activated his fire side, careful not to warm up too quickly so he didn't burn her, and she'd barely stopped shivering when 𝐻𝐼 squeezed his way through one of the cracks. "That was reckless, kid, but it looks like you got it done. Good job." 𝐿𝐼 uncurled himself slightly as 𝐿𝐼 started hissing again and scratching to be let down. "I don't know what's gotten into her. She just wouldn't come." 𝐻𝐼 frowned and looked at her. "Cats are smarter than we give them credit for, that one in particular. I'm pretty sure she wants you to follow her." 𝐿𝐼 looked down at the cat in his arms, who was still fighting to leave, and nodded as he let her go. "Okay. Lead the way." 𝐿𝐼 scratched at the cold wall of ice that her kitten had made and hissed at him to go faster. She didn't know why he was so cold today when he was normally so warm, but they didn't have time for that. His littermate was in trouble. She'd been trying to avoid the chaos, she really had. A cat didn't survive on the streets as long as she had if they were stupid enough to run toward every fight they saw, but when she'd been looking for a quiet corner to lay low, she'd caught a scent. It was familiar, at least a little, and she recognized it as one of the scents that always clung to him when he visited her from the other kittens he spent his days with. His littermates. But the other kitten was in trouble and 𝐻𝐼 couldn't do anything against an attacker with such big claws. Her kitten was strong though, even though he didn't think so, and it was her responsibility to make sure her kitten was socialized correctly and knew how to treat and protect his littermates. She had to get him. She'd been so focused that she'd almost put herself in danger too, but her kitten had saved her and even warmed himself up in the process, which in any other situation would have made her purr with happiness. But today, she needed to take care of him and he needed to take care of that other poor kitten. Her kitten melted a hole in the ice large enough for both of them to crawl through and 𝐻𝐼 immediately shot off like a rocket, weaving through the familiar alleys and only stopping occasionally to let her kitten and his babysitter catch up. Almost there. When she reached the alley, the attacker was already gone and the scent of BLD made her hiss and crinkle her nose, screaming for her kitten as she pawed at his littermate. He was still warm, still alive for now, but if her kitten didn't help him soon. She turned to look at her kitten as he pounded into the alley, skidding to a stop and gasping as she urged him to stop gawking and just hurry already. He just kept staring though, and a soft whisper escaped him as he stood rooted to the cement. "Ida." Thankfully, her kitten's babysitter wasn't more than a few seconds behind and he was at least a little calmer than her poor stressed-out kitten, grabbing at his ear and speaking to someone that she couldn't see, paramedics. This is Ed Shot. I need 2 ambulances to my location, priority 1. 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 had never been so grateful to be tired. Apparently, the trip to Island and back had burned through all the energy from her week of repressing One for All, so it was taking her longer to recover than it had when she'd first started teleporting, which she would normally have found really frustrating, but right now, she was just relieved. If she was tired, then that limited how far she could warp, and it seemed like the only person who was in that radius at the moment was 𝐴𝐴, so the farthest she'd ended up in the past day was a block from the agency. It was a nice change of pace. Being grounded also meant that she could actually focus on the quirkless sparring techniques that Gunhead was teaching them. They were fun, but she could also see how they were going to be useful in their fights. Her match against Bakugo would have been so much easier with skills like that under her belt. They just finished the last spar of the day when Gunhead clapped his hands to get their attention. All right everybody. We're gonna do something a little different for our cooldown today. We're gonna play a game of hide and seek with our very own 𝐬𝐬𝐬. 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 blinked in confusion as everyone turned to look at her. What? Hide and go seek? Gunhead repeated, grinning. You use your quirk on all of us so you can use everyone as anchors. Then we'll all spread out throughout the agency and you try to get as close to your target as possible. It'll be a nice way for the boys to wind down after a long day of training, and it'll be great quirk training for you, so it's a win-win. Plus it's fun. I mean, he has a point. 𝐴𝐴 said. You'll be able to focus on accuracy without exhausting yourself or throwing up again, since the jumps will be pretty short. That's a good point. 𝐒𝐭𝐴 said thoughtfully, it's not gonna help me stay put through, is it? No. Gunhead grimaced apologetically. But at your current energy level, it looks like you're confined to the city, right? So we don't have to worry about you going too far away. Only until she gets her energy back up. 𝐴𝐴 pointed out. Then it's off to wherever the whims of fate take her. Well, then your goal is to control fate, so then at least you'll know where you're going. Gunhead gave them a big thumbs up. I believe in you. Well, you already control gravity. 𝐴𝐴 shrugged. So why not? Shouldn't be too hard. 𝐒𝐭𝐴 clenched her fists in determination. All right. Let's do this. Izuku sighed. No, Mai-chan, you can't make Uraraka get gauges. But it'd be so much easier to fit the tech. Mai groaned. No, it's okay. I'm Mai Hatsune. I can do this. Yeah, gauges might not fit her marketing image very well. Melissa agreed. But we've already managed to make the sensing tech almost 3 times smaller, so we're making progress. Mai glared at her. That's not that special when the original tech is the size of a room. Mai, just go explode something already. Izuku said, turning back to his computer. You'll feel better, I promise. All right, fine. Mai scooped an armful of suspicious items off the table and stomped off to one of the testing rooms, which started giving off muffled booms within seconds of her going in. She was always such a fast worker. It's cute how you always seem to know what she needs. Melissa gave him a sly smile. I wish I had a boyfriend like that. Izuku almost deleted an entire paragraph of code as he jumped and almost slammed his hands into the keyboard. I already told you. We're not dating or anything. We're just good friends. Melissa laughed. I'm just messing with you, Midoriya, don't worry. But still, the relationship that you two do have, even if it's just friendship, just seems so special. We inventors can be intimidating sometimes, so having someone around who can encourage our weirdness and give us permission to go make things explode sometimes. It's rare, but it can make all the difference in the world to us, especially when projects get frustrating. I just think it's sweet that you're willing to be that person for her. Izuku shrugged and got back to work. It's not that special. I mean, it's no more than what she does for me. People can find my analysis creepy. But Mai-chan just thinks it's cool, and she's really one of the only people I've ever met that really support me and thinks I can do anything, so honestly, I'm just returning the favor. Melissa frowned sympathetically. Bullies. Yeah. Izuku nodded. But, I mean, I wanted to be a hero as a kid, so obviously people weren't going to support that. Why not? Melissa asked. She looked genuinely confused, and Izuku realized with a start that she probably didn't know. Quirks weren't that important in support internships, after all. His first instinct was to hide it. He could just come up with an excuse about being a crybaby or something, but his inner Mai was screaming at him to stop being such a coward and just own up to it. Eventually, he decided to compromise between the two. If she really wanted to know, she could ask more questions, quirk stuff. "What is your quirk, if you don't mind me asking?" Melissa asked. "When Dad showed me your file, the quirk section was just blank. Uncle Mites is kinda like that too, so I was wondering if it was confidential or something. Like I said, it might be a rude question, so you don't have to tell me or anything, I was just curious." Izuku swallowed. "No, it's not confidential, just non-existent." Melissa's eyes widened. "Oh?" Izuku nodded, his mouth dry. "Yeah. Quirkless heroes don't really exist though, so I had to find another dream." "Me too," Melissa said. "I wanted to be a hero too. I mean, what kid doesn't, right? But, after Dad got the X-rays back and we realized my quirk wasn't just late, Uncle Might encouraged me to follow my dad's example and go into support." Izuku stopped and stared at her. "You're quirkless too?" Melissa smiled sadly. "Yep. Certifiably part of the less evolved." "Whoa." Izuku sat back in his chair. "I guess we all end up in support, then, here." Melissa shrugged. "If you can't join them, help them, right?" Izuku chuckled. "Right? It's so frustrating sometimes, though, because, like, I know quirks and sometimes I'll see someone and think, oh, they could just be so much more powerful if they just did things this way. I mean, sometimes, I just want to say, okay, give it here and just let me do it. You know." Melissa laughed. "I thought I was the only one. It's just so frustrating. I'll make an item for someone, but then I can't really test it because using technology to imitate a quirk can only get you so far. And then, of course, they refuse to use it because they think relying on their quirk is enough, so it doesn't even matter. You get it?" Izuku tore at his hair. "It's just so frustrating. And then, of course, they have the audacity to look at you and tell you that you don't know what you're talking about, just because you can't change your eye color. It's like they think being quirkless is a mental disability, not a physical one. They really do though." Melissa made a face. "I had a teacher in elementary school that tried to put me in remedial classes, even though I was at the top of my grade in academics." "If." Izuku grimaced. "That 𝐒𝐿𝐴. Melissa nodded seriously. "Yeah, it was ridiculous. Thankfully, though, I went crying to Dad and he pulled me out the next day. He didn't stand for anyone treating me like I was less than anyone else just because I was quirkless. I wish my mom was like that." Izuku's eyes widened and he hurried to explain. "Not that she was bad or anything. She did her best, I know that. It's just that she trusts the teachers sometimes, you know. Especially near the beginning. It didn't help that she always just thought I was weaker than everyone else. I mean, I get it, my best friend as a toddler has an insane quirk, so she was probably just comparing me to him, but I had a teacher who wouldn't let me play outside during recess because I'd break, and she didn't even question it." Wow, Melissa gave a low whistle. "Yeah, I guess wanting to be a hero wouldn't really be the easiest thing for her to swallow." Izuku shrugged. "At least she supports my analysis. It keeps me away from fights, so yeah. I get to save people and she gets to stop worrying about whether or not I'm safe. We both win." They worked in silence for a few seconds, listening to Mai's explosions through the wall, before Melissa spoke up again. "Are you glad you changed your mind and picked support instead?" Izuku nodded. "Yeah, if I hadn't, I never would have met Mai-chan or done any of the amazing things I've been able to do. It's fulfilling and I'm able to be successful and even respected. That never would have happened if I'd still been chasing after an impossible dream." Melissa nodded and she looked like she was about to say something when the door to the testing room slammed open and Mai came out, covered head to toe in soot. "I figured it out. We just need to vaporize everything that's unnecessary. Back to work." Izuku smiled and shook his head fondly, rolling his eyes when Melissa shot him a knowing smile. They may just be friends, but he was beyond lucky to have a friend like her. Everyone's in position. Hitoshi said. You ready? Uraraka scrunched her nose in frustration. No. I'm probably not gonna be able to find any of them. It's gonna be so embarrassing. Yep. Hitoshi nodded. Sure will. Uraraka glared at him. Gee, thanks, Shindig. I'm glad I have your undying support. You're welcome. He gave her a SHD-eating grin. But, hey, now you have to prove me wrong. She kept her glare up for as long as she could before bursting into a fit of laughter. This is gonna be terrible. Who should I try to find first? Him, Gunhead maybe. Hitoshi shrugged. I mean, it is his agency, so, the app Izuku had sent him beeped and Hitoshi blinked as he watched Uraraka disappear. When she was actually trying to jump, the process was a little bit slower than when she did it by accident, and he couldn't keep his jaw from dropping at what he saw. It only lasted a split second, but for that tiny moment after Uraraka had activated her quirk and before she'd warped to wherever she was thinking of, it was like the entire energy of the universe had lit up around her. He didn't know if it was because she was messing with space and gravity or if it was just something about her quirk, but it was one of the most appealing sights he had ever seen. Uraraka had been surrounded by the aurora borealis. Izuku muttered to himself as he worked, not bothering to stop it, since the only people around to hear him weren't going to be annoyed. So then, if we use that marker and adjust the sensitivity, he jumped when Dr. Shield laughed. You know, Nezu said you two were impressive, but I just have to say, I wasn't expecting you to tackle revolutionary technology in your first week. Izuku blushed. I mean, it's not that revolutionary, is it? Gravity tracking already exists and all the components are being used in new and interesting ways. Dr. Shield finished. That's what progress is, Midoriya. It's taking something that already exists and changing it to fill a need, just like you're doing for your friend. Izuku winced. I guess you probably think it's insane to work so hard just for one person, here. I mean, aren't support companies supposed to develop and sell to as many people as possible? To his surprise, Dr. Shield shrugged. That actually comes later, most of the time. What usually happens is that you invent something first and then find more uses for it later, because most needs aren't unique. Just look at what Hatsune is working on. Melissa came up with the concept to help panic attacks, and now she's using it to predict a difficult quirk. Imagine how revolutionary those earrings will be in a few years when she figures out how to modify them to other quirks as well and starts marketing them to children who haven't quite figured things out yet. There's a possibility that she could make childhood quirk accidents almost non-existent with the basic tech that she's working on now. Inventions are made to build off of one another and grow. It's how we move forward. Izuku bit his lip thoughtfully. Mai says something like that a lot. Basically, she says that failure is a good thing because every failure helps fuel the next success. Dr. Shield smiled. She's pretty smart. Izuku nodded dramatically in agreement. Definitely. She's amazing. And she knows it, which is even more impressive. Dr. Shield laughed. Just remember that you're allowed to steal some of that confidence for yourself too. Your work has just as much potential as hers does, you know. For example, let's consider that program you're writing. What do you want to do? Izuku frowned and looked at his almost finished code. It's supposed to track Uraraka's quirk so that we know where she is without having to rely on a GPS tracker, which could be dangerous once she's a pro hero. That's a good base. It will be very useful to both her and her support team when she's a hero. Dr. Shield praised. Now let's start taking away those original boundaries. Who else can your program help? What else can it do? What else could it do? He designed it with Uraraka in mind, so could it even be used for anyone else? It was primarily a tracking program, but that was really only useful for people who were going to be teleporting, and there weren't many others. That Izuku knew of, it was only Uraraka, a couple civilians, and Kurogiri. Oh, Izuku's eyes widened. Oh, come up with something good. Dr. Shield grinned. Those ideas are the lifeblood of innovation. Keep on working. I'm excited to see what you come up with. Shigaraki wasn't going to be happy. Sure, the League had made front page in the newspaper and the media wouldn't stop talking about the attack, But it seemed like every single news outlet had decided to balance the tragedy and fear from the Nomu attack with a feel-good story about Todoroki and that stupid cat. There were even memes about him. But, of course, Shigaraki was a worse attention hog than Mount Lady, so Mineta assumed he wouldn't be content with just that, especially since his most recent tantrum probably meant that Stain had rejected the offer to join. No Stain meant that pretty much the only thing they'd actually accomplished was the USJ attack, which obviously didn't make them seem competent. Recruiting Stain would have added to their credibility and elevated their status in the underworld, hopefully leading to new recruits in the future, but now that was gone and all that was left was Shigaraki throwing temper tantrums. Real good publicity, right there. Are you really just gonna stare at Mount Ladies but the entire patrol? Gyro snapped. Seriously, if I'd known our mentors were going to work together, I would have gone with someone else. Mount Lady and Death Arms work together all the time. Mineta said sweetly, stalling as he recovered from spacing out. Unlike you, I did my research. Gyro sneered down at him with disgust. Stupid little grape. You planned this. He hadn't, but he wasn't opposed to letting her think he put all his energy into peeping, rather than spying, guilty as charged. Oh, don't be like that. I just like you girls so much. She jammed her earphone jack at him and he only just managed to close his eyes in time. Yeah, shut up. Mineta smirked. I like a girl who takes charge. Gyro gagged. Gross. I'm going to go get lunch. Don't you dare follow me. Normally, he would have ignored her and followed her anyway, but he'd gotten a text from Kurogiri earlier to call as soon as possible, which normally meant a mission. There was a chance it was just another side quest from Shigaraki, but it was always possible that the assignment came from All for One, in which case, it was best not to ignore it. After checking to make sure Mount Lady wouldn't miss him, he found a quiet alleyway to duck into and pulled out his phone. It rang twice before Kurogiri picked up. Hello. I hope your information gathering is going well. Of course it is. Mineta grinned. I'm not an amateur. I should hope not. Kurogiri drawled. Otherwise this next mission would be far outside of your expertise. Oh. Mineta started to get excited. And what is the next mission? Stain. Kurogiri said simply. Sensei wants you to capture him. Mineta choked. Capture Stain. The hero killer. Will that be a problem? Kurogiri challenged. I thought that with your quirk, capturing a man who relies on hit-and-run techniques would be child's play, but if not, I can always let Sensei know that I'll do it. Mineta assured quickly. Just ask Sensei when he wants it done. You have 2 weeks. Kurogiri responded. Don't disappoint us. Okiko felt like she was finally getting the hang of this teleportation thing. She couldn't quite use it in a fight yet, but in tonight's game of hide and seek, she'd been able to consistently get to approximately the same hallway as her target, even if she'd never managed to find the correct room. She was getting used to the sensations of both teleportation and One for All, and she was even starting to figure out how different anchor points felt. It wasn't much, but it was still progress. The system Midoriya had suggested for preventing her warps worked decently well, and with Tei extra warning, ♯was able to stop her about half the time. They never had more than a few seconds, though, which meant that ♯had to tell her how his quirk worked. He'd pulled her aside just before breakfast and she'd been terrified at first because he'd just looked so nervous. I need to be able to brainwash you quickly, Uraka. He'd refused to look her in the eye as he spoke. Which means that I can't afford the time it takes to confuse you. So confusion is what activates your quirk. Okiko had yelled. No, ♯had somehow gotten even more nervous. It's verbal response. She'd had to spend the rest of the morning coaxing him to talk to her, which was mildly frustrating, but she understood why. People had probably avoided answering his questions in the past, but he hadn't taken control of her when they'd talked before, so why would he now? Plus, it made it significantly easier for her to stay put, because as soon as ♯'s phone gave them the notification, he just said her name like it was a question and all she had to do was say yes so he could order her not to teleport. It felt so cool that she was in the know that it almost made up for her not being able to stop on her own. Almost. As soon as Gunhead released them for the evening, one of the other interns, a second year named Shindu from Ketsubutsu, immediately called out for everyone's attention. "All right, guys, dinner time. Who wants to go out to eat?" She looked over at ♯, who shrugged. "I could eat." "Let's walk together," one of the guys turned to her, "and no cheating. You can't teleport to get there faster." 𝐒𝐿 rolled her eyes. "You know that's not how my quirk works. I'd need an anchor point already at the restaurant." "Still, don't worry about her falling behind." ♯ smirked. "You remember how strong she is from when she made you eat the mat earlier." The guy groaned as everyone else laughed and 𝐒𝐿 fell into step with the group, ♯right beside her. He was good at making sure the other boys didn't make fun of her, but she was also proving that she deserved to be there in her own right as well. Sure, she still lost more spars than she won, but she did win. It was a good feeling. So, ♯ slowed down so he was walking beside them. "What are you guys gonna do when you get back to UA?" ♯ shrugged. "Probably make sure my kidnappers don't destroy more than about 30% of the school." ♯ gave him a vaguely concerned look. "That's good. What about you, Uraraka?" "Oh, you know." She gestured vaguely. "Don't do drags, stay in school." "Well, that one probably won't work very well, actually." ♯ tried and failed to hold back a snort. "Yeah, she'll probably just be here and there. She gets around, you know." Shindu sighed and shook his head. "I don't know what I expected. Do you guys have other friends? Are they just as bad as you two are?" "Oh, my kidnappers definitely are." ♯ nodded. "And we're working on corrupting the rest." "Are you kidding? Half of them are already corrupted." 𝐒𝐿 laughed, not really registering when ♯ got a text. "I mean, last month, Mina pulled this prank where a wave of nausea hit her, followed by a wave of frustration when she realized she didn't have a clue where she was. Dang it." Mina was having a blast. 𝐒𝐲𝐚𝐽 was way more dignified than she was used to, but it made him fun to play off of. Plus, she was learning a lot about being a hero, although she wasn't afraid to admit that she was just a little bit jealous of Todoroki. He got to meet a cute cat and go viral. Seriously. How was that fair? They were half an hour into their evening patrol when her phone rang. Loudly. She flinched and looked up at 𝐒𝐲 sheepishly. Guess I forgot to put it on silent." He had a small smile on his face and she almost deflated in relief when she realized he wasn't angry, just amused. "It's a slow night, so you can go ahead and answer it. Perhaps it's important. A hero should always be reachable." Mina nodded and hurried to answer the phone. "Pinky here. What can I do for YA?" To her surprise, ♯'s voice greeted her on the other end. "Is Uraraka with you?" "Uraraka?" Mina frowned. "Aren't you both interning with Gunhead? Shouldn't she be with you?" "Theoretically." ♯ groaned. Can you just take a look around and tell me if you see her anywhere?" Sure." Mina pulled the receiver away and turned back to 𝐒𝐲, who was looking at her with one eyebrow raised in question. "It's a friend of mine. He was asking if another friend was with me." 𝐒𝐲 frowned. "Are they interning in this city?" "No, they're about an hour away." Mina answered as she started scanning the street. "So I'm not sure why she would be here, but..." "Oh. 𝐒𝐿. Over here." 𝐒𝐿 was still in workout clothes, but she was grinning as she jogged toward them. "Hey Mina. I was wondering when I was gonna run into you." "What are you doing here?" Mina asked, giving her a quick hug. "I thought you were interning with Gunhead." "Oh, I am," 𝐒𝐿 assured her. "It's just that things have been super weird lately, but enough about me. How are you?" "I'm good," Mina said. "I mean, it's super fun and I'm learning a lot, but, are you allowed to be so far away from your agency?" "Oh, this is nothing," Uraraka muttered. "I mean, technically no, but again, everything's been super weird." "Yeah?" Mina frowned. "I was just so surprised when ♯ called." "Oh wait. I totally forgot to tell him I found you." She held the forgotten phone up to her ear, glancing away from Uraraka for a second. "Hey ♯. Yeah, I found." "Huh. Wait, where?" Oh, she's back. ♯NSO said suddenly. Well, down the street, but close enough. Thanks, Mina. See you later. You're welcome. Mina let the phone fall after he hung up. He said she's back with him. Yoroi looked just as confused as she felt. I thought you said they were interning an hour away. They are. Mina looked at the spot Uraraka had been just a second before. Super weird. I'm gonna miss you. Melissa gave him a big hug. It's been fun having another quirkless person around. Izuku sniffed. I'm sorry. I'll try to come back as soon as possible, I promise. We better. Mai threatened. I'm ruined for any lesser labs. How am I gonna survive without a microplasma fusion printer? Dr. Shield held back a smile. You can always make your own. A wide grin spread across her face. I like the way you think. Izuku wiped his tears away and shook his head. You know that 𝐷𝐷 is going to hate you for that, right? Nah, old Iron Claws will be fine. Dr. Shield said. He secretly likes the chaotic ones, he just likes to complain to hide how proud he is. An automated voice echoed through the airport. Last boarding for Tokyo, last boarding for Tokyo. Izuku sighed. Do we really have to go? Yes. Melissa laughed. You have to run field tests with Uravity and tell us how she likes the earrings, remember? Oh right. Mai grabbed Izuku's hand and started dragging him away. Come on, Izuku-an. The sooner we get on the plane, the sooner we can get back to testing our babies. I don't think that's exactly how it works, Mai-chan. Izuku chuckled. He turned as best he could to wave goodbye to the shields. Bye. We'll be back. Hey Shindig, do you know why they wanted us to come straight to the school? Okiko asked. I mean, doesn't it make more sense to drop off our stuff at home first? Hitoshi shrugged. I think it's timing. For me, my adults are already at work, but you don't live with your parents, so I don't know why they're having you tag along with me. Okiko sighed. Well, it would be a lot more annoying if I couldn't make our bags weightless. Do you think they'll let us leave them in the office? I'm sure they will. Hitoshi nodded. But if not, then my kidnappers can probably stash them in the tunnels for us, so it's not a big deal. Okiko rolled her eyes. You're forgetting that I don't know how to get into those. You don't have to. Hitoshi gave her a mischievous look. All you have to do is focus on the right person and you'll pop right in. Okiko shook her head, but couldn't hold back a smile. Their nightly games of hide and seek had become the highlight of their internship, and Gunhead had gotten them all mochi last night to celebrate Okiko getting in the same room as him. Sure, that room had been the training room, which was the largest room in the agency, but she'd done it. Next, she might even be able to stop teleporting randomly without Hitoshi's help. Aizawa and MIC met them at the door and MIC lit up as soon as he saw them coming. Hey, little listeners. We're glad to see you're okay. We were a little worried there for a minute. Uraraka, give your bags to ♯NSO. Aizawa ordered. You can put them in Midoriya's workroom for now, or the teacher's lounge, I don't care. Hisashi'll help you. Now hurry up, everyone's waiting for us. Everyone. Uraraka left her bags floating and hurried to catch up with Aizawa, who was already striding down the hall. What's going on? Aizawa raised an eyebrow. You really thought that you could disappear for half a day and not get a call home to your parents? We're having a parent-teacher conference. Okiko's eyes widened. Mom and Dad are. She felt gravity shift and she was suddenly down the hall from the principal's office. Here. She grinned and started running forward, only to stop. Was she supposed to wait for Aizawa? That would make sense, but then again, they knew that she could teleport and so it wouldn't be a surprise that she'd gotten there faster. The decision was made for her when Nedzu's door opened invitingly. It looked like they were expecting her. She ran straight into her dad's arms. Dad. What are you doing here? Dad kissed the top of her head. I just needed to see that you were all right with my own two eyes, Okiko. You really gave us a scare. Sorry. Okiko smiled sheepishly. My quirk kinda, they are well aware of the changes to your quirk. Nedzu piped up. Or quirks as the case may be. Okiko froze in panic. They knew. But All Might had said that it was a secret and she wasn't allowed to tell anyone. someone cleared their throat and she whirled around to see All Might in the corner, still in his smaller form, with a bloody handkerchief in his hand. "My apologies, young Uraraka," he said. "I had attempted to keep the knowledge of One for All in as small a circle as possible, but when you disappeared, well, the main concern was that you had been kidnapped." Aizawa finished, finally walking through the door and closing it behind him. All Might has plenty of enemies, many of which would jump at the chance to target his quirk while it was vulnerable with a new, untrained holder. We decided that telling your parents was the only call we could make in good conscience. Nezu explained. If you had been kidnapped because you were holding One for All, they deserved to know why their daughter had disappeared. We deserved to know before the decision was made. Mom said sternly. Okiko is a teenager. You can't expect her to make such a big decision without even being allowed to talk to anyone about it. All Might hung his head. I see that now, and once again, I apologize to both you and to young Uraraka for putting her in that position. It was unfair of me and I was blind to how the secrecy would impact her decision. I also had no idea how drastically One for All would affect her quirk. I was under the impression that I was giving her a simple strength enhancer, not. Well, all this to say that I would like to make this right. He took a deep breath and turned to face Okiko. It was unfair of me to push this quirk onto you with no explanation or understanding of the consequences. So I would like to offer you the opportunity to choose if you truly want this quirk. I will understand completely if you decide that it is too much trouble and give it back to me. No. Okiko hardly even waited for him to finish the sentence before she gave her answer. Absolutely not. Everyone looked a bit taken aback, and All Might coughed into his handkerchief again. Are you sure? You can take all the time you need to think about. My answer is no. Okiko repeated firmly. One for All is mine now and there is absolutely no way you are getting it back. There was a long moment of shocked silence before Nezu chuckled. Well, it seems you are quite determined, young lady. Would you mind giving us an explanation for your decision? I didn't want this quirk. Okiko answered plainly. But then it gave me a challenge and if I can't rise to that then I don't want to call myself a hero. Forgive my language, but I have worked too hard to throw in the towel. I am going to make this quirk my beach and use it to save as many people as humanly possible, and then I am going to move back home with my parents and save on rent by teleporting to school and you can't stop me. There was a beat and then her dad started laughing. Well, you heard her. Our Okiko is gonna win this. The quirk stays. How long do you think it'll be before you move home? Mom asked. Oh no, honey, we've been using her room as an extra office. Where are we gonna put everything? I'm sure you'll figure it out. Nezu said with a smile. And please, let us know if there's anything we can do to help you with this transition. We've already contacted an old mentor of All Might's to give Uraraka some remedial quirk counseling and he is well aware of the special circumstances surrounding One for All, and between him and our support students, I expect that we'll have her popping over to see you in a few weeks. Is that all? Okiko asked. Can I go to class now? Aizawa jerked his head toward the door. Fine. And tell ♯that next time he leaves for a week, he should clean his room before he goes. Okay. Okiko said slowly. Oh, and I might be a little late for class. I have to drop by and see his kidnappers first. Aizawa groaned as she disappeared. Izuku reached out and grabbed Mai's hands. Stop. They'll work perfectly and Uraraka will love them. I know. Mai bit her lip. But there's still so many ways that they can be better and you'll have plenty of time to perfect the design later. Izuku said patiently. But even the current design will help her. So much. Mai smiled. I guess you're right. I need to. She was cut off by a short scream out in the main labs and they both rushed out of Izuku's workroom to see the rest of the class looked at Uraraka in shock as Kohaku fumed. What the F? What did you two do? Oh, Gravity Girl. Mai grinned widely as she pulled her into Izuku's room by the arm. Your control's getting better. You like pink, right? I looked at your costume and the accents were pink, so we assumed you liked it. Yep. Uraraka nodded, rolling with the weird questions like a pro, but then again, Izuku assumed she was used to weirdness at this point. Good. Here. Mai shoved a jewelry box into her hands. Happy birthday. Uraraka shook her head. Still not my birthday, but these are the tracking earrings, right? Whoa. Are they moving? Yep. Izuku said. Be careful. Melissa suggested using gyroscopes, so yeah, they shouldn't get caught on anything, but it's still not a good idea to just stick your fingers in them or something. They're so cute. Uraraka gushed, putting them in. And they'll track my warping, right? Right. Mai said. And Izuku wrote the program, so he can track your location and send a ping to Extra Credit Kuen's phone when you jump. That way we won't lose you again. That's more of a training wheel feature. Izuku explained. But, yeah, we tested them and they should beep when the gravity around you shifts too much, which will warn you of any incoming warps. Thank you so much. Uraraka pulled them both into a hug. This means so much and it'll be super helpful. You too. I don't think I would have gotten through this without you. I probably would have just given it back by this point if I'd gone to anyone else on my first jump. See you later, bye. There was a quiet chirping sound and there was a brief light that surrounded her like an aurora before she disappeared, probably using ♀as an anchor again. Izuku frowned and turned to Mai. What did she mean by give it back? Hitoshi held back a smile as Okiko ran into the room 2 seconds before the bell. Mina immediately abandoned her attempts at interrogating him and ran over to her, only for Aizawa to banish them all to their seats before she could get a word out. Mina pouted and shot a glare at Hitoshi, who just shrugged unapologetically. Sure, he probably could have explained how and why she'd gotten a surprise visit in the middle of their internships, but that wasn't nearly as fun as saying you'll have to ask Okiko yourself. All right, class. Welcome back. Most of you did well. Aizawa said. Now, today's lesson is going to be about Sensei. Yomomo's hand shot into the air. Do you know where Ida is? He's never late for class, especially not on the first day. Aizawa sighed and Hitoshi frowned as an unfamiliar chirping sound echoed around the room. It took him a half-second too long to realize what that meant. Okiko. Wait. And she's gone again. Oh well, I guess she'll say hi to Ida for us. The classroom erupted into confused whispers and it took a full 10 seconds for Aizawa to glare them all into SB Emerson. Isn't it your job to make sure that doesn't happen, ♀? Hitoshi shrugged. Well, you know her. Ōtsugo. Ōtsugoing. Ōtsugon. Aizawa groaned. Well then, we were trying to keep this under wraps, considering that it's a miracle that the media hasn't picked it up yet, but since Uraraka is going to figure it out, I may as well make you aware that there was an incident during Ida's internship. You mean the Nomyu attack? Todoroki asked. But that was on the news. No. Aizawa began. It happened around the same time, but Hitoshi's phone buzzed and he checked the message to see that he'd been sent Okiko's new location. Wait, where is? Ida's in the hospital. Aizawa sighed. And that, students, is why today's lesson is on the dangers of vigilantism. How in the world had Ida ended up in the hospital? Okiko tried to look like she knew where she was going as she tried to figure out what room he was in. He had to be here somewhere, right? But at least now she could tell Yomomo why he wasn't in class. Being in the hospital kinda came with a free late pass. Hey, shouldn't you be in school? A guy in a wheelchair called out to her. I mean, UA started again today, right? Okiko nodded. Don't worry, my teacher knows where I am. Or at least he should be able to figure it out. I'm actually here visiting a friend but, okay, this is silly, but I forgot the room number. Do you know if there's any nurses around who would know? The nurses' station is just around the corner, but I've been here long enough that I might be able to help. The guy smiled, the movement making his bandages shift slightly. I'm Tensai Ida, who are you looking for? Tensai Ida. Okiko sighed in relief. Oh, you might be the perfect person to ask then. I'm looking for my classmate, Tenya Ida. Are you related? Tensai's face fell. He's my brother. You didn't call ahead, did you? Not really, no. Okiko grimaced. Coming here was kinda impulsive. Well, I'm sorry, but you just missed him. Tensai said kindly. The doctors just took him back for surgery about a half-hour ago. Surgery? 𝐒𝐿𝐵's eyes widened. What happened? Tensai looked at her in confusion. You don't know. 𝐒𝐿𝐵 took a second to think of a better excuse than I only know something's wrong because I can't control my quirk. Aizawa told us he was in the hospital, but didn't tell us any details. So? Tensai stared at the floor. It's my fault. If I hadn't been so weak and gotten hurt. I'm sure Ida doesn't blame you, 𝐒𝐿𝐵 assured him. Tensai smiled sadly. Thanks, but I don't think that matters much. Tenya. Well, I guess he wanted revenge. He went after the hero killer. 𝐒𝐿𝐵 didn't know what to say. The hero killer. Honestly, he was lucky he was only in surgery and not in a box. Oh. Yeah. Tensai gave a small chuckle. He was lucky to escape alive, but the hero killer targeted a lot of major arteries, mostly in his arm and shoulder. The paramedics were able to save his life. But, well, he was never going to be able to use that arm again. 𝐒𝐿𝐵 panicked, reaching out to Ida again with her quirk. Maybe she could jump close enough to the operating room. She could. Well, she didn't know what she'd do, but it didn't matter, because no matter how hard she looked for it, Ida's familiar gravity signature was gone. Tensai was grim. We had to make the decision to amputate. By the time 𝐒𝐿𝐵 walked into the classroom again, the mood was a lot more somber. Aizawa just nodded to her as she found her seat and she nodded back, ignoring the curious stares of their classmates for the rest of class. As soon as the bell rang, Hitoshi made a beeline toward her and put his hand on her shoulder. Hey, Ocha. Are you okay? Did you see him? 𝐒𝐿𝐵 shook her head. He was in surgery, so I couldn't go in. But, Hitoshi, I can't feel him anymore. Hitoshi furrowed his eyebrows. What are you talking about? My quirk. 𝐒𝐿𝐵 had tears in her eyes as she looked at him. They had to cut off his arm, shindig. It threw off his gravity and I can't anchor to him anymore. Hitoshi didn't say anything, just pulled her into a hug. I'm so sorry, 𝐒𝐿𝐵. 𝐒𝐿𝐵 buried her face in his shoulder. I could have helped him. If I just had better control over this quirk. I even thought about him, and if I hadn't been so exhausted. Then you would have been exhausted when you got there and you would have been hurt too. Hitoshi reminded her firmly. You just barely developed this ability, Ocha. Don't blame yourself for not being perfect. Remember what Mai says about failed experiments. 𝐒𝐿𝐵 sniffed. They're what our successes are built on. Exactly. Hitoshi smiled. Now, come on. Everyone is freaking out over you disappearing. I would probably just let them suffer, but you're too nice for that. Yeah, I should give them some sort of explanation, at least. 𝐒𝐿𝐵 said tiredly. Wait, did we ever tell Mina how I got there? Nope. Hitoshi smirked. And I didn't explain anything this morning before you got there. Like I said, I personally would just let them suffer. 𝐒𝐿𝐵 hit him in the arm. Don't be mean, shindig. They're our friends, and eventually, I'm hopefully going to learn how to use it in a fight, so they deserve to know. Not everyone can just get away with confusing people constantly like you can. Not everyone has the support of vent gremlins. Hitoshi shrugged. He took a few steps before he noticed that 𝐒𝐿𝐵 wasn't beside him and he sighed, making sure she wasn't behind him before switching directions and heading toward the support classrooms. This was gonna take some adjustment. Mai was pouting. At the beginning of class, 𝐵𝐻𝐿𝐵 had gone over how their final exams were going to work, which was more of a final project, not that she'd expected anything different, but it was supposed to be something that was going to challenge them, and even 3 different explosions hadn't been enough to get the creative juices flowing. She almost wanted to go pester Aizukuan about it, but he was so deep in his program that he hadn't even heard 𝐵𝐻𝐿𝐵 telling him class was over, so she didn't want to bother him. If only she could count Gravity Girl's earrings as her final, they'd be perfect, but then she'd be bored for the rest of the semester. She just wanted a baby to work on. Almost as if on cue, Gravity Girl herself slammed the door to the labs open. Mai-chan, I need your help. Oh, thank God. Mai swiveled around in her chair to face her. Please tell me that you need a baby. I don't. 𝐒𝐿𝐵 said, and Mai made to turn around in her seat, but one of my classmates definitely does. Mai immediately grabbed a pen and a sketchbook. I could kiss you right now. Oh, you can save that for Midoriya. Okiko teased. But seriously, it's about Iida. 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 Mai tapped her chin with the pencil. Oh. Engine legs. He's like a living cyborg. That's the one. Okiko grinned, but her expression fell after a moment. I was actually hoping there might be a way to make him more cyborg, if you think that's possible. Uraraka-kun, don't encourage her. Aizu-kun walked out of his workroom, rubbing his eyes. I already have to talk her out of making cyborgs every other week. But it's for a good cause this time. Okiko insisted. One of my classmates. He got injured during his internship. Oh no. Aizu-kun looked like he was about to start sympathy crying. I'm so sorry. Okiko nodded grimly. He was attacked by the hero killer and lost his arm. It's a career-ending injury, unless we make him a new one. Mai immediately started scribbling down ideas as fast as she could. I need everything. Measurements, quirk limitations, nickel allergies. Aizu-kun. I get to make a cyborg. Aizu-kun, the killjoy, just rolled his eyes and grabbed her hand. Consent, Mai-chan. We need to talk to Iida and see if he's even interested in continuing hero work first before you make him our new pet project. Mai pouted, okay, but if he says yes, then can I make him a cyborg? Yes, Izuku gave her a sly smile, then you can make him a cyborg. Mineta ignored the glares the girls were sending his way, not really caring if he came across as oblivious or just straight up rude. Either would make him underestimate him and think he was paying attention to their bodies instead of their words. And then she disappeared just like this morning, and ♯just hung up on me. Mina cried. The audacity. And now nobody will give me a single ounce of explanation. Zu tapped her chin thoughtfully. Maybe Midoriya and Hatsune would know what's going on. Gyro rolled her eyes. Just because they act like cryptids doesn't mean they're all-knowing. If it's a quirk thing, and let's be honest it probably is, then you'd have better luck asking cheat code. Mineta perked up. Did you see Midoriya at the sports festival? 𝐔𝐸𝐽 asked incredulously. He's almost as smart as cheat code is, and way easier to contact. He is Nedzu's personal student. Yoirozu mused. So I doubt he has anything less than spectacular intelligence. But cheat code is a professional analyst, and doesn't Midoriya focus on creating inventions with Hatsune? They both interned on I-Island, after all. They were the ones interning on I-Island. Mineta blurted out. Gyro glared at him. Don't act like you actually care. You're only interested because Hatsune has big melons. And she refers to inventing as making babies. 𝐔𝐸𝐽 added helpfully. Mineta filed that information away for later to help him identify Hatsune just in case he couldn't swing an introduction. And if she and Midoriya were always talked about as a pair, that meant he was probably her boyfriend or something, and if he found one, the other wouldn't be far behind. Sure, All for One had said cheat code was probably a second or third year, but they were looking for a student, so it was still worth investigating. Plus, Nedzu wouldn't dream of taking on a personal student unless they were almost smarter than he was. So even if this Midoriya guy wasn't cheat code, All for One would still want to know about him. Who knew? Maybe he'd find some other way to make use of him. Mina's shrike knocked him out of his thoughts, and he saw Uraraka walking toward them with ♯following a few seconds behind. Mina pointed her finger at them accusingly. You have so much explaining to do, young lady. Uraraka giggled. Yeah, I guess I do, don't I? Mineta inched a little closer, only to be stopped by Gyro's glare when he got a little too close to Yorozu. Buzz off, you little pervert. Mineta gulped as ♯turned to look at him, a bored expression on his face. Is this guy bothering you? Yorozu blushed. No, well, I mean, but it's fine, yes. Gyro cut in. ♯ hummed and stared at him far too intensely for a few seconds until Mineta was shuffling in place. Well, what do you have to say for yourself? Why would I ever explain myself to a villain like you? Mineta whined. You could have any girl you wanted with that quirk of yours, and you wouldn't even have the ball to tell them how it works. He trailed off as his brain clouded over and everyone's voices sounded suddenly far away. ♯ didn't stop staring at him. Go away. Don't wake up until you're at least 3 halls away from here. Thanks a million, ♯. Mina said as Mineta was forced to stop walking away. Yeah. Uraraka added. We owe you one. If only you could teleport other people with your quirk, 𝐻𝐻. ♯ said. But, whatever, my quirk's perfect for getting rid of creeps. If Mineta had control over his facial expressions, he would have been grinning. A teleporter in Class 1A. Now that was valuable information. No. Absolutely not. Izuku put his foot down. You can't bring explosive materials into a hospital, Mai-chan. But I want to start testing as soon as possible. Mai pouted. It's nothing too dangerous, just a teeny, tiny micro. It's a hospital, Mai-chan. Izuku interrupted. Everything is dangerous. I'm sure they'd let Bakugo in if he came to visit. Mai grumbled. And here's the definition of explosive. He's also a person, Mai-chan. Izuku sighed. So still no. But I already brought it. Mai whined. I can't just leave it outside. Make 𝐻𝐻 take it back to the school. Hitoshi suggested. I think 𝐤𝐸 had detention today, so he should still be at school. She can use him as an anchor point, then take whatever you need back to the lab. Okiko nodded. Yeah. It'll be good practice. Mai glared at them before giving in and shoving her bag into Okiko's hands. Fine. But be quick about it. Okiko grinned and Izuku reached for his notebook. He'd really only seen that weird light around her a few times now, since most of the time she was disappearing too fast for him to get a good look, but it seemed to appear whenever she was searching for an anchor, which made Izuku completely nerd out with questions. How did she tell anchors apart? Could she train her quirk to figure out how far away they were or even where? If she used 2 anchors, could she theoretically jump to a point between them? There was a beep from the tracking earrings and Hitoshi whistled as Okiko popped out of existence. I keep thinking that'll get less impressive, but so far, no luck. It was really freaky the first time, though. Now it's just cool. Izuku frowned. It's weird that it came on so suddenly. I would have expected her quirk to get stronger gradually, which means there would have been signs and then she could have trained herself to jump, rather than jumping and having to train herself to not. Well, she has been pushing her quirk a lot. Mai said. Would that affect it at all? There is a trend of hero students' quirks changing while they train. Izuku acknowledged. But those normally happen during the second year when training gets more intense in preparation for licensing exams, not when they've barely started training. I think Izuku might be onto something. Hitoshi butt in. Eraser's been acting super weird about her quirk too, like there's some sort of secret about it or something. But then again, he's also been pretty frustrated with All Might and that seems to be normal, so it might be nothing. I'm kinda still learning how to read him and MIC. What with internships and everything, me and my adults haven't really just had time to hang out at home, you know. Mai leaned into his personal space and looked him in the eye. But it's better, right? They weren't lying about protecting you and making sure you had a better place to live than that stupid foster home, right? Hitoshi nodded. They actually encourage me to talk at home, which is nice, but I never know how to respond when they ask me how quirk training is going. I've never had any adults be genuinely interested before. If they asked, they were just testing the waters to make sure I wasn't going to murder them in their sleep or seething. Who are you going to murder? Okiko had popped into the middle of the conversation. I hope they deserve it. They would have. Hitoshi assured her. But don't worry about it too much. You ready to introduce Roboboy to his new kidnappers? Hitoshi. Izuku. Squawked. You can't just call us kidnappers in everyday conversation. Why not? Hitoshi said innocently. Mai-chan calls things her babies all the time. I'm pretty sure that makes it worse. Okiko giggled. If you're not careful, people are going to think you two steal people's babies or something. I would never steal another person's baby. Mai said indignantly. It's much more fun to make them myself. The rest of them laughed as Izuku groaned loudly. Can we just go now? We don't want to keep Ida waiting. Yeah. Let's go. 𝐒𝐭𝐻𝐲 led the way. And can we just appreciate that we just talked about Ida and I didn't immediately disappear? Good work, Gravity Girl. Mai clapped her on the back. A little more control and I'll be able to make you such awesome babies. Izuku grabbed his notebook again. What are you doing differently? If we can figure it out, 𝐒𝐿𝐻𝐲 shook her head, it won't really work that well for everything. Right now, I'm just reminding the stupid quirk that Ida is right there, so I don't need to go to him. That's about it, but I'm not usually close enough for that trick to work. Still pretty good practice. Hitoshi shrugged as they arrived at Ida's room. So, should we just knock? Mai was already barging through the door before he could even finish his question. Mineta may have known exactly how he'd gotten here, but that didn't mean he had to like it. Seriously, how had All for One stayed in power this long if he thought it was a good idea to send a first-year hero student against a serial killer? What kind of stupid plan was that? He wasn't actually going to fight the serial killer. Unlike Shigaraki's beloved sensei, Mineta wasn't an idiot. If he faced Stain head-on, he was gonna end up like Ida or probably even worse, so no thank you. That didn't mean he was giving up, though. There was more than one way to skin a cat. He looked around the alleyway one more time, making sure all of his traps were in place before taking out his burner phone. He'd stolen Mount Lady's login information for the Hero Network during his internship, not that B1 guard $$ Lady was a very secure password to begin with, but it gave him access to a lot of the investigation files he wouldn't have been able to access as a student and allowed him to make some connections that made him doubt the competency of the Hero Commission. The police had already picked up on the pattern of 4 heroes per city. He'd moved on after Hosu and only had 1 attack so far, so Mineta wasn't too concerned about missing him, especially because of the pattern the police had missed. With the exception of Ingenium, who seemed to have simply stumbled into him, there was usually a call on the Hero Network a few minutes before the hero was attacked, which meant that Stain was either looking for crimes and chasing them to the heroes or, more likely, listening to police and hero scanners to find and trap his targets. All Mineta needed to turn that tactic against him was a little bit of bait. He dialed the police and took a few shallow breaths so that it sounded like he was hyperventilating by the time the operator responded, "Please. Please, you gotta help me. Kid, take a deep breath with me, okay? What's going on?" I don't know. Mineta choked out. "I was just walking home from school, and I have to pass through his alley. Is it a villain?" Mineta looked around the empty alley. "I think so, yeah." "Just one?" "I think so." Mineta answered. "I don't think the guy on the ground is a villain." "Are you safe?" "I think so." Mineta had to pinch himself to keep himself from laughing. "Oh no, he's coming this way. We're sending the nearest hero to your location. Stay hidden and stay on the line." Mineta rolled his eyes and slammed the phone on the ground, stomping on it for good measure. According to the Hero Network, the nearest hero was some D-lister by the name of Slugger who had a reputation for leaving the difficult fights to other heroes while he warmed the bench, which should be a tempting enough target to bait his real target. He used some of his ball to scale the wall and watch the chaos from the roof. All that was left to do was wait for a bite. Tenya stared at the sheets and tried to ignore Tensai's disappointed glare from the corner. He had just about as much success with that as he had with ignoring his parents' tears the past few days, which was to say practically none. Why had he let his anger get the best of him like that? Why hadn't he talked to someone or thought through how it would affect his parents to have not one, but both of their sons lose all chances of being a hero within 2 weeks of each other? Why had he been so prideful as to think he could actually take on Stain? Tensai sighed. "How are you feeling?" "Strange." Tenya responded. "My arm hurts." Tensai frowned. "I thought Recovery Girl was able to repair the damage in that one. Maybe there's something wrong. We can call the doctors, not that one." Tenya cut him off. "I think they called it phantom pain." "Oh." Tensai said softly. "I'm sorry. It is not your fault that my stupidity got me injured." Tenya said firmly. "I should have been there for you." Tensai looked like he was going to start crying again. "I shouldn't have put so much pressure on you to be the next Ingenium and now." Tenya didn't have any response to that. Ingenium was gone. There were no more Ida sons to carry on the name. Generations of heroes, cut short by a monster with a katana. What a legacy. Tensai opened his mouth to say something, but was interrupted by the door bursting open. A girl with pink hair that he vaguely recognized from the sports festival rushed in. So, you're the boy that lost the arm. Let me see. Another student with green hair ran after her in a panic. Mai-chan, you can't just say things like that. Why not, Aizu-kun? Mai asked. If I'm going to be making him a new arm, then I need to see the situation. It's a sensitive topic, Mai-chan. Aizu-kun said. We don't even know if he still wants to be a hero, much less if he's willing to. Who are you? Tenya's brain was still catching up. As he spluttered. And your companion is quite right, it is quite rude to burst in here like that. To his surprise, Uraraka rushed into the room as well. I am so sorry, Ida. I know Mai and Izuku can be a bit much the first time you meet them, but Tenya's brain finished buffering and his eyes widened. Wait, why do you want to know if I still want to be a hero? So we can help you, silly. Mai had pulled a tape measure from nowhere and Tenya flinched as she started measuring his shoulder. Are you allergic to any metals? How well do you respond to radioactive materials? Shinso walked in and for some reason, in contrast to Uraraka's arrival, his arrival made complete sense. These two must be the support students, Midoriya and Hatsune, that helped him win the sports festival, then. It still didn't make any of this make any more sense, but at least someone was here who knew how to navigate the chaos. They want to make you their new project, just like Ocha and I have been. Shinso said. I'd recommend just rolling with it. No offense, wheelchair guy. None taken. Tensai said calmly. But what would this project entail exactly? Cyborg hero. Mai shot him a manic grin. Half man. Half groundbreaking Hatsune tech. Midoriya sighed. What she means is that she wants to make him a new arm. A lot of heroes have managed to continue their careers after losing a limb, ectoplasm being the prime example, but it'll be difficult, and I'm sure there's a lot of different issues, so don't feel obligated to. I can still be a hero. Tenya asked softly. But well, you're still going to get into trouble for the vigilantism, obviously. Shinso said. But you're still a student, so enough community service and a probation period should be enough to put you back on track, if you can manage to get Nezu on your side. Do you want lasers in your fingers? Mai asked, then nodded quickly. I'm giving you lasers in your fingers. From the corner, Tensai cleared his throat. Hatsune, was it? What do you know about modifying wheelchairs? Mai grinned and Midoriya started scribbling something down in his notebook. Tenya felt vaguely terrified, but also oddly hopeful for the first time since the sports festival. What had he just signed up for? Mineta easily blended into the shadows as he watched Slugger hesitantly scope out the alley. He hung back for a long moment before he realized no one was there and he relaxed, stomping into the alley in frustration. He walked around for about 30 seconds before he huffed and activated his comm. Yeah, it's a bust. Prank call probably. No, there's no one. Yeah, I'll be back soon. Might go get lunch on the way, or something though. He cut the call and muttered under his breath, stupid kids. Wasting my time. Could have been. He trailed off and Mineta grinned as he followed Slugger's gaze and caught a glimpse of Stain's scarf before he disappeared into the shadows again. It looked like his prey had taken the bait after all. Good, it would have been annoying to have to go through all this work again. Who's there? Slugger put on a brave face. I'm warning you, I'm a pro hero, so you don't want to mess with me. Come out where I can see you. A can clattered behind him and Mineta rolled his eyes as Slugger turned toward the sound. Really? Falling for the oldest trick in the book. Society really had too high of expectations if this was what they called a hero. The moment Slugger turned his back, Stain made his move. He struck hard and fast like a viper, stabbing Slugger's arm and liking the blade before the hero even had a chance to return the blow. Another false hero for me to cull. How lucky. Luck had absolutely nothing to do with it, but Mineta wasn't about to criticize what a serial killer said to his victims before they died. He just needed to wait until Slugger was out of the way, then he could make his move. Just a little longer. Unless, of course, Stain started monologuing. It's cowards like you who are corrupting the word hero. You use your abilities for your own selfish gain rather than dedicating them to saving others. It's a tragedy that you were even able to get your license in the first place. It was a good thing that Slugger's agency thought he was out to lunch, because 𝐶𝐻 was taking his sweet time getting rid of this guy. After another minute or so of rambling about the evils of hero society and fake heroes in particular, 𝐶𝐻 finally, got around to actually doing his job and raised his katana. You're a fake and don't deserve to live. 𝐶𝐻 declared seriously. I will stain myself, but at least the world will be clean of your filth. Mineta tried not to flinch as the blade came down. It wasn't the first time he had watched someone die, and he was sure it was far from the last, so why should he let something like that faze him? He had chosen to work with the villains and this world was a dangerous game. Slugger just wasn't playing on the same level as the rest of them were. 𝐶𝐻 stood and started to wipe off his knife on what was left of the hero's costume and Mineta took that as his cue. He pulled the rope beside him, dropping a net that had dozens of his balls stuck to it down onto where 𝐶𝐻 was standing. 𝐶𝐻 couldn't fight heroes the way he did if he didn't have good reflexes, but he also wasn't prepared to fight Mineta's quirk, he didn't even know what it was. So while he mostly managed to dodge in time, one of the ball caught on the loose fabric of his breathed leg and he would have cut it off if Mineta hadn't immediately dropped 2 more nets on him. Better safe than sorry. Once he was sure that 𝐶𝐻 was mostly immobilized and his knives were just as stuck as he was, Mineta used the ball he'd scattered around the alley to bounce down so that he was standing behind 𝐶𝐻, just outside of his field of vision, and pulled out his phone. Kurogiri, tell sensei that I finished his little assignment. 𝐶𝐻 stared at his dinner as his father went on yet another tirade, which had been happening more and more frequently since internships ended. It had only been a week, but 𝐶𝐻 already had all of the go-to phrases memorized. He resisted the urge to mouth along as Endeavor repeated himself for the 3rd time. Completely unprofessional. Endeavor huffed. Honestly, 𝐶𝐻, how do you expect to be taken seriously as the #1 hero when their first introduction to you isn't a rescue or a villain takedown, but a cat meme? Really? You're not going to be a gentle hero, 𝐶𝐻, that's not how you get to #1. You need to be ruthless and willing to do whatever it takes. Who cares about a stupid cat? The internet, obviously. 𝐶𝐻 drawled. There are 3 pages of results when you search for the memes. Endeavor glared at him, the room becoming almost unbearably hot as his mustache flared. That is exactly the problem, 𝐶𝐻. You don't want to become known for the wrong reasons. And even if you were gaining notoriety for something actually worthwhile, you don't even have a hero name for people to know you by. I do have a hero name. 𝐶𝐻 pointed out. It's 𝐶𝐻. Your name is not a hero name. Endeavor growled. The #1 hero doesn't just let everyone call him by his first name and he doesn't stop on the street to pet stray cats. I raised you better than this, 𝐶𝐻. If you keep this up, people are going to see you as weak. Most people are weak, father. 𝐶𝐻 said innocently. You're not most people. 𝐶𝐻 shrugged and took another bite. It makes me seem relatable. You don't need to be relatable, 𝐶𝐻. Endeavor looked like he was about to explode. You need to be the best. 𝐶𝐻 met his father's eyes. Are you only saying that because you never accomplished either one? 𝐶𝐻. Fuyumi hissed. Stop. Please. Are you trying to get kicked out again? Maybe. 𝐶𝐻 challenged. It's better than staying here. Endeavor glared at him for too long and 𝐶𝐻 was prepared for an explosion, but instead, his father went dead silent and left the room. He felt himself go cold. He'd messed up big time, hadn't he? Fuyumi had tears in her eyes. Why, 𝐶𝐻? You know he doesn't like it when you talk back to him. Well, maybe I don't like just sitting there and taking either. 𝐶𝐻 snapped. I'm just. It's hard to keep it all inside, Fuyumi. It jumps out. She looked at him sadly as Endeavor came back into the room, slamming a duffel bag down on the table. You really think the streets are better than my house? Fine. There's $100 and some extra clothes. Let's see how long it is until you come crawling back. Dad, please. Fuyumi begged. You don't want to do this. 𝐶𝐻, just apologize. But 𝐿𝐼 had already grabbed the duffel and started walking toward the door. "See you later, Fuyumi. Have a nice life, Endeavor." "Why you little?" 𝐿𝐼 slammed the door behind him before he could hear whatever insult Endeavor had come up with and took a deep breath as he started to walk away down the dark street. At least he'd already been adopted by a cat mom. Hopefully 𝐼𝐵 would let him stay with her for a few nights. Mineta had never really seen All for One before. Sure, he'd heard the rumors and Shigaraki talked about him all the time, plus he was even intimidating over the phone, but somehow his presence managed to be overwhelmingly intimidating from the moment that he stepped out of the portal and into the alley. He turned his head, taking in the scene despite the lack of eyes to do it with, and tilted his head as he turned to face Stain. "You gagged him. I wanted to make sure he didn't alert any passerby," Mineta explained. "But it's just one of my ball over his mouth, so I can take it off if you want to talk to him." "That won't be necessary," All for One replied smoothly. "Good work, Trapper." Mineta found himself smiling at the praise, especially since All for One was notoriously hard to please. Anyway, he deserved to be a little proud of himself. He'd captured the hero killer. Sure, he hadn't really fought him, but that still counted for something. All for One knelt down slowly, careful not to touch anything sticky as he reached through the net and put his palm over where Stain's nose should have been. Yes, this quirk will be quite useful in the right hands. Unfortunately, Stain, you have proven that those right hands aren't yours. Stain glared at All for One as his quirk was taken, but Mineta wasn't sure he really understood who he'd just spoken to, because there wasn't any dread or devastation in his expression like he'd expected. Who knew, maybe Stain's conviction was just so strong, he thought he'd be able to continue to carry out his mission without a quirk. The poor guy was delusional. "What are you going to do with him?" Mineta asked as All for One straightened up. "Do you have something in mind?" All for One didn't bother turning around as he gave Mineta his orders. The hero killer has outlived his usefulness. "I'm sure I don't need to tell you what might happen if it's linked back to you, do I?" Mineta swallowed. "Of course not, Sensei. Don't worry, I'll take care of it." "Good." A portal appeared in front of him and All for One walked through it. "I don't take well to disappointment." The portal closed and Mineta turned to see Stain glaring at him, daring him to actually do it, and Mineta's expression hardened. He was so sick of everyone telling him what he could and couldn't do. If it wasn't that he was too short, it was that his quirk was too silly, or that he was too much of a coward, or that he wasn't good at head-to-head fights, or that he shouldn't because that wasn't what good little boys did. He was done listening to what society thought as possible. He was going to prove them all wrong in whatever way he could, and that way was right in front of him. Mineta reached past the net and unbuckled one of the knives on Stain's thigh. "So, what do you think, Stain? Do you think I have what it takes to be a true hero?" Stain's glare didn't falter when Mineta stabbed him the first time. Or the second. Or the third. It wasn't until he had finished bleeding out that Stain's expression finally went blank and Mineta drew in a shaky breath, wiping his hands down on his jacket. Before digging his backpack out from behind the dumpster and taking out a spray bottle. It was actually Mina's quirk that had given him the idea, and then some of the research he'd done into some of the older support corps students had helped him actually accomplish it. His ball didn't really unstick, but Mina's acid could dissolve them until they were unrecognizable as his quirk. As he sprayed each ball, the chemicals made them turn green and dissolve, expanding and bubbling until they almost resembled clumps of moss rather than purple ball. By the time he was done, the scene would have looked almost like a scene from a forest if it weren't for the bodies tangled in the nets. Mineta lifted his head and made sure his bloody jacket was stuffed inside his bag alongside the spray bottle before walking out of the alley like nothing had happened. It was time to go home and go to bed. He still had school tomorrow, after all. 𝐵 had jumped in his lap and immediately started kneading at his thighs and purring the moment he plopped down in the alley. Storming out had felt good at the moment, but now he was wondering if he'd been an idiot. Actually, scratch that, obviously he'd been an idiot, but the question was how big of an idiot had he been? He shouldn't have sessed off his old man like that, especially since Endeavor had phrased this entire ordeal as a challenge. Going back home now would just be letting his father win, and 𝐿𝐼 was too stubborn to let that happen. He scratched 𝐵 between the ears and leaned his head back against the brick wall, perking up slightly when he heard someone walk into the alley. I'm surprised Endeavor would let his masterpiece sleep on the streets. Shigaraki rasped as he sat down beside him. It's good to officially meet you, Sh Todoroki. Sh froze, literally, sending out enough ice to glue Shigaraki to the street as 𝐵 yowled and hopped off his lap. Shigaraki was unfazed by Sh attack. He just rolled his eyes and disintegrated the ice like it was no big deal, but didn't make any move to turn Sh into dust, which was surprising. He leaned his head back against the wall. Careful. Do that too often you'll PSS off the cat. I think she's more concerned about me staying alive. Sh responded dryly. You're a villain. Shigaraki scoffed. Noob. It's the middle of the night. I'm AFK right now, so honestly, I'm not sure much of anything. Sh hesitantly warmed himself up a bit, melting some of the remaining ice. What do you mean? Shigaraki shrugged. You don't do boss fights on loading pages. Oh, Sh said helplessly. Okay. Shigaraki shot him a look out of the corner of his eye. What? Have you never gamed before? My father literally just kicked me out. Do you really think he allowed me to play video games? Sh deadpanned. I was too busy training to be his masterpiece. Your dad sounds like a PP. Shigaraki said. But hey, at least the cat likes you. Sh smiled and extended a hand toward 𝐵, sighing when she hissed at him and turned away. If she ever forgives me for suddenly freezing her like that. I'm sorry, 𝐵. I panicked. 𝐵 just flicked her tail and Sh huffed. Well, there goes another mother figure. I need to stop losing those. Shigaraki frowned. Your mom's not in the picture. Mental hospital. Sh explained. He probably shouldn't be telling a villain all this, but Shigaraki was letting him stay in his murder alley and didn't seem like he was in the mood to kill him at the moment, so he didn't want to be impolite. Besides, he'd said he wasn't a villain right now, whatever that meant. What about yours? No idea. Shigaraki scratched lightly at his neck. Don't really remember much from before Sensei saved me. Oh yes. Sh drawled. The trauma. Shigaraki snorted. Like you're one to talk, Scar boy. How'd you get it anyway? Sh raised one eyebrow. Did you miss the part where I said my mother is in a mental hospital? Shigaraki whistled. Whoa. I would have thought it was your old man. I blame him for it. Sh found himself relaxing more and more in spite of himself. In every memory I have of my mother, she's crying. She called my left side unbearable right before she poured boiling water on my face. All because I looked like him. Shigaraki obviously wasn't quite sure how to respond to that, so they sat in relative silence for a while, only speaking to try to get 𝐵 to come back and sit on Sh lap. Eventually they managed it, but only because Sh practically made his body into a furnace as an apology. It felt good to use his left side after so long, especially for things like this. His father hated the cat, so of course the cat got to benefit from the fire he'd stolen from the bee yesterday. Served him right for being father of the year. I'm getting you some games. Shigaraki said suddenly. Sh blinked. Why? Shigaraki grinned. Just trust me, okay? You'll like them. Izuku was only half listening to the chaos happening behind him as he brainstormed a list of ideas, but Mai was on a roll, so right now he was just letting her do her thing and keeping an eye out to make sure she didn't accidentally blow up the entire school, especially since they were technically there after hours. Half the school was probably fine. Ingenium would be able to smooth things over with Power Loader. Hopefully. I do not think I am comfortable with a retractable knife. Tenya, as Mai insisted on calling him since saying Ida for both brothers was bound to get confusing, looked politely overwhelmed as he tried to talk Mai out of adding yet another weapon. Izuku sighed. Mai-chan, Tenya's still recovering and we also have the vigilantism charges to worry about. Why don't you set it as a personal challenge not to add any weapons? Mai pouted, but that's no fun. Oh really? Izuku gave a mischievous grin. So you don't want to see how complete of a first aid kit you can fit in? Or figure out how to make a grappling hook that doesn't put too much strain on the arm or his body? Or experiment with different holographic projection systems so he can always have a map with the villain's location or, fine, I get the idea. Mai said, turning to a new page in her notebook. Focus on support and rescue, not combat. I'm completely fine with weapons. Tensai interjected. Just for the record. Mai's eyes glinted with excitement, then I'll just give you twice as many. Have you considered whether you'll be fighting as a team? Izuku asked. I know that your sidekicks are already taking charge of running the Ida 10 agency, but you're basically going to have to learn to fight all over again, so you're not going to be heading up the agency for a while. Tensai sighed. I know. I already told the team that I want them to just move on. I don't want them waiting on me indefinitely while I recover. If I recover, well, you're not going to get your legs back. Mai sighed bluntly. But we're gonna make this wheelchair baby the next best thing. Might be best to stick to urban heroics, though. We're gonna give you all the bells and whistles, but assuming that most surfaces are paved will streamline the design process and help me make a better baby for you. The best thing to do, at least from a marketing standpoint, is actually for the two of you to enter the field together and work as a duo. Izuku said. Two brothers, injured by the same villain, who work together to overcome insurmountable odds and be heroes. It's a classic underdog narrative, people will love it. Ooh. We could market them as the Cyborg Brothers. Mai bounced up and down, grabbing Izuku's arm. Cy Brothers. What sounds better? We can talk to the marketing department once they've trained a bit more with their new support items. Izuku interrupted. For right now, we need to focus on changing their fighting style to accommodate for their disabilities and to coordinate well as a hero duo. Assuming you're okay with that plan. I trust that you are the experts. Tenya said seriously. Tensai shrugged. I'm down. I've always wanted to fight crime with my little bro. He reached up and tugged Tenya down to his level so he could ruffle his hair, and Tenya looked vaguely consternated, but accepting of his brother's affection. If these two could pull this off, they could open doors to hundreds of disabled kids that thought they couldn't be heroes. If a pair of brothers missing arms and legs could be heroes, maybe even a quirkless. Izuku shook his head and turned to his list, tapping his pencil on a few of the ideas he'd put stars next to. Tenya, you experience a lot of friction when you use your quirk, right? Tenya nodded. Yes. It's unavoidable, however. I can run faster than the average person, but you have to take a lot of steps, which slows you down. Izuku finished. Have you considered rollerblades? It would match well with Tensai's wheelchair and would reduce the friction. You'd have to practice, of course, but wouldn't that be rather difficult? Tenya interrupted. What if I run into stairs or? Well, I'm sure fighting on wheels is very different than what I'm used to. You're still young, Tenya. Tensai encouraged. Give it a try. I mean, I'm gonna have to learn wheelie fighting too. We can do it together. Tenya took a deep breath and nodded decisively. I will attempt to incorporate it into my fighting style then, but do not put them in my hero costume quite yet. Of course not. Izuku grinned. Tensai. Do you happen to know the pro-hero artiste? Tensai frowned. We've crossed paths, but we don't really work together that frequently, no. Why? Izuku grabbed his phone and started texting Nezu. She uses roller skates in her fighting. I want to see if she'd be willing to train you. Hitoshi couldn't sleep, which wasn't that unusual. What was unusual was that he'd been given the permission to roam the house when that happened and no one was going to think he was up to no good. It was surreal. He hesitated another moment before leaving his room and heading toward the kitchen. Aizawa was still up too, apparently, just grading papers, and he barely glanced up when he heard Hitoshi come in. Are you going to make tea? Hitoshi nodded on instinct, then remembered he was actually allowed to talk here. Yeah. I was. Aizawa hummed, make me one too. Sure. Hitoshi grabbed the kettle. Will MIC want one too? Aizawa glanced up at the clock. No, he's not going to be home for at least another hour, and that's if nothing weird happens at the station between then and now. He can make his own if he wants when he gets home. It still threw Hitoshi for a loop every time one of his adults answered his questions without hesitating. Usually it was Aizawa, but even MIC didn't think twice about answering him. He'd be lying if he said it didn't feel amazing. It was almost as good as being around Mai and Izuku, so that was saying something. When he finished the tea, He set a cup down in front of Aizawa and sat down in one of the chairs. Should he go back to his room? Was Aizawa going to get annoyed with him for interrupting his work? Almost as if he realized Hitoshi's indecision, Aizawa started talking to him, most of his attention still on grading. How has Uraraka been doing? Has she been adjusting well to her new quirk? Yeah. Hitoshi thought that was a weird way of putting it, but it was a pretty accurate way of describing her new mutation. The earrings the kidnappers made her are working pretty well and I can stop her most of the time, but she's actually stopped herself a couple times now, and her accuracy's getting better, so that's promising. Good. Aizawa nodded. We'll be starting combat exercises again soon, and I don't want her to be at a disadvantage. Don't worry, she can handle herself. Hitoshi said. Do you, mind if I watch TV? Aizawa nodded absently, just make sure the show isn't stupid. Tensai's smile was kind as he looked at Tenya. Are you ready for this? Tenya took a deep breath. No. I don't deserve a second chance at heroism like this. They should have expelled me. Tensai nodded seriously. They should have. But then again, they should have told me there was no way I could return to heroism, and here we are. Whether or not you deserve another chance, Tenya, the important thing is what you do with it. I suppose. Tenya said tightly, rubbing his shoulder nervously. Even though the fabric of the uniform, he could feel where it transitioned from skin into cold metal. Hatsune had said it would take a while to get used to, but both he and Tensai had wanted to get back to. Well, not normal, but to training as soon as possible, and Recovery Girl had given them the go-ahead, so here they were. Tenya held open the door while Tensai rolled through, and he swallowed nervously as he realized the entire class was staring at them. They were a few minutes late, which Tenya hated, but Aizawa had insisted that was the best way to make sure they only had to explain the situation once. That didn't mean Tenya was comfortable, but he was obeying the teacher, so he'd get through it. Hopefully. Perfect, you're here. Aizawa said, checking their names on the roll sheet. Everyone, you all know Ida already, and unless you've had your head under a rock in this class, you should already be aware of his brother Tensai Ida, aka Ingenium. The class nodded hesitantly, some of them giving Tenya pitying or even wary looks. Tenya swallowed nervously and bowed. I apologize for my actions. Nedzu and Aizawa have permitted me to rejoin the hero course on a trial basis, provided that I can prove I have learned from my mistakes. For the sake of the rest of your limbs, I hope you do. Aizawa said dryly. And before the rest of you ask, Ingenium is also here as a student, of sorts. With the help of some support items, he has decided to try to re-enter the field as a hero, but that will require completely overhauling his entire fighting style, so for all intents and purposes, he's basically a first year again, and he'll be tagging along with the class for a while as part of his physical therapy and rehabilitation. He's about as immature as most of you anyway, so I have no doubt he'll fit right in. Tensai laughed loudly. Oh, come on, show. Give me some credit. My immaturity is completely intentional. Aizawa shot him a glare. That makes it worse. Find your seats. That's okay. Tacy winked. I brought my own. That earned a few laughs from the class, and Tenya hurried to his empty seat while Tensai just parked himself at the edge of the first row. This was going to be an interesting year. Okiko giggled quietly as she caught sight of All Might frantically stuffing a pocket-sized teaching handbook in his pocket before striding through the door with a smile on his face that was obviously his attempt at hiding how insecure he was. Okiko was sure that he'd get more comfortable with teaching as the year went on, but for now it was oddly comforting to see the number one hero flounder and make mistakes, just like she was doing with One for All. It helped her feel more like a worthy successor, or well, helped her see that a perfect successor didn't exist and that all of them were just trying their best. It was nice. Hello, children. All Might boomed. For today's training exercise, we are going to play dodgeball. Dodgeball. Bakugo practically exploded, and a few of their other classmates sniggered at his reaction. I'm in the hero course to fight, not run away from a stupid ball. Well, you also need to know how to evade attacks, young Bakugo. All Might stuttered. It is one thing to beat an opponent into SBMSN, but it is another to survive long enough to do so. Come on, Blasty, it'll be fun. Mina laughed. Unless, of course, you don't think you can win. Of course I can win. Bakugo yelled. You DMN extras, I'll make you pay for underestimating me. Well, then, not that that's taken care of. All Might cleared his throat. Dodgeball. To keep it simple, we'll be playing last man standing, so once you're out of the game, you're out. Whichever team has the last player on the field wins. Teams will be divided as evenly with odd seat numbers on one team and even seat numbers on the other. Both leaders will be on the same team, since they are still getting back into the swing of things. Any questions? 𝐒𝐿𝐴 bounced with excitement as her classmates shook their heads. This was perfect. She hadn't given out a whole lot of details about her new abilities and she'd been too nervous to really use one for all in a combat exercise yet, but this would be good because it shouldn't require too much accuracy on her part. She just had to dodge the ball and not get hit. She could do this. They all got into position, eyeing the ball in the center. 𝐒𝐿𝐴 grinned at Hitoshi, who was on the other team, and he returned with a smirk of his own. They both knew each other's weaknesses, so it should be an even match, but 𝐒𝐿𝐴 was confident. He was going down. All Might blew the whistle and everyone rushed forward. Bakugo was one of the first to reach the center and 𝐒𝐿𝐴 anchored to him, her earrings beeping for a split second before she was at the center. Bakugo reared back when she suddenly appeared in his face. She smirked and grabbed the ball he'd been reaching for before anchoring to Mineta, who was still near the edges, and disappearing. What the F, round face? Bakugo shouted. We're on the same team. Sorry Bakugo. 𝐒𝐿𝐴 smiled and shrugged. You were the closest person to where I needed to be. Bakugo grabbed another ball and launched it with explosive force into Ojiro's stomach. Well, try to mess up the other team next time. Come on, Bakugo. Hitoshi tilted his head to the side like some sort of creepy doll and didn't blink as he stared at Bakugo with wide eyes. Can a little girl really mess you up that much? Bakugo screwed his eyes shut. Nice try, 𝐈𝐵𝐺, but I've figured out your quirk and it's not gonna. Hitoshi smiled as he took control. Good idea, but not quite. Shuji was using all 6 of his arms to throw ball in every direction, and it didn't take long for one to hit Bakugo in the back, knocking him out of the brainwashing. Oh, 𝐈𝐵𝐺, I'm gonna, young Bakugo. You're out. All Might said. Please come to the side until the next round. Bakugo glared at Hitoshi. You're gonna pay for this, 𝐈𝐵𝐺. Hitoshi returned his glare smoothly. I'm looking forward to it. About half the class was already out at this point, the initial bloodbath making almost no time at all, and 𝐒𝐿𝐴 hurried to remove the gravity on her ball and throw it at Gyro, who managed to dodge. Without gravity, however, the ball just continued forward and hit Tensai before he could will himself out of the way. 𝐒𝐿𝐴 winced. Sorry. I'm good. Tensai gave her a thumbs up. Nice hit. 𝐒𝐿𝐴 smiled proudly. Thanks. Dark Shadow launched an attack at her, but there was a group of abandoned ball near Mina, so 𝐒𝐿𝐴 anchored to her and disappeared right as the ball would have hit her. The more she jumped, the better she was getting at recentering herself, so when she reappeared behind Mina, it only took her half a second before she had bent down, retrieved a ball and launched it. Mina turned around just in time for the ball to hit her in the stomach instead of the back, and she laughed as she made her way off the field. Oh, we are gonna have so much fun pranking people. 𝐒𝐿𝐴 giggled and shook her head as she grabbed another ball. On her team, it was her, Shuji, and 𝐬 still in. Hitoshi was still in for the other team, and they seemed to be doing a bit better considering that they had Tokoyami, Kirishima, Yomomo, and most likely 𝐔𝐸𝐽, since her gloves were still lying on the floor. Yomomo had created what looked like a t-shirt cannon and was using it to launch the ball with ridiculous accuracy. Shoji, however, could launch more at a time. He grabbed another 6 ball and managed to hit 𝐔𝐸𝐽 by sheer luck, judging by the yelp, but Yorozu used his split second of distraction to hit him with her launcher. 𝐒𝐿𝐴 squeaked as another ball came flying at her courtesy of Kirishima, and she instinctively teleported away and toward Tokoyami, accidentally stumbling as she reappeared and knocking right into him, which gave 𝐬 the opening she needed to get him out, but unfortunately Yorozu returned the favor almost immediately. It was now 𝐒𝐴 versus Kirishima, Yomomo and, of course, Hitoshi. You may as well give up now. Hitoshi drawled, tossing a ball between his hands. Do you really think you can take on all of us? 𝐿𝐼𝐼 just smirked, giving Hitoshi a quick nod before using Kirishima as an anchor to warp across the field. She ended up way farther than she'd been trying for, probably overcorrecting for getting too close the last couple times, but she was still able to grab a ball and throw it at Kirishima, who was so surprised at her sudden appearance that he hardened instead of dodged. The best plan at this point was probably to keep moving. If she turned this into a game of whack-a-mole instead of dodgeball, then she might even be able to win this, especially if she could bait Momo and Hitoshi into hitting each other. She grinned and swayed anchors every jump, never staying in one place for more than a few seconds until she got lucky and appeared right between them. She stayed put for almost 5 seconds, long enough for them both to take aim and let loose their ball, then disappeared just in time for both attacks to fly right through where she had been and hit the other person right as 𝐿𝐼𝐼 herself reappeared beside All Might. How was that? Did I win? Woo! Mina cheered loudly. That's our girl. How did you do that? Kaminari's eyes were wide. That's an awesome quirk development. I wish I'd learned that much on my internship. 𝐿𝐼𝐼 couldn't stop smiling proudly as All Might put his hand on her shoulder and spoke quietly. It seems as though you are doing quite well at making that power your own, young Uraraka. The others would be proud. Izuku watched the footage from the dodgeball match for the 3rd time. Uraraka was progressing rapidly, which was impressive, but he still couldn't shake the nagging feeling that there was something off about the entire situation. People's quirks didn't just become 10 times more powerful overnight. Quirk development and even quirk mutations were either gradual or in response to trauma, and neither case was present here. And then there was what Uraraka had said about giving it back if he hadn't helped her. There was something weird going on and Izuku wasn't sure how he was supposed to give an accurate analysis off of an incomplete, or worse falsified, dataset. Hitoshi didn't knock when he came into Izuku's workroom and Izuku didn't turn to acknowledge him, but he did nod. Hey Hitoshi, make yourself at home. Already done. Hitoshi sat backwards on an extra chair so that his arms were resting on the back and spun around. Oh, are you watching the dodgeball thing? Ocha did pretty well, don't you think? Izuku groaned. Exactly. She's doing great and I still don't know why. Why did her quirk get so powerful? Why did she have no control over it? It just doesn't make sense. Hitoshi hummed thoughtfully. I don't know. Aizawa was asking about her the other night and even referred to it as her new quirk, cause it's just so different from her standard gravity manipulation. Izuku's brain rebooted. Say that again. Hitoshi frowned. Teleportation is different than gravity manipulation. I thought that was obvious. No, before that. Izuku grabbed a notebook and almost broke his pencil from how quickly he grabbed it. You called it her new quirk. Well, Aizawa did. Hitoshi shrugged. But yeah. So what? Izuku grinned. So what are the problems? All of a sudden, Uraraka can teleport, when she couldn't before. A new quirk would 100% explain that. She had zero control, but has developed it extremely quickly, just like a 4-year-old getting used to their new quirk. And people don't just develop new quirks, which means someone gave it to her, which explains why she would be able to return it. No wonder she's been super vague about it. Obviously something like this is probably a huge secret. Hitoshi sat back in shock. Izuku, this isn't. Is something like this even possible? Izuku's phone buzzed and he checked to see a new message from Nezu. I think. We're about to find out. Mineta was tired of diner French fries, but small towns didn't have much to offer in the way of stakeout food. All for One had assigned him to look into a few Stain fanboys and determine if any were worth recruiting. He wasn't quite sure what exactly All for One had in mind for the new recruit, and really wasn't sure why he was sending Stain's killer on this mission, especially because Mineta still had homework to do in the afternoons, but it seemed like Sensei had conveniently forgotten about that fact. Seriously, with all he did for the league, he should be the favorite, not the deadbeat gamer with a dandruff problem. He stuffed another fry in his face and kept an eye on the street his target should be passing though, if Mineta had guessed his route correctly. Most of the others had been a bust. They were either too weak, too wishy-washy in their ideals, or just plain not cut off from society enough to be convinced to leave it all behind and join the league. Mineta wasn't betting any money on this guy being any different. He consistently liked posts about staying or ones in line with those ideals, but hadn't made any of his own, and he was the classic definition of failure to launch, staying in the same small town after high school despite the almost non-existent career opportunities here. Mineta might as well just save himself some time, cross Shuichi Iguchi off his list, and go home. But he'd promised all for one he'd do the stupid mission, so he waited and finally, the guy started walking along the street below him. The street wasn't busy, but there were definitely people around, and their reactions to this Iguchi guy were almost more promising than the guy himself. People stared at him while he passed, and Mineta was 100% sure that some of them were whispering slurs as soon as they thought the lizard was out of earshot. A few even passed to the other side of the street to avoid him. It was a classic case of mutant quirk discrimination, made even worse by the fact that, just like there was only one stoplight, there was probably only one mutant in town, so all that prejudice and hatred from all those people got concentrated and projected onto him. Mineta smiled and started bouncing along the rooftops, keeping in the shadows as he followed behind his target, always keeping him in sight. A guy with strong ideals in line with what Stain had believed and ready, oh so ready, to leave it all behind and screw all the people that had ever shunned him. Iguchi was exactly what All for One was looking for. He slipped into the window of Iguchi's apartment while the guy himself took the stairs, even though Mineta knew full well that he could climb walls. They'd have to get him into the habit of using his quirk more casually then, but that was a problem for later. For now, Mineta just stuck a few ball in the corner of the room and hung out as the lock clicked and Iguchi waked in. You know, speaking from experience, it would be faster to just climb the wall and come in through the window. Iguchi squeaked and Mineta almost thought he was going to do that thing where a lizard loses its tail when in a fight or flight situation, but all Iguchi's limbs stayed attached. For now. Iguchi lowered himself into a sloppy fighting stance and stared up at Mineta in a mix of fear and curiosity. Who are you? Why are you in my apartment? You can call me Trapper. Mineta smiled and dropped onto the floor into a couch before standing. And I'm here to change your life. 𝐔𝐬𝐽 was still figuring this whole homeless thing out. Maybe living on the streets was a better term, because his already adopted Murder Alley as his second home long before his father kicked him out permanently. Luckily, he didn't have to worry about things like showers or food because UA had a gym and a lunchroom, so he got a shower every morning and at least one meal a day, which wasn't that much less than Endeavor had been giving him anyway, so it wasn't too bad. The weirdest part of living on the streets, however, was definitely Shigaraki. He was actually fairly normal when he wasn't killing people and was apparently a pretty big gamer. He'd brought his laptop and was trying to introduce 𝐔𝐬𝐽 to a video game, but 𝐔𝐬𝐽 couldn't even figure out how to pause the game, much less what he was supposed to do. Shigaraki groaned for the 5th time. Seriously? It's just point and shoot. How do you mess that up? Very carefully. 𝐔𝐬𝐽 deadpanned. The computer pinged a few times and a few notifications came up on the screen. Nice burn, Dusty, you got a new streaming buddy. Pogus new guy comedic relief. 𝐔𝐬𝐽 frowned. Is that part of the game? What did you do? Shigaraki scratched at his neck. What button did you press? I don't know. 𝐔𝐬𝐽 panicked. I was just pressing anything. I don't know what I'm doing, you know that. Shigaraki stared at him in disbelief. I can't believe you're so bad at this that you accidentally started streaming. The computer pinged again with notifications. Don't blame him for you being a bad teacher. Keep the new guy. An accident. How? You're a streamer. 𝐔𝐬𝐽 blinked. How do you even have time for that between attacking? Shigaraki slammed a hand over his mouth, thankfully with only 4 fingers, and pressed a button that made a large mute notification flash across the screen. Okay, first rule, don't ever give out personal information online. This includes you being a hero brat or me being a villain. Got it? 𝐔𝐬𝐽 nodded nervously and Shigaraki took his hand off his mouth. And yeah, I'm a streamer. It's just something I do for me. Sometimes it helps to rage, okay. I'm not popular or anything, but since you're here and people are already watching, we may as well turn this into public humiliation. Hey! 𝐔𝐬𝐽 said indignantly. I'm not. Okay, well, maybe I am that bad, but hey. Next rule goes along with number 1. Shigaraki didn't even bother to respond to his protests, But he was a villain, so 𝐿𝐼 didn't really expect him to. Don't use your real name. My tag is Dusty, so use it. What's yours? 𝐿𝐼 shrugged. 𝐿𝐼. The look Shigaraki gave him very clearly stated that that was unacceptable, so 𝐿𝐼 started looking around. His eyes fell on 𝐿𝐼, who was curled against his left side, which was heated just enough so that she didn't crawl across the keyboard. Again. She was the inspiration for stealing his life and his quirk back from his father, so maybe. Icy Cat. 𝐿𝐼 blurted out. You can call me Icy Cat. Shigaraki snorted, but unmuted the 𝐼. Sorry about that, my local idiot somehow managed to mute us both. But yeah, I found a new streaming buddy for everyone to laugh at, so if you don't make him cry, I'll be cessed. Icy Cat here grew up with a silver spoon in his mouth and has never played before, so give him hell, yeah. Okay, now unpause the game and let's get playing again. We've wasted too much time on this side quest already. 𝐿𝐼 froze. How do I do that again? Hitoshi tried to shake the feeling that he was in trouble as he, Izuku, Mai, Okiko, present MIC, All Might and Aizawa all crowded into the space across from Nedzu's desk. Izuku was practically vibrating with excitement next to him, and after a hurried explanation in the hall on the way there, Mai was doing the same. Okiko and MIC just looked confused, but that was probably because nobody had had time to explain to either of them what this meeting was about. Aizawa just looked done with life, and if he didn't know better, Hitoshi would have said that All Might was vaguely terrified. Nedzu, on the other hand, looked absolutely delighted. Well, Midoriya, it appears you have discovered yet another state secret, and it's not even the end of the semester yet. I must say I'm impressed. Izuku turned bright red. It was. I wasn't trying to. Nedzu smiled a bit wider. That makes it even better. I knew taking you on as a student would be fun. Wait, what secret? Okiko's eyes flitted about the room. I can leave if you need to discuss something, don't bother. Aizawa sighed. Midoriya just figured out one for all. It's a miracle it took him this long, honestly, considering that he somehow knew about All Might's smaller form before the school year even started. Okiko sighed in relief. Oh good. That means I can actually ask you guys all the questions now. It was getting really hard to remember that you didn't know. Hitoshi raised his hand. What's one for all? That must be the name of Okiko's second quirk. Izuku piped up. What are the mechanics of it? Does it make you teleport, or did it just strengthen your quirk, which resulted in teleportation? Did you know it would do that? Did you even know about it before it manifested? How did it develop? Is it genetic or artificial? How did... Okiko cut him off with a giggle. All Might gave it to me, so no, it's not genetic, but it did have to be transferred through DNA, which is kinda gross. And we really thought it was gonna strengthen my muscles like it did for him, but the quirk kinda just latched onto my quirk instead, so no. We had absolutely no idea that I was going to start teleporting. Izuku lunged to grab his notebook and Mai cackled. Oh, this is gonna be fun. Whoa! Tenya yelped as he tripped and fell into the grass for the 17th time. He'd counted. Tensai laughed as he wheeled up to him. You need to loosen up, Tenya. You keep falling because you're too tense. I'm falling because the ground keeps rolling out from under my feet. Tenya spat, tearing the rollerblades off his feet. This can't possibly be faster than just running. Just calm down. Tensai put his hand on his shoulder. Look, I know you're frustrated, but you can't let your anger get the best of you, okay? Tenya felt the anger rush out of him like a deflating balloon, leaving a familiar sense of dread and guilt in its place. You're right. I'm sorry. It won't happen again. Tensai sighed. Of course it will happen again, Tenya. You can't just repress anger and expect not to blow up. That's what got you into this mess in the first place. Tenya swallowed. I know. Look. Tensai sat up and started rolling away. You have to learn how to go with the movement, Tenya, otherwise you're gonna keep slowing yourself down. The problem isn't the rollerblades, it's that you keep acting like nothing is going to move or change. You can't fight your own momentum, you have to just go with it. I'm trying. Tenya insisted. But these things are impossible. I can't balance on them. Then don't try to balance. Tensai grinned. Why don't you just, I don't know, lean into where you want to go and stop worrying so much. Stop being so tense and just go with the movement. Tenya groaned. Sure, fine. I'm just going to fall twice as fast, but fine, let's do it your way. Tensai smiled and gestured for him to continue, and Tenya rolled his eyes as he pulled the rollerblades back on. This isn't going to work. Maybe not. Tensai shrugged. But it's worth a try. Tenya sighed and shakily stood up, holding his arms out on either side. Tensai said he was too tense, that he needed to loosen up. Tenya took a deep breath and tried to relax, forcing himself not to imagine the rollerblades rolling out from under him as he started moving. Within seconds, he started falling again, but instead of freezing up he tried to go with the movement, whatever that meant. Instead of falling over like he'd expected to, though, he just turned and gained momentum. It felt natural and almost freeing as he sped faster and faster. Straight into the ground. He spat out a bit of dirt and glared at Tensai, who was holding his sides and would probably be on the floor laughing if he wasn't stuck in a wheelchair. Stop laughing. Sorry. Tensai gasped. It's kinda my job as a big brother. But how did it feel? Well, before the epic crash and burn. Tenya frowned and looked at the rollerblades. I think you're right. Maybe it's worth a try. Shuichi gulped before following Trapper through the misty portal. He didn't know why he was doing this, it seemed completely idiotic, but at the same time, it had to be better than staying here. He'd been in this same stupid town with same stupid prejudices for so long, and sure, Trapper had been a bit vague on the how, but he'd basically said that not only could he help him get out of his dead-end life, he could help him change the world and disprove all those prejudices that had been holding him back ever since he was a kid. Yeah, it was a little sketchy and was probably the exact opposite of a good idea, but at the end of the day, what did he really have to lose? Friends. He'd never had them. Family. Not the best relationship to begin with. Sanity. Okay, maybe that last one, but he had to be insane to begin with because he was now stuck with this kid he barely knew in an unfamiliar location and he didn't even know what city they were in. Oh, and there was a blind guy hooked to machines like some pre-Quirk hero movie. What had he gotten himself into? Hello, Iguchi. The man smiled, which was somehow creepier without eyes. My name is All for One. I'm sure you're wondering what's going on. Shuichi nodded hesitantly. Yeah. Trapper said you were going to change my life. And the world. All for One grinned wider. Exactly. You are familiar with the work of Stain, correct? Suikai felt a stake of happiness spurt through him, the hero killer. Yeah. He had such a vision. Getting rid of all those fake heroes. If only he'd been able to complete his mission. I agree, All for One nodded. It's a pity that the heroes did not allow it, Shuichi frowned, the heroes. But the news said it was a rival vigilante. Do you really think that the corrupt commission would want society believing any differently? All for One's voice was full of pity. But you seem like a bright young man, Iguchi. You deserve to know the truth. Stain was not killed by a rival. He was killed by one of the fake heroes he strove to destroy. Shuichi gasped. What? A hero killed him. And they just got away with it. Yeah, they sure did. Trapper piped up. It's so unfair, isn't it? The heroes get away with everything and get all the support, while the rest of us are underestimated and left in the dust. So how do we fix it? Shuichi grit his teeth. You said you were going to help me change the world. All for One nodded. I'm glad you asked. Before he died, Stain was able to leave behind one final piece of himself. A torch to pass on, if you will. My quirk allows me to take powers from some and give them to others who can use them better. In his final moments, when Stain knew death was certain, he entrusted me with finding a new holder for his quirk. Someone who was worthy of continuing his legacy. Shuichi felt like he could hardly breathe as All for One reached out for him. Shuichi Iguchi, you are worthy. Will you carry on Stain's legacy and vow to take down those fakes that call themselves heroes? Yes. Shuichi didn't even have to think about it. It's all I've ever dreamed of. Please. Let me change the world. All for One chuckled. No hesitation, just as I expected. Well, Come here and let me give you your gift. It hurt. It felt like every cell in his body was being pulled apart and rearranged as what must be Stain's quirk was forced into him. It felt like an eternity, and Shuichi was fairly certain that he screamed at some point, but a few seconds later, he was on his knees catching his breath as Trapper and All for One smiled down at him. How do you feel? Trapper asked excitedly. Powerful. Shuichi nodded. I'm carrying Stain's essence. A part of him is a part of me. His legacy. Exactly. All for One agreed. But now that you are Stain's successor, you can no longer be who you were before. What should we call you? Shuichi took a deep breath and his expression hardened in determination. Call me Spinner, because I'm the one who's going to spin the web that all the heroes will trap themselves in. All for One grinned again. Well then, Spinner, welcome to the League of Villains. Today was the day. It didn't seem like that much of an unusual day in the morning. Xiaotou had just showed up early to be able to shower before class like he had ever since Endeavor kicked him out, but when he'd walked into class, there was a small packet sitting on every single desk besides Ida's, and that was only because he had already picked his up and was reading through it furiously. Ingenium had parked his wheelchair in the back of the room and waved to him with the hand that wasn't currently leafing through a packet of his own. Xiaotou almost hesitated, but ended up shaking his head and walking to his desk despite how weird this was. When he got to his desk though and noticed Cheat Code's logo emblazoned on the cover, everything made sense. That Analyst probably still wanted him to use his fire, didn't he? Well, it was high time he started showing his old man that his fire was his now and not some gift from Endeavor. Besides, Shiggy had been harping on him for using too many of the same attack. Xiaotou had no idea how they had gotten so many followers in a week, but apparently people liked to see him make a fool of himself, and he got an unhealthy amount of enjoyment out of imagining his father's face if he found out that over 100,000 people were watching his perfect masterpiece fail every single night. Even just thinking about it made him smile. After that first stream, the new followers had started sending in requests for games for him to try, and one of the most popular ones had been a game called Super Smash Bros. Xiaotou had never heard of it, but apparently it had been around since pre-Quirk times and had gone through about 1 million different iterations, but all with the same premise of the players trying to beat the SHT out of each other and push each other off a platform. Of course, Xiaotou hadn't understood the goal and immediately walked straight off it with a delayed oops that made the chat go wild, but it brought back pleasant memories from the sports festival. Xiaotou thought he was almost decent at the game, but Shigaraki apparently disagreed, because he won every single time. He said that part of Xiaotou's problem was that he tried using the same attacks over and over and it made him too predictable and easy to beat, but Xiaotou thought that was kind of unfair considering that those were the only 2 attacks he knew. The only way to get better, though, was to learn more attacks, hence why he was determined to MSTR his fire. The hero course wasn't too much different than a video game, all things considered. If Shigaraki were here, he'd probably call this entire packet a skills list or something and tell Xiaotou to max out his stats, which he assumed meant something like being the strongest he could be. He looked through the analysis and suggestions carefully, mentally highlighting anything he hadn't considered before or felt like he could easily incorporate into an attack. Most of it wasn't new, but before he hadn't been ready to. How would Shiggy say it? Level up. By now, most of the class had arrived and most of his classmates were yelling about what was in their packets and comparing them to each other. Some were pretty happy with the suggestions, like Ashido, who had to be persuaded not to try some of the new techniques on her desk, while others were a little less receptive. Why should I stop looking at the babes during battle? Mineta sobbed. Melons are life, not distractions. Lactose intolerant. Irma's sparkle almost seemed dimmer. No. Tell me it can't be true. Consider avoiding daylight. Tokoyami muttered. So the demon behind a screen wishes me to embrace the darkness. Oh, stop being so dramatic. Gyro rolled her eyes. You don't have to take the suggestions, you know. But, I mean, that's why Cheat Code is giving them to us now, right? Kaminari pointed out. So we'll have time to incorporate them before finals. Xiaotou nodded. It made sense. He wasn't quite sure who Cheat Code actually was or why he was so interested in their class, but his old man never accepted help, so 𝐿𝐼 was going to take as much of it as he could get, then hopefully rub it in Endeavor's face. Mina bounced over to Uraraka. Okay, Miss Gravity Warper over there, what does yours say? Uraraka flipped helplessly through her packet, which on further inspection was just a single page. Nothing. What? Bakugo almost exploded as he ripped the paper from her hands. Does that pencil pusher think you're better than the rest of us and don't need advice or something? Come talk to me. What the F does that even mean? Mineta gasped and stopped crying. Uraraka. Do you know cheat code? Uraraka's eyes widened and she started waving her arms. No. I don't. Or. At least I don't think so, maybe he's hiding in plain sight. 𝐿𝐼 suggested. Or maybe he isn't a person at all and is actually a concept. Urozu nodded. That would make sense. No, it wouldn't. Kaminari pulled at his hair. A concept can't make an analysis packet. 𝐿𝐼 just raised one eyebrow. Can't it? His eye was drawn back to Uraraka when Shinso walked over to her desk and whispered something in her ear. Her eyes widened and 𝐿𝐼 heard her earrings beep a few times before she was gone. It was going to be difficult to beat her with her new quirk developments, but he'd find a way. Maybe Shigaraki could help him figure out a way to work around the glitch. On second thought, that probably wasn't the best idea. It was hard to remember that Shigaraki was a villain sometimes and not just some hobo he met in an alley sometimes. Aizawa walked in a few seconds after the bell and by the look on his face, he was seriously considering walking straight back out again. I see cheat code left your analysis packets this morning. Actually, I think he might have left them last night. Shinso grinned. Pretty sure he basically haunts the walls of UA like some sort of goblin. Aizawa glared at him for a second before sighing. I'm looking forward to seeing how you incorporate his critiques, but don't forget that you have academics as well. Now open your books, we have a lot of work to do if you expect to pass the finals and earn the right to participate in the summer training camp. The class exploded. What? Spinner wondered if this was what it meant to go mad with power. He certainly felt a little mad, but Stain had believed that a little insanity was the only way to save the world. Spinner felt him sometimes, deep inside his mind, whispering. He even swore that he could see the hero killer in his dreams sometimes, a shadowy figure vaguely almost there, but not quite. It felt like there was something Stain wanted him to know, but their bond wasn't deep enough for any real communication to happen, and All for One had told him that there was only one way to make that bond deeper, by carrying on Stain's legacy and following in his footsteps. He had spent the last week killing as many false heroes as he could, and for someone who had never killed a single person before, he was actually fairly good at it. Stain's quirk covered his weaknesses perfectly, and with the way their quirks combined, it was almost as if it was destiny that Spinner continued the hero killer's work. He would use his BRH quirk to climb the walls of alleys where the heroes would be passing, then strike. All for One had been kind enough to gift him Stain's katana, so he used it often, but he'd found that with the addition of Stain's quirk, his teeth had shaped themselves into sharp points, and whatever weak natural venom his lizard quirk gave him made Stain's quirk even more effective, so if he bit the false heroes, they would be paralyzed longer, and it eliminated the middleman, since the BLD could be ingested immediately, instead of after a delay. He'd gone after smaller heroes so far, sidekicks and lesser-known targets such as Native, who was currently frozen on the ground in front of him. Perhaps he should keep to operating mostly under the cover of darkness, but if Trapper could effectively move and avoid detection during the day, then Spinner could learn to do the same. He couldn't afford to sit around and waste time when there were fakes that needed to be eliminated and a legacy that he needed to maintain. He liked the last of the BLD off his lips and stalked toward Native. You are a disgrace to the ranks of heroes. You're a fake and you don't deserve your title, much less your life. Native was breathing heavily, unable to move to stop the bleeding from either the stab wound in his shoulder or the bite mark on his hand. Who even are you? I am the hero killer's successor. Spinner answered. The mark left by Stain's murder that can never be removed. I am the one who is going to rid society of fake heroes like you. Native's eyes widened in terror. You're insane. Maybe, Spinner smiled, his newly sharp teeth on full display. But I've done more for society already than you've ever done in your entire miserable career, and I'm going to do so much more. He used Stain's katana to stab Native in the leg, twisting the blade as he pulled it out. I hope the heroes find you before you bleed out so you can spread Stain's message, but if not, it's no big loss. You weren't doing any good alive either. Native's cries echoed in his ears as Spinner climbed up the wall and went off to find his next victim. Izuku ran into class just before the bell rang, and pretty much immediately his classmates turned to stare at him. He fidgeted awkwardly. He wasn't usually this late, but he'd gotten an idea about his teleporting tracker last night and had completely lost track of time before his mom ran into his room and practically cried as she told him he was going to be late for school. Kohaku looked him up and down and whistled lowly, "Dang, Midoriya. No tie today." Izuku instinctively looked down at his outfit. He was wearing the UA uniform. Mostly. He might have been in too big of a rush this morning to even want to deal with the idea of tying a tie, so he'd swapped the dress shirt for a black t-shirt, which had way better flexibility for crawling through the tunnels. He was still wearing the uniform. Just styled differently. He laughed awkwardly. "Well, I mean, none of you guys keep your full uniforms on either, and just cause I'm working at a computer doesn't mean I shouldn't be comfortable, right? Besides, Katsuki's in the hero course and he never wears his tie either. Speaking of..." Mai slammed her notebook down on her desk. "I have an idea. We should glitter bomb him." Izuku looked over her shoulder at the design she'd sketched out. "Mai, you do know that normal glitter bombs don't normally include C4, right?" "They don't." Mai frowned. "But then why call it a bomb? I mean, it probably wouldn't do too much damage." Power Loader cleared his throat and the class sheepishly turned to look at him. "Hatsume, if you're going to blow up the school, could you at least have the good grace to do it when I'm out of earshot? I need plausible deniability, not a migraine." "Right." Midoriya smiled apologetically. "It won't happen again, sir." Power Loader sighed. "Let's just get to work." Mineta kept himself quiet and unobtrusive as he walked into the support labs. Only an idiot would draw attention to themselves before they got the lay of the land and at least had a sense of who they were hunting. There were several students spread out between the tables, welding and soldering away at their own inventions, but Mineta wasn't interested in them. Somehow he didn't think that a kid with a giant shark head was cheat code. It seemed like something that would have come up in conversation. Even though he couldn't be sure that the Island incident was related to cheat code, it was still his best lead, which meant that he was looking for either Hatsume or Midoriya. Gyro had insinuated that he was only interested in Hatsume because she had big melons, so. The one with pink hair. There wasn't anyone with her, but from what his classmates had said, the two were never far apart, so Midoriya must be around here somewhere. It was only a matter of when he would show up. Now that he had his target in sight, Mineta let his stare linger a bit too long in the right places and ran toward Hatsume's station as quickly as he could, hardly even giving a glance to any of the boys in the room, not even the one with green hair who was leaning against the doorframe of a side room, looking at him suspiciously, most likely questioning his intentions toward Hatsume. Good. If the students thought he was looking at the girls, they'd never even guess that he was actually here to find cheat code. He'd almost made it to Hatsume's desk before the green-haired kid called out to him, "Hello Mineta. Are you here to modify your costume?" Mineta jumped. How did this kid know his name? He recovered quickly, though, putting on a smile as he glanced at Hatsume. "Yeah. I heard some of the others saying Hatsume was the best girl to go to." "You heard right." Hatsume jumped to shake his hand, but the kid, who had to be Midoriya, was still looking at him suspiciously. "I'm the best inventor you'll ever find and the future CEO of Hatsume Industries. Nice to meet you." Mineta grinned. "I'm excited to see what you can do, hot stuff. Cheat code gave us a lot of good suggestions." Midoriya's expression changed slightly when Mineta mentioned cheat code. "Interesting. Midoriya pushed himself away from the doorframe and walked over to them, subtly placing himself in front of Hatsume. "Your quirk involves adhesion, right? What did you have in mind?" Mineta stood his ground. "I dunno. Something super cool, definitely. I need to look like a badass." Hatsume pushed past Midoriya. "Then your current costume isn't gonna cut it. I've seen the designs and it makes you look like a giant baby. And the fact that you cry during fights doesn't help, so you're gonna want to change that. I'd take out the white and the diaper just gets in the way, but we can keep the utility belt. Maybe we should add some sort of ranged weapon. Ooh, maybe something that can adjust the stickiness of your quirk. And with DNA incorporated into the suit, obviously. I know I had some designs a while ago, where did I put them? About halfway through her ramblings, 𝐻𝐻𝐿 had pulled out a stack of notebooks and started sorting through them for ideas, spreading old drawings and crumpled notes across her desk as Midoriya helped sort through them, muttering about the specifics of Mineta's quirk under his breath. How did he know so much? He'd heard the guy was Nezu's personal student, so a certain amount of mystery was to be expected, but they'd never even met before. Something on one of the pages caught his eye and Mineta scared in a sharp breath. Was that? He glanced over toward Midoriya and 𝐻𝐻𝐿, but they had both gotten caught up in brainstorming new gear ideas for him that they weren't even looking his way, so Mineta subtly nudged the sketchbook the rest of the way open, his eyes widening slightly when he realized he was right. Various versions of Cheat Code's logo were spread across the page, all slightly different than the one that had appeared on their info packets, but considering that some of them were crossed out and others were crammed in the margins, Mineta assumed they must be in progress versions, which meant. Mineta glanced up at the duo, who were still chatting almost faster than any normal person could process. Which one was Cheat Code? Quickly, Mineta grabbed one of the smaller ball from the nape of his neck and stuck it to the corner of the page. As soon as he was sure no one was watching, he tore the page and wrapped it around the ball before shoving it in his pocket. The page would be undamaged when the stickiness wore off, but if anyone questioned him before then, they'd inevitably try to tear the page off and ruin their evidence in the process. The timing was closer than he would have liked though, considering that Midoriya turned toward him as soon as the ball was safe inside Mineta's pocket, a huge smile on his face. So, what do you think? Mineta squeezed the paper ball in his pocket. I think you two are exactly what I need. Somehow, being looped in on a secret as big as One for All was enough to break the ice between Hitoshi and his adults. Parents. He wasn't quite sure if he was ready to go that far, but whatever Shouta and Hisashi were to him, they were better than anything he'd ever had before. And finally hearing Shouta's real opinions on All Might was hilarious. I mean, seriously. Shouta rolled his eyes. There should be at least a committee deciding who gets such a powerful, not to mention dangerous, opportunity. Impulsively putting a first year in a situation where she has to make a lifelong decision and can't even really say no to the privilege was just idiotic, not to mention unethical, so no wonder she disappeared. Hitoshi grinned. I'm pretty sure that has more to do with her quirk. Shouta glared at him. She didn't teleport for at least a week after getting that stupid power, which means she was probably repressing the power and it had no choice but to manifest dramatically. That wouldn't have happened if that blonde oaf hadn't laid on all the pressure of a giant legacy. Hisashi smiled softly and rubbed his back. Do you want to hide in one of the cupboards and jump scare him? That usually makes you feel better. I could probably have Mai-chan make a glitter bomb for you. Hitoshi offered. I know she's building one already so they can prank Bakugo, but, I should warn you that she's still working on the formula. Last I heard, her design is more bomb than glitter. Oh. Hisashi perked up. I could probably take a look over it. I made my fair share of glitter bombs and other pranks back in my days at UA. I'm pretty sure there's still glitter in 3A's classroom from that one time that's not something to be proud of. Shouta cut in, but he was still smiling. Your other pranks were much more effective. Hitoshi glanced between the two of them. Why do I feel like I should be taking notes? Shouta grinned, because learning from the MSS is only logical. You. Hitoshi gave a shocked laugh. Hisashi, I can see, but you. Shouta shrugged. There's nothing wrong with a few logical ruses. You have to battle burnout somehow. Plus Hisashi was a bad example. Hey! Hisashi looked betrayed. Do I need to remind you that the air horn tripwire in the cafeteria was your idea? Shouta frowned. I thought that one was Shirakumo's. Hisashi's face fell. I guess it was. It's been so long. His adults were silent for a long moment and Hitoshi was about to ask what was wrong when Hisashi shook himself out of it. Well, little listener, I guess you're wondering why we're having your favorites for dinner tonight. Hitoshi looked at him suspiciously. I thought you were just buttering me up so that I'd trust you or something. 𝐿𝐿 snorted. Good thought, kid, but no. There's more to it. We're celebrating. Hisashi ran over to the counter to grab a manila envelope and shoved it into his hand. Well, what are you waiting for? Open it. Hitoshi gave them a suspicious glance, but slowly opened the envelope and pulled out the piece of paper. Is this our official foster license? Shota answered. Until now, you've technically been under emergency custody, but now, it's official. Basically, it means we can keep custody of you without having to jump through hoops and call you a villain when you're obviously going to be a hero. Hitoshi swallowed back some tears, his voice almost choking up. Oh, okay. Plus, Nezu even pulled a few strings so that our emergency custody of you will still count toward the minimum time before adoption. Hisashi grinned. That means we can adopt you, like, at the beginning of next semester. Isn't that so rocking? Assuming you want that. Shota cut in. If you would prefer we not adopt you, that's your right. You'll still have a place with us, even if you don't want to go that far. You, Hitoshi looked up at them in shock. You actually want to. But you'd be stuck with me. Shota snorted. More like you'd be stuck with us. Maybe it's best if we don't. I can't imagine having that cockatoo over there as a dad. Hisashi stuck out his tongue. Well, I can't imagine having a hobo caterpillar as one either. Hitoshi stifled a snicker, but smiled. We'll see. But, you'd probably have to fight my kidnappers for custody. What? Hisashi flexed. You think we can't handle a couple of kids? Shota raised one eyebrow. Speak for yourself. If those two attack, you're on your own. It's only logical to surrender in the face of undeniable defeat. Hitoshi laughed. They'd almost definitely get sick of him before they were able to adopt him, but if they didn't, then maybe. Maybe being a part of a real family wouldn't be too bad. Izuku wrote down Okuko's current position as Hitoshi hurried through the tunnels. Even though they were all spread out throughout the school, Izuku had given them all comm links so that they could still communicate easily. He'd even given Mai one so she could still participate while she was fine-tuning some new toys for Tensai's wheelchair outside in the lab while Izuku was on the computer in his workroom. If all went well, this experiment would both help Okuko improve her quirk and gather invaluable information on how warping worked so Izuku could use it to find a way to track Kurogiri. Your accuracy has improved a lot, Okuko. Izuku rambled. But I'm really curious about how much control you really have when you warp, so we need to test your limits. Izuku watched over the cameras as Okuko nodded. That's why you're having Hitoshi hide, right? You want me to focus on finding my anchor. Kinda. Izuku hummed thoughtfully. Assuming that you're actually warping gravity like we think you are, then what I really want to know is if you can appear anywhere your anchor's gravity is affecting. If you can, then theoretically, you might even be able to appear behind a combatant during a fight. That would be convenient. Hitoshi drawled. Izuku laughed. I thought so too. That's why Hitoshi is going to stay in the tunnels and you, Okuko, are going to try to end up in the hallway outside, instead of in the tun. No, Okuko, I said not in the tunnel. Sorry. Okuko yelped. I didn't mean to work, but I got distracted and… Oh, sorry Hitoshi. Did I hurt you? Izuku stifled his laughter as Okuko tried to untangle herself from Hitoshi. She had appeared pretty much directly on top of him, which wouldn't have been an issue if he had been crawling through one of the larger passages. Unfortunately for Hitoshi, he'd been crawling through a tunnel that barely had enough room for one, Ocha. Oh! Hitoshi yelped. You're elbowing me. Maybe a little to the left. Just, sorry. Okuko was really trying, but there really wasn't enough room in the tunnel to maneuver. At least we know that I won't teleport into anything. Oh joy! ♀♀ deadpanned. Because I definitely wanted to be closer to you than I am at the moment. Move your foot, you're kicking me. Izuku, stop laughing. This isn't funny. Izuku snickered again. It kind of is, actually. Just have Gravity Girl teleport to somebody else. Mai suggested. It's probably quicker than whatever gymnastics you two are trying to do. Instantly both Hitoshi and Okuko stopped squirming. Oh. Izuku heard a thud as Okiko landed on the floor by Mai's desk. Hitoshi glared around the tunnel, obviously looking for whatever camera Izuku was using to spy on them. You couldn't have mentioned that earlier. Nope. Mai chirped. Now get going. Izuku needs data for his program. And try not to land on Hitoshi this time. Izuku added. Okiko winced. My bad. She took a deep breath and Izuku was gathering all the data he could as she disappeared. There had to be some identifier that was unique to every teleporter, he just had to find it. By studying Okiko's jumps he could find her identifier and then theoretically, he should be able to extrapolate that data and use it to find other teleporters. At the end of the day, to find Kurogiri, he just had to figure out what made him different from Okiko. Good job Okiko, you're just a few hallways away from your target. Izuku hurried to write everything down before the next round. Hitoshi, find a new position. Let's do this again. I really don't know why you all find this so entertaining. 𝐿𝐴𝐷 said calmly, his character getting eaten by a zombie yet again. You're just watching me die 20 times in a row. Shigaraki snorted, we just like watching you make a fool out of yourself. It's like watching a guy get hit in the nuts, it's funny. Wow, 𝐿𝐴𝐷 deadpanned. Maybe I should have streamed my childhood. You would have found it hilarious. Shigaraki rolled his eyes, is your old man letting you back in the door yet? It's been a while since he kicked you out, right? Oh, I can go back at any time, 𝐿𝐴𝐷 shrugged, but that would involve apologizing to him, so no thank you. As odd as it was to talk about his family life with a villain, it was actually one of his favorite parts of the whole thing. Their watchers didn't seem to care what they talked about, more focusing on how they interacted rather than what the content of their conversations, so they mostly just talked about whatever. They had to avoid any topics that were too closely linked to their identities, which meant that 𝐿𝐴𝐷 didn't get any info on the League's movements and Shigaraki didn't get any info on UA, but 𝐿𝐴𝐷 had enjoyed having a place to share his conspiracy theories, so he didn't mind too much. It was kind of fun actually. You're really choosing to sleep in an alley when you could be in a bed? Shigaraki asked. You must be crazier than I am. 𝐿𝐴𝐷 shrugged, it's not too bad. I probably need a job, though. My sister taught me how to use a laundromat, but the money the old man gave me when he kicked me out is almost gone. Then again, he was planning on me crawling back after less than a week, so whatever. Shigaraki gave him a look, you do realize you already have a job, right? 𝐿𝐴𝐷 frowned, are you talking about my internship? That was only a week and I didn't get paid, you are such a noob. Shigaraki huffed. We make money from streaming, you know. If you need more we can start a merch line or something. I'm sure at least some of these NPCs would pay for a sweatshirt or something. 𝐿𝐴𝐷 blinked. Oh, cool. Shigaraki rolled his eyes, you're hopeless. What is up with the chat? Why are you all going so crazy? Him. 𝐿𝐴𝐷 frowned and scanned some of the messages. Apparently they're concerned about my childhood. And yours. Why? I had a great childhood after Sensei saved me. Shigaraki paused the game and looked through the chat. What are they freaking out about? Your childhood wasn't that weird. 𝐿𝐴𝐷 shrugged. I mean, it was kinda bad. Most people's parents don't hit them trying to make them into the perfect child. Maybe he shouldn't be saying this, but it wasn't like anyone was ever going to find out who he was, so maybe he was a little careless. Whatever. It was just one more thing that would piss his dad off. Plus, Shigaraki already hated Endeavor like he hated all heroes, so he wouldn't make a big deal of it. Instead of shrugging his comment off like usual, however, Shigaraki kept the game paused and stared at him in confusion. They don't. 𝐿𝐴𝐷 shrugged, I wouldn't really know, but I don't think so. Most parents see their kids as kids rather than successors. Shigaraki huffed and unpaused the game. Oh, you're just trying to prank me, that makes sense. I'm gonna kill you for that. 𝐿𝐴𝐷 raised an eyebrow, in game or in real life. I mean, you've tried both already, so, I'm not gonna kill my streaming partner, you idiot. Shigaraki snapped. Seriously, why is the chat still going crazy? How many people did you get in on this stupid prank, 𝐒𝐽𝐽? Nobody. 𝐿𝐴𝐷 said, reading through the chat as his character died again. But from what they are saying, I think we both had messed up childhoods. Did your sensei treat you like a masterpiece? Yeah, but that's what a parent's supposed to do. Shigaraki started scratching at his throat. Sensei needed to train me to carry on his legacy. Did he give you a choice? Xiaotou asked. Because I'm sleeping in an alley rather than be forced to further my old man's legacy. And according to, well, everyone, apparently, it's just us. Shigaraki scratched a little harder. Shut up. Just. You're lying. No. Xiaotou shook his head sympathetically. We're not, but we can drop it if you want. Let's just play the game. Shigaraki growled, that's the only smart thing you've said all stream. Mineta handed the paper over to Kurogiri, who looked at it with an unreadable expression. Where did you find this? In the support labs, like All for One suggested. Mineta said. I've narrowed cheat code down to 2 students. Kurogiri nodded. And you haven't captured them yet because if they disappear right after I visited them, it ties their disappearance back to me. Mineta glared at him. And if you hadn't noticed, I'm not an idiot. No need to be so hostile. Kurogiri dismissed. Just make sure you don't cause unnecessary delays to Sensei's plans. Mineta rolled his eyes. Again, I'm not an idiot. Now if you'll excuse me, I have better things to do. Kurogiri sighed. One more thing, Trapper. Now that Spinner is gaining some popularity as Stain's successor, it would be beneficial for him to acknowledge his connection to us. We need to add more power to ranks if we expect to fulfill Sensei's vision. Don't worry. Mineta didn't flinch away from Kurogiri's gaze. I'll make it happen. Katsuki was impressed with how well he was ignoring his tag-along group of extras, considering how loud they were. Still, despite his best attempts, he sometimes found himself almost laughing at Kaminari's stupid jokes or getting hyped up by Kirishima's pep talks. That had never happened with those dumb lackeys from middle school, and Katsuki wasn't quite sure how to feel about it. He was going to be the best, so these guys should be nothing to him. Right. He let Mina's latest rant about the local love triangles go in one ear and out the other as he opened his locker, immediately flinching and jumping back as something shimmery exploded out of it, covering him from head to toe. To his surprise, instead of helping him, Mina started giggling. Oh my god, Bakwo. You just got glitter bombed. Actually, Zero drawled, I think we all did. We were standing a little too close to him, I guess. Katsuki swore and wiped glitter out of his eyes so he could look around. Even though he'd taken the brunt of the attack, there were patches of glitter all over Mina, Zero, Kaminari, and Kirishima. His hands were heating up to explode. Whoever had dared pull this when Kirishima started laughing his head off. Guys? We match. Kaminari was grinning just as widely as he fished his phone out of his pocket. We gotta take a picture of this. Come on. Everybody get in. No. Katsuki tried to back away, but Mina and Kirishima had already grabbed his arms and were pulling him into the huddle. You guys are idiots. We gotta put Bakubro in the middle. Kirishima insisted. He's the main attacration. He scowled, but let the others push him into position as he glared at the camera. These extras were just weird. If this had happened in elementary school, Deku would have immediately started trying to clean him off and just generally being an annoyance, but these guys just brushed it off and started laughing. It was like they knew he could handle a little bit of glitter and they trusted him not to start crying or whatever just because he was a little sparkly right now. Katsuki was definitely still going to find whoever did this and make them pay, but, well, these extras had the right idea. He just had to be stronger than a little bit of glitter. Present MIC peeked around the corner and grinned. Nice coverage, you managed to hit, like, 5 different targets. You kids did good. Hitoshi blushed. It was mostly Mai and Izuku. I'm super glad we talked her out of including actual explosives though, thanks. It's just about being open-minded to other methods. And listening to people with more experience than you. MIC winked. Hatsune totally perfected me and shows old design though. That was awesome. I still can't believe that you and Ryu and Aizawa used to be pranksters in high school. Hitoshi shook his head. I'd probably better get to class. I don't want to look too guilty when Bakugo comes exploding in. MIC had a small, proud smile on his face as he nodded and pushed Hitoshi away down the hall. See you later, kiddo. Hitoshi nodded. Yeah. I'll, see you at home. 𝐒𝐿𝐴 wanted to say that she was surprised when Mina came running into the classroom covered in glitter, but she really wasn't. Mai and Izuku didn't do anything halfway, so 𝐒𝐿𝐴 had honestly expected Bakugo's glitter bomb to coat the entire hallway. Actually, the fact that Mina's body was only half covered was actually an example of incredible restraint. What 𝐒𝐿𝐴 should have expected was that Mina would immediately grin and run around the room hugging everyone in sight, glitter for everyone. Whoa! Momo's eyes widened as Mina ran into her arms. Hi. What happened? Kaminari ran in and immediately made a beeline toward Gyro. Somebody planted a glitter bomb in Bakugo's locker. It was awesome. Don't you dare, Kaminari. Gyro dodged his hug smoothly. Don't get it on me. Go away. She was so focused on Kaminari that she didn't notice Mina behind her until it was too late. Come on, Gyro, don't be like that. Embrace the glitter. OUI. AMR grinned and accepted Kaminari's hug with open arms. We must all sparkle like the stars. Todoroki didn't even flinch when Mina hugged him. I suppose I have no choice but to accept my fate. Tokoyami nodded sagely. Even the dark void of space has its stars. By this point, 𝐂𝐿𝐴 and Kirishima had already come in and joined in the mission to infect the entire classroom with glitter. 𝐒𝐿𝐴 was desperately trying to smother her giggles, but she apparently didn't do a good enough job at it because Mina suddenly turned to her with fire in her eyes. Your turn, 𝐒𝐿𝐴. 𝐒𝐿𝐴 squealed and teleported away, only for Kaminari to try to get her when she reappeared. Soon enough everyone was laughing and playing an impromptu game of glitter tag in the classroom. The only one not really participating was Bakugo, who was covered with more glitter than any of them. 𝐒𝐿𝐴 had honestly expected him to explode, and at multiple points he seemed about to, but every time he did, either Mina or Kirishima would go up to him to reload, as 𝐂𝐿𝐴 called it, and he'd take a deep breath and calm down. It was almost disappointing, but it let the rest of the class enjoy their game and resulted in far less destruction of property, so it was probably for the best. 𝐒𝐿𝐴 had just recovered from another warp when Hitoshi walked into the room, eyes widening as he saw the chaos. What's going on? Mina took full advantage of her distraction and grinned, catching her in a bear hug. Gotcha. Hitoshi just blinked. 𝐒𝐿𝐴 shrugged with a smile, teleported to right behind him and wrapped her arms around his waist. Sorry, Shindig, if I have to suffer, so do you. Hitoshi just sighed. 𝐿𝐴 looked over his class, regretting every decision he'd made to get him to his point. Apparently, instead of going to shower after getting glitter bombed like any rational person would do, Bakugo and his friends had decided to see how many students they could infect. The answer was all of them. Every single one of his students had glitter all over them, and there was absolutely no chance that Hitoshi would allow him to leave here unscathed. He groaned and rubbed his eyes. May as well turn it into a training exercise. Yarozu. 𝐿𝐴 sighed. Make double-sided stickers for everyone, please. Just a 6-inch circle will do, as long as both sides are adhesive. Yarozu nodded in confusion and started making them. The Ida brothers immediately jumped on the task of handing them out, which was a struggle on its own, considering that Tensai had apparently decided that the best way to do that was to treat them as frisbees, and Tenya was desperately trying to stop his brother from throwing things in the classroom. Why had he signed up for this? Does everyone have one? 𝐿𝐴 looked around and nodded. Good, now peel the backing on one side and stick it somewhere on your body. The class looked confused but did as they were told, and soon enough, everyone had a giant sticker on them and they all looked to him for further instruction. This was going to be entertaining, and at the very least it would distract him from the meeting he was dreading tonight. Now take off the backing on the other side. 𝐿𝐴 instructed. Now the rules: as soon as I call start, the game is on. Do not disturb other classes. Focus on stealth. You can team up if you want, but there is only going to be one winner. The student with the least amount of glitter on their sticker at the end of the time wins. Go! 𝐿𝐴 smirked as his students immediately jumped into action. At least they'd learned not to wait for countdowns. Izuku was peacefully minding his own business, working on his program, when he heard Kohaku shouting in the lab outside, "Don't track it in here." "What's it matter?" Powerloader complained. Hatsum already covered half the testing rooms in Tay stuff while making that stupid bomb. "Meh, it's biodegradable, it'll be fine." Mai said cheerfully. "Everything will just be sparkly for a little while." Izuku frowned and went out. "Is Katsuki here?" "Oh." Akiko smiled sheepishly, a light coating of glitter all over her, except for a weirdly clean circle on her arm. "Apparently Bakugo and his friends can match you guys in pettiness. Aizawa even made it a training exercise." "You're only excited about that because you won." Hitoshi complained. "It's no fair when you can just teleport away from whoever is targeting you." Akiko rolled her eyes, "Like you didn't brainwash most of the class into leaving you alone." Hitoshi glared at her. "I should have brainwashed them into going after you." Izuku giggled. "I'm glad you guys had fun. Sorry, I guess we kinda thought Katsuki would just storm off and take a shower. Next time we'll figure out how to get it to stick only to him." Mai grinned. "Glitter Bomb 2.0 here we come." "It wasn't a big deal, it was good training." Hitoshi shrugged. "That was a lot of warps though, Akiko. Are you feeling okay?" Akiko shrugged. "I'm a little nauseous, but nothing I can't handle. I need to get used to it anyway, since I'll be making longer jumps once I move home this weekend. Oh, that reminds me, can you guys come over and help out? I've teleported with small objects before, so carrying the boxes back and forth shouldn't be a big deal, but well, I kinda just don't want to do it alone." Izuku grinned and nodded. "I can bring my laptop and get data on all your jumps. It'll be interesting to see if the extra weight from the boxes changes how you teleport." Akiko sighed. "I just wish you guys could actually meet my parents." "Why can't we?" Mai was already turning back to the next invention on her table. "People are objects too, right?" Izuku blinked, then smiled slowly. "I guess we have a new experiment to run." Shigaraki was already streaming by the time Xiaoto got to the alley they streamed from. It wasn't the best streaming setup, but considering it was pretty much the only neutral ground they had, they somehow made it work. He hadn't showered after class, since that would have made him miss the whole stream, but they never turned their cameras on, so he didn't think being covered in glitter would be a big deal until Shigaraki turned to him and froze. "What the hell happened to you?" Xiaoto rolled his eyes and put on the headphones Shigaraki had given him to stream with. "Long story short, one of my classmates got glitter bombed and my teacher turned attacking each other with glitter into an assignment." Shigaraki scoffed. "Your teacher really is super cool." Xiaoto just raised one eyebrow. "I'm not sure if that's a compliment. Didn't you just try to kill him a couple months ago?" "Meh, he wasn't my target." Shigaraki rolled his eyes as the chat all played along with what they thought was just a running joke. It wasn't, but they weren't going to correct anyone who thought they were just kidding. "Oh no, the cat's gonna be covered with the stuff, isn't she?" "Not if she doesn't sit in my lap this time." Xiaoto trailed off as Eppa jumped off one of the trash cans and immediately started rolling around in his lap. "Yeah, she's gonna be one sparkly cat." Xiaoto wasn't late to the meeting, but he wasn't early either. By the time he finally managed to get the majority of the glitter out of his hair and change into a new uniform, pretty much everyone was already cramped into the secure conference room Tsukochi had reserved. Edgeshot and Best Jeanist were the only other heroes present, but the Hero Commission had also sent Mera over so that they could stay updated. The hero killer wasn't something that the Commission could afford to ignore. Tsukochi looked up as Xiaoto sat down in one of the empty chairs. "Thanks for taking the time to come, Eraser. I know your class keeps you pretty busy. The hero killer has a connection to at least 2 of my students." Xiaoto said tersely. "It's only logical for me to want to be involved in whatever the hell is happening, if only to keep my students safe and in line." Jeanist raised an eyebrow. "You don't think the Ida brothers will try going after this new hero killer, do you? They're not nearly recovered enough to even think. Ingenium is a good hero." Edgeshot interrupted. "I wouldn't underestimate how fast he can get back on his. Well, you know what I mean. I think they both have a long way to go." Xiaoto said firmly. "And while we're working on Tenya's anger issues as much as we can, if Stain somehow survived or spawned a successor, I can't say I trust him to not go rogue again." Well, we can confidently say that Stain himself did not survive. 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 started handing out files. We double-checked the body and the autopsy. We also asked around, and it seems everyone is in agreement. Stain was killed by a shadow villain who goes by the name of Trapper. Mera sighed as he looked over the photos. You do realize that makes it worse, right? 𝐲𝐸 nodded. The new hero killer has shown evidence of having BLD curdle, Stain's quirk, right? Do you think the League might be involved? It's possible this new hero killer is some kind of 𝐻𝐼. It would explain his single-mindedness at the very least. Our current theory is that the new hero killer, Spinner, is most likely an illegitimate child of Stain's or at least some BLD relation. 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 explained. That's pretty much the only way that he would have the same quirk, so that's what we're working off of right now. 𝐲𝐸 looked at him skeptically. Stain was obsessed. You really think he had any time or longing or a relationship? It could have been a one-night stand. 𝐒𝐻𝐿 suggested. Still unlikely. 𝐲𝐸 rolled his eyes. I knew him for years. Even if he wanted that, which I doubt, no woman in their right mind would go for it. That doesn't automatically mean he's a 𝐻𝐼. Genist pointed out. But in the end, our main concern shouldn't be how he got his quirk but what he does with it. Spinner has killed in a month almost as many as Stain killed in 10 years. He's a spree killer, which means that he was most likely highly lacking in mental stability when he started his kill streak, and what little balance he had is long gone by now. We at the Commission agree. Mera yawned. He hasn't confirmed any connection to the League, so we'll cross that bridge when it comes to it. For now, we just need to worry about stopping him. Look, Tomura apparently wasn't sure of a lot of things in his life, but if there was anything he was sure of, it was that this lizard guy was crazy. Then again, maybe he didn't really have any room to talk. But at least he shut up sometimes. Spinner hadn't hardly taken a breath since he'd started rambling about his precious Stain. The guy was obsessed. Was this how Tomura sounded when he talked about Sensei? No wonder the chat had been concerning. This was annoying. Spinner started repeating himself again and Tomura groaned. So, are we actually gonna do this raid, or? Trapper rolled his eyes and Tomura seriously wondered where that little twerp hid all the audacity. Sure, Sensei liked him and Tomura had to admit that he was actually a semi-decent spy, but he was sticky and two-faced, so Tomura tried not to spend more time with him than he had to and left most of the necessary communication to Kurogiri. But hey, if Trapper was willing to be responsible for Spinner, then that meant Tomura didn't have to do it and it was worth keeping him around. For now. Yes. Spinner slashed Stain's katana in midair a few times before sheathing it. Let's go kill some Far's heroes. That's pretty much everybody. Tomura muttered under his breath, but followed Spinner and Trapper through the portal. He really preferred solo missions, usually, since his teammates more often than not just sessed him off, but apparently this was essential to linking Spinner to the League. Why they'd want to be linked to yet another crazy person, Tomura didn't know, but whatever, Sensei had a plan and he was smarter than the rest of them, so it had to be a good one. Hopefully. Unless Todoroki was right and Sensei was just using him. Tomura shook his head. Stupid chat distracting him and making things more complicated than they were. Sensei cared for him. Why would he have saved him if he didn't care about him? Tomura ignored the 1.5 million ridiculous answers that came to mind and flexed his hands as he looked around. Trapper and Spinner had already disappeared up the walls and Tomura cursed as he realized he was the only one left out in the open. Of course he had the lowest stealth stat of everyone. Was Trapper trying to use him as bait or something? Oh, he'd make that stupid little twerp regret ever. Yeah, and it was totally unfair, you know. Mount Lady's voice echoed through the alley and Tomura shrunk back into the shadows that were growing in the twilight. There were 3 of them, just like Trapper had said there would be. Mount Lady, Kamu Woods, and Death Arms, none of which were very high ranking, but Tomura supposed that most of the top heroes usually worked alone and Trapper had been looking for a group. The 3 heroes walked through the alley, chatting idly on their way to dinner or wherever they normally went after their shift, completely unaware of Trapper landing behind them and setting up an entire minefield of his sticky ball at the entrance. When he disappeared into the shadows again, Tomura took that as his cue and strolled into the light. Hello heroes. All three of them stopped and took fighting stances, but 𝐭𝐽 was the first to attack, shooting one of his branches forward. "You're one of the villains that attacked you, eh?" Tomura rolled his eyes as he dodged and grabbed the branch, disintegrating it into dust. "Yeah, that was game over a while ago. I had to respawn and start over." He strode forward again, which made Mount Lady instinctively take a step back right onto one of the sticky traps. Her eyes widened when her foot didn't move like expected, but she'd already shifted her weight and she went down hard, landing on enough of the ball to stick her entire body to the ground. "It's a trap." "Wait. Of course it is." Death Arms muttered and grabbed a dumpster, lifting it above his head. "They're villains, so I'm not surprised they'll sink this low." "Oh." Death Arms dropped, the weight of the dumpster pinning him to the ground as the paralyzation set in. Spinner's sharp-toothed smile almost glowed in the darkness as he liked the BLD off his lips and crawled off the dumpster. "It looks like we've caught 2 false heroes already. Stain would be proud." 𝐭𝐽 gasped and sent his branches to wrap around Spinner. "You're the new hero killer. You're despicable." "So are you." Spinner hissed and started hacking through the branches with his katana. "Fake heroes like you are unworthy of the title. You make me sick." Trapper shot him a look from the shadows and Tomura huffed before reluctantly rushing forward and disintegrating 𝐭𝐽's remaining branches, which was enough of an opening for Spinner to lunge forward and nick him with the katana. 2 seconds later, he liked the BLD off the blade with a crazed look in his eyes and 𝐭𝐽 fell to the floor, and that makes 3. "Spinner, you finish off Death Arms, not that he'll give you much trouble, since that dumpster already probably broke half his bones." Trapper strode forward, pulling out his knife. "Shigaraki, you take 𝐭𝐽 Woods. Don't tell me what to do." Tomura snapped. "Mineta." Mount Lady actually sounded genuinely distressed, but maybe that was just because she couldn't move. When I saw the ball." "Don't both trying to use your quirk." Trapper cut her off. "This alley is way too small and there's a park nearby that will get all the dust and asbestos if you destroy these buildings on either side. Actually, I'm pretty sure my ball sticking you to the floor will prevent you from growing anyway, but best not to risk it, right?" There was a small grunt and Spinner started liking BLD off his blade. Mount Lady had tears in her eyes as she looked up at Trapper. "Is this because of the internship? I swear, I can be a better mentor. I only interned with you because you were ditzy enough not to notice when I disappeared for hours on end." Trapper knelt down beside her. "Although, being able to memorize your patrol schedule was an added perk." As Trapper finished her off, Tomura turned back to 𝐭𝐽, who was staring at him stubbornly. He reached forward, but stopped a half-inch away from 𝐭𝐽's face. Did he actually want to kill him? Did he actually enjoy killing at all? Sensei said he did, but if he asked Endeavor, he'd probably say that Todoroki enjoyed training and they both knew that wasn't true. Was he killing 𝐭𝐽 because he actually hated him and wanted to destroy him, or was he killing 𝐭𝐽 because it was what would make Sensei happy? "What's the hold up, Shigaraki?" Spinner hissed. "Kill him already." Tomura snatched his hand back and swallowed. "Nah, he's not worth the attack points. Low-level enemies like him don't piss me off enough." Trapper narrowed his eyes questioningly, but Tomura didn't flinch as he stubbornly turned his back. Why had he done that? Why hadn't he just killed him? Without thinking he reached out to hit the wall, disintegrating a large chunk right out of it. So much for self-control. Lucky for you, false heroes piss me off more than enough. Spinner sliced with his katana and it was over in half a second. "Now, we're done here, right?" "Almost." Trapper answered, taking out a spray bottle. "I just need to modify the evidence." Tsukochi's face hardened as he read through the briefing one of his officers had just handed him. A crime scene was just found that links Spinner, Trapper, and the League. It's time to cross that bridge. Denki felt kinda helpless and wasn't quite sure what to do about it. He glanced over at Todoroki and quickly looked away before he could get caught. He hadn't meant to find out that his classmate was homeless and making enough money to eat by streaming with who Denki strongly suspected was that crusty villain from the USJ. But he sometimes just liked to have gaming streams on in the background, and he'd seen that these 2 new guys were trending, and it was pretty hilarious to watch Icy Cat just fail over and over again as Dusty roasted him, and he'd kinda thought that their voices sounded a little familiar, but he watched a bunch of these streams, so while it was kinda weird, he didn't really obsess over it until he was trying to get some of the stupid glitter off his backpack, and 𝐼𝐶𝐶 described exactly what had happened in class that day, right down to Aizawa making it a class exercise, and everything fell into place. Of course, after he realized that Todoroki was 𝐼𝐶𝐶, that meant that Dusty was Shigaraki, and all those jokes about Dusty trying to kill 𝐼𝐶𝐶 weren't jokes at all, they were actually true. And why was Todoroki voluntarily hanging out with an actual villain who had actually, really, 100% tried to kill him? Was it just that he was homeless and had nowhere else to turn to? Why was he homeless in the first place? He'd mentioned something about his dad kicking him out and then him being too stubborn to apologize and move back in, but wasn't his dad Endeavor? Why would Endeavor kick out his own son? Was it safe for him back at home, or was he safer? Well, considering he was hanging with Shigaraki, he probably wasn't safe anywhere. Denki knew that he should probably tell the police, but, like, snitching on his classmate, not to mention one of his favorite streamers, just kinda felt icky. Like, 𝐻𝐿 obviously didn't want to go back home, but if the police found out, then they'd probably send him right back, and that would kinda suck. But it wasn't like 𝐻𝐿 was telling Shigaraki anything, right? Beyond vague hints, they never really talked about their lives on stream, otherwise Denki would have figured it out a while ago, so it wasn't like the League was gathering info on them or anything, right? Still, he should do something, shouldn't he? He bit his lip as their friends finished packing up their stuff for lunch. Hey guys, why don't we invite Todoroki to eat with us? 𝐸ro's eyes widened. Are we sure we want to keep adopting the scary ones? I mean, the only one who's scarier than Todoroki is Bakugo, and we've already got him in the bag. What did you say, soy sauce face? Bakugo's hands popped threateningly, but Mina just patted him on the shoulder. Just because he doesn't emote much doesn't mean he's scary, she argued. I say we do it. Gotta catch 'em all. Bakugo looked like he was about to burst a BLD vessel. We're not Fing Pokemon. Nah, but if you were, you'd both be fire types. Kirishima grinned. That means you'll be great friends. Hey Todoroki. Wanna eat lunch with us? Todoroki looked a bit surprised, obviously, but after a long moment of staring at them blankly, he just shrugged. Okay. 𝐸ro blinked in surprise. Whoa, that was easy. Bakugo quietly simmered while they waited in line for their food, but even though he was obviously not happy, he didn't explode, so Denki counted that as a win. As for Todoroki, the rest of the group wasn't really sure what to do with him, but Mina was just rambling as usual as Kirishima encouraged her, so it was almost normal until Todoroki actually joined in on the conversation. Mina had been talking about punting Mineta into the sun, which was a pretty usual topic for her, when Todoroki, completely deadpan, said, I don't think that's wise. We don't want the sun getting indigestion. Almost immediately, everyone stopped walking. Todoroki just blinked and looked at them. What? Nothing, dude. 𝐸ro grinned. We just didn't know you actually had a sense of humor. Kirishima nodded. Yeah, dude. Totally manly. Denki wasn't quite sure why he was surprised. Obviously, he was familiar with Todoroki's weird sense of humor. It was like half the reason he was such a popular streamer, but for some reason Denki had just kinda assumed it was just for the stream. Like 𝐼𝐶𝐶 was a character Todoroki played and not actually who he was, but like, no. Todoroki was acting the exact same right now as he would during a stream, and it was kinda trippy. Eventually, they all got their food and sat down, and 𝐸ro turned to Todoroki. So dude, you've actually been using your fire and stuff in class. It kinda sucks, you know. We couldn't beat you before, but now it's just ridiculous. Todoroki slurped at his noodles. I'm still trying to get the hang of my flames. I was trying to spite my father by not using my fire at all, but now I'm going to spite him by stealing it back. Pretty simple if you ask me. Whoa! Bakugo scoffed. You really hate your old man, don't you? Yes. Todoroki nodded simply. Here's a beer city. Kirishima snorted so hard that the soda he was drinking shot out of his nose, and everyone started laughing. Todoroki looked mildly concerned, but Kirishima just waved him away. Nah, man, I'm good. If you're looking to improve your fire, though, I'm sure you're super stoked about those packets cheat code gave us. Todoroki frowned. A conversation would be more helpful. The packets can be annoyingly vague. Just ask Okiko to introduce you. Mina piped up. You know how she had that weird blank packet? Well, she's totally been improving anyway. Every time we try to ask her about it, she either laughs us off or teleports away, but, like, I'm 90% sure at this point that she actually knows the guy. ♀probably does too, because his acting just as suspicious. Todoroki hummed thoughtfully, that. I might have to ask them then. Denki frowned. Sure, he was 90% sure that Todoroki wasn't actually giving any information to the League, but like, that wasn't 100%, and if he found out who cheat code was, he really should probably tell someone. Tenya stood and watched Tensai as they waited for Artiste. They had figured out that she actually taught part-time at UA, so it wasn't a big deal for her to come teach them, but Tenya felt an obligation to apologize for making her take time out of her day. He should probably also apologize to Cementos, who had taken the cement training room and turned it into a beginner skate park. Tensai had wasted no time in exploring, almost giving Tenya a heart attack as he immediately tried to take his wheelchair over a jump. Seriously, didn't he know he could get hurt again if he did that? Thankfully, Tensai had started just rolling down some of the hills, which didn't seem quite as dangerous, so Tenya just quietly watched, ready to run forward and help at a moment's notice. He was just about to try to stop Tensai from going toward the jumps again when the door to the training room opened and Artiste glided in. Hello boys. She sang out. I hear I'm here to teach you how to use those wheels. Hey Artiste. Tensai grinned and waved, trying to use one hand to wheel himself closer. Long time no see. Tensai. Tenya hissed. Don't be rude. I'm not being rude. Tensai defended. Just because I'm a little more casual than your preference doesn't mean I'm being rude. Tenya scowled. You can't just, Artiste interrupted them with a glare. Immediately, Tenya dropped into a low bow. My apologies for my brother's presumptuousness. We know you're taking time out of your already busy schedule for us and we are eternally grateful. Now let's get one thing straight. Artiste interrupted firmly. I like all of my classes to be a safe space, so that means we have to be comfortable with one another and that means stop bowing and apologizing for things that don't need apologies. Got it? Tenya straightened immediately. In addition, Artiste cut him off before he could argue. None of that stuff. You will not call me miss, you will not call me professor, you will not even call me Artiste. When we're here learning, I'm Heine and nothing else, okay? Tenya opened and shut his mouth a few times, not able to think of anything to say until Tensai laughed and gave their teacher finger guns. Finger guns. You got it, Heine. What? No. Tenya sputtered. You're our teacher. Referring to you by your first name is entirely inappropriate and I'm the teacher, so that means I'm in control here. Artiste laughed. Aizawa warned me you were a bit stiff, but my goal here is to foster creativity, not manners. She wrinkled her nose in disgust. If you're too worried about the rules, you'll never break them. Tenya felt like he was having an aneurysm. Isn't that the point? Of course not, now let me finish. Artiste had a twinkle in her eye. If you never break the rules, then you can never create something new and wonderful. Now, wouldn't that be just tragic? Tenya bowed again. I apologize, I hadn't thought. Tensai cuffed him over the head. Kiddo, didn't she just tell you not to bow anymore? Oh, right. Tenya straightened. I am so sorry. Artiste rolled her eyes. We'll get there eventually. That's what it means to just keep rolling along, right? She shifted her feet and spun in a circle, then proceeded to skate circles around them, navigating the hills, jumps and ramps like they were nothing. She bent down and Tenya saw her grab a piece of chalk from the bag on her hip. Soon enough, she was drawing long, flowing lines all around them. Tenya followed her movements as best she could, but it all just seemed so impossible. Maybe a Shindo could learn to move like that, but he was a runner, not a dancer. After a minute, Artiste spun to a stop and wiped her forehead with the back of her hand, leaving a smear of multicolored chalk dust across her face. Then she gave them a wink and knelt down to touch the ground. All of a sudden, vines started growing from her drawings, completely blocking the walls and boxing them in with thick thorns and flowers. As you can see, Artiste grinned. It pays to keep an open mind. My quirk is limited by the size and quantity of my drawings, but have you ever tried to draw while running? It's a nightmare. Even if fighting in roller skates is a bit non-traditional, some might even say it's breaking the rules, it helps me make smoother lines and gives me the freedom I need to make larger drawings. There are challenges, of course, but with a little creative rule breaking, you'll be able to figure out how to roll around all those little bumps in the road. You boys ready to get started? Tenya nodded politely, but Tensai had a different idea, cheering and whooping as he clapped, completely undeterred by the fact that he was the only one making any noise. It was all Tenya could do not to die from embarrassment. To his surprise, though, rather than being mortified, Artiste smiled. That's the spirit. Now let's get started, shall we? She clapped her hands and the vines disappeared into a shower of chalk dust. Cementos has been kind enough to set this place up into an amazing skate park, but you guys already know the basics, so let's get a little creative. She grabbed a piece of paper from her pocket and tapped it, making a tennis ball drop onto the floor. She caught it on the first bounce and threw it as hard as she could against the wall. Your job is to bring me that ball, but let's break the rules a little bit while we're at it. She smiled mischievously. You can't move in a straight line. Mineta finished setting his trap and moved to his perch on top of the building while he dialed Kurogiri. From what he'd seen on the maps, this would be the perfect spot to catch that. Midoriya kid on his way home from school. There were a few different routes that he could take, but they all converged at one point or another, so even if he swayed his routine, he'd almost definitely have to pass by Mineta to get home. A quick call to 𝐺𝐺 about his costume had been enough to confirm that both Midoriya and Hatsune had already left the school, so it was only a matter of time until he could spring his trap. Mineta still wasn't quite sure if Midoriya really was cheat code, since Hatsune could have easily accomplished any of the tricks that cheat code pulled at the USJ, but the fact that Midoriya was Nezu's personal student swayed the suspicions in his favor. Mineta was obviously still skeptical, since the guy didn't even have a quirk to back him up. But if Nezu thought he was the real deal, then, well, Mineta could at least give him the benefit of the doubt and he'd act as good bait if Hatsune was cheat code instead. Kurogiri picked up on the fourth ring and Mineta didn't even bother saying hello. Be waiting for my call. As soon as I nab my target, I'll be needing a pickup. I'm sure Sensei will want to meet him as soon as possible. So you're capturing cheat code today, I gather. Kurogiri said boredly. I suppose I should wish you luck then. Mineta scowled and hung up. I don't need his stupid luck. Who does that oversized cloud think he is, underestimating me? He shoved the phone in his pocket and popped one of the ball off his head in anticipation. He'd show them that he wasn't just some child that they could ignore and push aside. He'd make them take him seriously. He'd catch cheat code and present the guy to Sensei as proof that he wasn't somebody they wanted to mess with. Mineta took a deep breath. All that was left to do now was wait for his prey. Hitoshi huffed as he carried another box out into the living room. You know, Ocha, you really could be using your quirk to make this easier. Oh, don't be such a wuss, extra credit Kuin. Mai rolled her eyes as she carried 2 boxes in her arms and used drones to carry 2 more in the air above her head. Just think of it as muscle training. Aren't your parents always saying you need more of that anyway? My adults are monsters. Hitoshi scowled. They've both been pros for, like, a decade, so they've had 10 years to build that muscle. I've only really been exercising for a couple months, so of course I look like a weakling compared to them. All the more reason to lift boxes. Izuku breathed. Okiko, please tell me we're about done with packing. Okiko walked in with 2 boxes of her own and Hitoshi couldn't even say that she was using her quirk to show off because she'd taped over her pinkies so she would have enough energy to teleport all of this to her parents' house. Thanks for helping me move, guys. I know it's a lot of work for right after school, but the contract my parents' company is working on this week is for a remodel of an office building, and they want them to work weekends so that the construction is less distracting. Now was pretty much the only time they were available to stay at home, and since I kinda need them to act as anchors. Don't worry about it, Ocha. Hitoshi crossed his arms. I'm sure 𝐺𝐺 and Nezu are more than happy to have a break from these 2 gremlins. Hey! Izuku pouted. Nezu thinks we're fun. Hitoshi raised an eyebrow, and 𝐺𝐺. Meh, somebody's gotta give him gray hairs, it might as well be us. Mai shrugged. Okay, gravity girl. Are you ready? 𝐒𝐿𝐼 took a deep breath and activated One for All. The lights in the room seemed to dim as a swirling pink and green aurora formed around her. Hitoshi didn't want to look away. There was so much power at her fingertips and it didn't even faze her. She was so strong. He caught movement out of the corner of his eye and turned to see Izuku smiling at him knowingly. Hitoshi blushed and picked his jaw up off the ground. Why was he so embarrassed? Anyone would admire 𝐒𝐿𝐼, she was amazing. Okay, Izuku-in. Mai grinned. It's your time to shine. Izuku jumped and stumbled as he hurried to grab his laptop. Okay, so. Yep. Everything's up and running so I can track your warps and try to figure out exactly what makes you unique. Okay, so we're weighing the boxes, right? That way we can see how the amount of weight you take with you affects your quirk while testing your limits at the same time. Let's start with some of the small boxes first, since we already know you don't have any issues with teleporting with small objects and it'll give us a good baseline for the rest of the project. If you can work up to something heavier, we might even try having you teleport us. 𝐒𝐿𝐼 nodded and ♯ picked up one of the boxes and put it on a hanging scale that he was pretty sure was originally meant for fish, but whatever, they'd sanitized it. This one is about 1 kilogram. Hitoshi announced, tossing the box to 𝐒𝐿𝐼. You realize it's gonna take forever to weigh every box, right? Izuku didn't even look up from his laptop. Good science takes time, Hitoshi. We can get a lot better data points if we actually know how much extra weight she's teleporting. And we're not weighing all the boxes. Mai added. Just most of them. Hitoshi shrugged and sat down on the armrest of the couch, which was currently the only part of it that wasn't covered in boxes. Whatever, it's not like you have that much stuff anyway. 𝐒𝐿𝐼 stuck her tongue out at him and disappeared, making Hitoshi smile. Izuku's computer pinged as it collected the data from her jump and he typed frantically, doing something that Hitoshi had no idea how to make heads or tails of. It was a minute or two before 𝐒𝐿𝐼 came back, so she'd probably gotten distracted saying hi to her parents. They must be pretty nice people if they were cool with the whole suddenly being given an extra quirk thing. Hitoshi's own parents hadn't even been cool with his first quirk, so he didn't want to know how they'd react if he suddenly showed up with a second one that made his brainwashing even more powerful. He shuddered at the thought. But thankfully by that point, 𝐒𝐿𝐼 had reappeared. Izuku looked pleased as he finished his typing binge. Okay. On to the next box. Mineta ground his teeth as he looked down at the street for the upteenth time. An hour. He knew that stupid support student wasn't at the school anymore, so where the F was he? Mineta couldn't have missed him, could he? No, he'd gotten enough of a head start that there was no way, unless the kid had taken a different way home. Or if he hadn't gone home at all. Since Midoriya and Hatsune were friends, there was a good chance he had gone over to her house after school instead of his own, in which case Mineta could simply nab both of them at the same time and kill two birds with one stone. The charge-in plans was infuriating, but ultimately, it was doable and this way might even be better in the end. The most annoying part was that his targets didn't live anywhere near each other and he wasn't really in the mood to waste another half an hour commuting on top of the hour he'd already wasted waiting for Midoriya to never show up. He huffed in defeat and pulled out his phone. Kurogiri, change in plans. I need a ride. Okay. Mai picked out a box and handed it to 𝐒𝐿𝐼. Everybody make your guesses and place your bets. 𝐒𝐿𝐼 hefted the box and hummed thoughtfully, I think. Around 8 kilograms. Mai nodded and wrote down her guess, and how much are you willing to bet on that? 10 Pocky Sticks. 𝐒𝐿𝐼 smiled and shoved the box into Hitoshi's arms. Your turn. What's your guess? Hitoshi struggled to get a better grip and shrugged. It feels pretty heavy, so maybe 13 kilograms or something. Oh, and I'll bet 3 Pocky Sticks. Not very confident, I see, extra credit Kuan. Mai teased. Okay, now for the moment of truth. To the scale. Izuku grinned as Hitoshi handed over his Pocky. They'd started playing this game about 15 minutes ago and Hitoshi had yet to win a single round. It was getting to the point where Izuku was starting to wonder if it was a passive effect of Uraraka's quirk, but she hadn't actually taken the gravity away from any of the boxes. If it was her quirk, had she always had this latent potential, or was it one of the things that had changed when she'd gotten one for all? There was a ping from his laptop and Izuku looked away from the game to check. It was just the program that he used to track Okiko's warps, and with as much as she'd been going back and forth, it had obviously been going off all afternoon, so he almost dismissed it before he froze and blinked at the screen. "Hey Okiko." Izuku kept his eyes on the readings to make sure they didn't suddenly disappear. "You didn't go anywhere while I wasn't looking, right?" Okiko came up and looked over his shoulder. "No. I was just about to leave, but I've been here for a solid 5 minutes now." "I thought so." Izuku grinned and popped his knuckles. "Which means that the reading I just took was from someone else. This is gonna be fun." "They weren't coming." Mineta scowled and threw one of his ball against the wall in frustration. It stuck, obviously, which was somehow much less satisfying than it would have been if it had actually bounced. Mineta growled and stalked away. All that planning and setup for absolutely nothing. Had it just been an unlucky coincidence, or had those two nuances actually figured out that someone was after them? Knowing Cheat Code's intelligence, it was probably the latter, which meant it was a waste of time trying to go after them directly. They were too unpredictable. One of them was definitely Cheat Code though, Mineta was sure of it. He swung his backpack off his shoulders and dug around until he found the page he'd stolen from Hatsume's notebook. He uncrumpled it as he walked, glaring at the various prototype logos like it was their fault he'd failed. He was moving to crumple it back up again when something caught his eye and he froze as a new idea occurred to him. He slowly unwrinkled the page again. Most of the logos were simple sketches in pen or pencil, but they were all basically done in black, white, and gray. Only one was in color, which made it stand out. If she'd taken the time to find markers just for this sketch, then the colors probably had a meaning beyond just looking pretty. Green, pink, purple. Green was obviously for Midoriya, it was even in his name, not to mention his hair. And if they were going off of hair colors, then pink was obviously for Hatsume. They were the two strongest possibilities for Cheat Code's identity, but then there had to be a third, someone close to both Hatsume and Midoriya who acted suspiciously when Cheat Code was mentioned and who had purple. Mineta smirked. Half-formed plans whirled around in his brain, and by the time his phone rang, he was almost in a good mood again. At least he was happy enough not to cuss out Kurogiri on the spot. "Hello." Kurogiri greeted. "I take it you were unsuccessful." "Obviously." Mineta scoffed. "It's alright though, I've got another plan to lure them out. You've been trying to decide on a target for the summer camp attack, right? I think I might have a suggestion." "Okay, Shindig. Are you sure you actually want to do this?" Okiko asked nervously. "I've never teleported a person before, and if something goes wrong, I mean, you teleported the houseplants without damaging them at all." Hitoshi pointed out. "And some of the boxes were just as heavy as I am, so it'll be fine." "But my quirk," Okiko hugged herself insecurely, "aren't you scared I'll hurt you?" Hitoshi shrugged. "If you do, Mai can always just put me back together again with spare parts." Okiko looked at him in shock and disbelief for a second before punching him in the arm. "Hitoshi Shinso, this is serious. I could actually hurt you." I know. Hitoshi laughed and held his hands up in surrender, "But Mai and Izuku ran the numbers and you've trained a lot, so teleporting me shouldn't be too different from teleporting, like, a fridge or something. Your warping ability doesn't seem to care if something is alive, or even what it is." Izuku shrugged. "Your quirk only cares about how much something weighs." Okiko still looked nervous, so as the light from One for All gathered around her again, Hitoshi smiled. "Hey, look, I've got a scary quirk, but you trust me anyway, right?" Okiko scoffed. "Don't be ridiculous, of course I do." "Good." Hitoshi held out his hand in a fist with the pinky up, "Then promise to trust me and I'll promise to trust you, deal." Okiko took a deep breath and gripped his pinky with her own. "Deal." Hitoshi only had a split second to enjoy the moment before the world turned upside down. Tomura hated this. He kind of wished that he'd never run into Todoroki in that stupid alley, because then he never would have blown up as a streamer, and then he never would have realized that he liked gaming more than he'd ever liked being a villain. If Sensei had actually cared about him, he would have seen that, right? Even if he hadn't, what kind of sick person encouraged a 5-year-old to kill people? The chat didn't even know that that was the legacy his sensei was trying to pass on to him, and still people were donating like crazy to try and get him out of the house. He didn't even live with sensei, but Tomura still had to admit that getting an apartment with zero ties to him or the League was starting to sound extremely appealing. At the very least, he'd be able to get a better gaming setup than he was able to have with a laptop in the murder alley, as Todoroki liked to call it. He shouldn't be doing this. He had no idea how Sensei would react if he knew that Tomura was playing around with the idea of leaving the League and abandoning his role as Sensei's protege, but for some crazy reason he was still going behind everyone's back and researching apartments. Without Sensei's money, he wouldn't be able to afford anything too fancy, but there were a couple hole-in-the-wall places that had caught his eye. He should probably get something with 2 bedrooms, in case Todoroki wanted to get off the streets for a couple nights. Tomura caught himself before that line of thought could go any farther. With as much time as they spent together, he sometimes forgot that they were fundamentally enemies. Todoroki was a hero student. There was absolutely no way that he would ever be willing to move in with a villain, even if they practically acted like squabbling brothers on their streams. It just wouldn't work out. Still, if the apartment didn't have any other connection to the League, then it might still be neutral enough for Todoroki to be open to using it as a streaming space. And as long as he kept it a secret from Sensei for as long as possible, he might just be able to get away with it. Hopefully. Why did everything have to be so complicated? He just wanted to relax and live the rest of his life as a stupid streamer and not have to worry about what Sensei would do to him, or worse to Todoroki, if he were to find out. Was that too much to ask? Tomura sighed and clicked on another listing. Probably. Hitoshi knew that theoretically, they must be on solid ground. Theoretically. His stomach, however, hadn't gotten the message. He could vaguely see other people around him, but all he could focus on was clamping his hands over his mouth and trying not to throw up. "Sweetie," a feminine voice said. "Is he supposed to be that green?" "Oh no." Okiko sounded panicked. "Dad, grab a bowl." Somebody shoved a bowl at his chest and Hitoshi grabbed it gratefully, fully losing his battle and his guts. It took a moment for his stomach to settle down, and even then he was left with a gross, acrid taste in his mouth. Is this what it feels like every time? Demon, Okiko, you must have an iron stomach or something, this is terrible. Ooh. Okiko patted his back as she chuckled awkwardly. Yeah, it takes some getting used to. Mom, Dad, this is Shindig. Hitoshi Shinso, one of my friends. Hitoshi grimaced and looked up as he realized that, yes, Okiko's parents were here too, and yes, they had just seen him throw up. Wonderful. Great first impression. He gave an awkward wave. Hi. Okiko's parents looked like her. Her mom had the same pink cheeks and brown hair, but she obviously got her muscles and strength from her dad. Thankfully, they also seemed to have her personality, because instead of looking at him with disgust, her dad just looked concerned. You okay, son? Hitoshi swallowed. Yeah, just kinda wasn't expecting that. Yeah, neither were we. Okiko's mom laughed. We thought the nausea was from her using her quirk. But I guess it's just the gravity going all topsy-turvy on you, here. Okiko had taken the bowl away from him at some point and brought him a glass of water. So, besides the nausea, are you feeling all right? There weren't any other effects, right? Hitoshi shook his head. No, I'm already starting to feel more. Well, less like I just got off of a really bad roller coaster. I'll be okay in a couple minutes, but I am not looking forward to the return trip. No offense. Okiko wrinkled her nose. Yeah. I think I might have to incorporate bath bags into my hero costume if I plan to take civilians with me. People I teleport frequently will probably get used to the gravity shifts, but new people. Maybe there's some other way to lessen the impact. If anyone can figure that out, it's my. Hitoshi shrugged. But yeah, we should talk to Izuku and make sure there's nothing else going on before you start taking rescue victims on an unexpected tilt-a-whirl. Okiko's mom frowned. Isn't it tilt-a-whirl? Hitoshi smirked. I said what I said. Okiko pouted and her dad clapped him firmly on the back. Well, now that that's taken care of, it's nice to meet you. We've heard a lot about you. Hitoshi frowned in confusion. You have? Of course. Her mom smiled. 𝐒𝐿𝐵 talks about you all the time. We should probably be heading back soon. 𝐒𝐿𝐵 blushed furiously. Shindig, you're good to jump again, right? Oh, don't worry, we'll try not to embarrass you. 𝐒𝐿𝐵's dad winked. Much. 𝐒𝐿𝐵 groaned and put her head in her hands. I'm just gonna. She disappeared from existence and Hitoshi blinked. Bye. Her mom was struggling to hold back her giggles. Does that happen often? Hitoshi shrugged and stared at where 𝐒𝐿𝐵 was supposed to be until she reappeared, blushing even harder than she had been before. Sorry, I kinda didn't mean to do that, but Mina says hi. Izuku ran through the numbers again. The mystery warper had warped one more time after that initial ping, but no more data had come through after that, so the other teleporter must be staying in one place. The basic mechanics of the warp seemed similar to 𝐒𝐿𝐵's, but the new guy's signature was more spread out, which made them a lot more difficult to track. Izuku could tell that there had been a warp and kinda get a general sense for where the guy had ended up, but it was going to take a lot more work to actually be able to track them like he could with 𝐒𝐿𝐵. Izuku's main question was why. 𝐒𝐿𝐵's jumps had been pretty specific, even in the beginning when they were just starting to figure out how her new quirk worked. Why was this other signature so difficult? It wasn't until she had taken Hitoshi along on one of her jumps that it clicked. When 𝐒𝐿𝐵 warped with large objects, such as people, her quirk affected a larger area and it looked a little more similar to the dispersed signature from the mystery warper, but when it was just her, the area of effect was much smaller. So the other warper was either extremely large, which wasn't very likely, especially considering that the mystery warper's signature had differed slightly between the two warps, which implied that something had changed, or their quirk was primarily optimized to warp other people with them. It was possible that there was some other explanation for the diffused signature, but from Izuku's observations that one was the most likely. He would have to check the quirk registry to make sure, but to his knowledge, there was only one teleportation quirk that would fit the readings he'd gotten from the mystery warper, and that was Warp Gate. He'd gotten a signature from Kurogiri. Hitoshi was ready to punch something, but he was pretty sure that was a normal reaction to 3 solid days of brutal academic testing. That was probably the main reason why the physical exams were on the very last day, to let them let off some steam before heading off to summer break. The fact that they were punching the teachers, though, was an interesting twist. He almost felt bad for 𝐒𝐿𝐵 having to fight All Might, but it only made sense for the 2-1 for all holders to be paired up, since that was the only way the students would even stand a chance, but it would be interesting to see how Mina would hold up during the fight. He glanced over toward Kaminari, who had seemed almost relieved when it was announced that they'd been paired up together, which was weird. Because it had also been announced that they were fighting Nezu, and Kaminari was always going on about how intelligence wasn't his strong suit. The only reason Hitoshi could think of for his reaction was that he had someone in the class that he was trying to avoid or really didn't want to get paired with for whatever reason. But that also didn't make any sense because Kaminari was the definition of a social butterfly. There wasn't anybody he didn't like. Maybe he could brainwash him and get the tea, but that was a boundary he really shouldn't cross anyway. He could always just ask him and see if he'd answer voluntarily, but that was awkward and Hitoshi would rather die of curiosity than awkwardness. Thanks. I honestly thought they'd pit you against Aizawa. Kaminari laughed awkwardly, shooting a nervous glance up toward the front of the bus where Nezu was sitting. You've got, like, those similar scarf things and eye bags and stuff. They probably just want to avoid any nepotism charges. Hitoshi grumbled. Kaminari's eyes widened. What? Don't worry about it. Hitoshi said quickly. Now, do you have any strategies in mind for how to fight a rat smarter than most humans? Kaminari went pale. Mostly just don't die. Hitoshi rolled his eyes. Nice start, but I think we're gonna need something with a little bit more oomph. Well, Mon Ami, I hope you're as fast as you look. Ayama said, his smile somehow sparkling as he spoke. I would imagine it takes quite a bit of speed to outrun a black hole. I'm not going to outrun 13's quirk. Tenya said tensely. That would require going faster than the speed of light. I will only be outrunning their reaction time. Light will be absorbed as well. Ayama looked nauseous. Oh my, you didn't, Tenya scowled. How were you planning on fighting them? My naval laser is simply too marvelous. 𝐼 said. It doesn't usually require any planning. Everything requires planning. Tenya said incredulously. You can't just wing it. They both tensed as an automated recording of Nedzu's voice played out over the testing area. All combatants are in position for the final exam. Begin. Tenya fell into fighting stance and stared straight ahead. When 13 comes, we need to be ready to. His eyes widened as he felt himself be pulled backwards. He looked over toward 𝐼 in a panic and saw that he had already grabbed onto the nearest railing to prevent himself from being scared in by 13's quirk. Tenya quickly dug his heels in and followed suit, yelling at 13 over his shoulder, coming at us from behind. That is disgraceful. You're a hero. Villains aren't going to fight fair kids. 13 sounded almost amused. So what are you going to do about it? We need to come up with a plan of attack. 𝐵𝐻𝐿 began. Aizawa has practically maxed out his stealth stats, so he'll most likely open with a sneak attack. Yorozu blinked in confusion for a moment before nodding. So what's the plan? Not sure. 𝐵𝐻𝐿 frowned. My first instinct is to run, but it'll be a lot easier to win if the whole party is on the same page, so how about you tell me what you think we should do and then we can go from there. Sound like a plan? Sure. Yorozu looked surprised. I actually did come up with a strategy that might work. If you think we could maybe, let's hear it. 𝐻𝐿 nodded decisively. We've got a boss to beat. So, you can teleport us to All Might and we can attack him before he has a chance to fight back, right? Mina asked. Or does your quirk not really work like that? I mean, it does, technically. 𝐒𝐿𝐵 said. But I'd really rather leave that as a last resort. Why? Mina pouted. Wouldn't it give us an advantage? I want to teleport. 𝐒𝐿𝐵 groaned. My quirk isn't like Kurogiri's, Mina. I'm used to the G-forces it takes to teleport and everything, but anyone that tags along isn't, and there isn't anything my quirk can do to protect you from them. When Hitoshi and I tried it the other day, just one jump wiped him out for a full 5 minutes and then it was a couple hours before he was up to 100% again. So, yeah, no. It's not really the best option if you want to, fight. Oh, Mina slowly got a mischievous look on her face as an idea occurred to her. We could. I mean, we probably shouldn't, but we could. What? 𝐒𝐿𝐵 demanded. Come on, Mina. Spit it out. Well, I was just thinking, if whoever you teleport is gonna be practically useless, Mina defended, then what if you don't teleport me? Oh. 𝐒𝐿𝐵's eyes widened and she couldn't hold back a smile. Oh, this is gonna be interesting. Okay, this is pointless. Hitoshi huffed. Nedzu's turned this place into a maze and is only making it worse by knocking down walls left and right. If we keep going like we have been, we're never gonna find a way out before time's up. Well then what are we supposed to do? Head straight for Nedzu. Kaminari asked. We don't even know where he is. Hitoshi thought for a minute. Well, right now, we're at a disadvantage. He can see us but we can't see him. Hitoshi grabbed his capture scarf and used it to yank down the nearest camera. Let's change that. Got it. Kaminari grinned and started sparking as he grabbed the wires where the camera had been. One blackout, coming right up. Tenya grit his teeth. We're not getting anywhere. I can try this. 𝐼 shot his naval laser at 13 and, predictably, it disappeared into their quirk in under a second. Well, that did not work. I told you it wouldn't. Tenya growled. Black holes are strong enough to absorb light. They couldn't run, they couldn't fight, they couldn't even let go of these stupid railings. What was he supposed to do when nothing worked right and all the rules he thought were supposed to apply here were thrown out the window? Get creative. Tenya gasped softly as it clicked. This was what Tensai and Artiste had been trying so hard to hammer through his head. When everything went wrong, he had to go with the flow and think outside the box, otherwise he'd be paralyzed. Direct attacks on 13 were useless, they'd simply turn everything to dust, but if they didn't limit themselves to the rigid rules of a Raya 1-1-1 fight. 𝐼, quickly. Tenya yelled. Aim for the ceiling. Let's bring the roof down on top of them. 𝐼's eyes brightened with excitement. Monsieur. Tenya watched 13 with rapt attention as 𝐂𝐻𝐼 adjusted his aim and fired. He just needed to wait until just the right moment. That's not going to work, kids. 13 called out, using their other hand to SCK up the debris from the roof and keeping one hand pointed toward the kids. You're going to have to do a lot better than that. Tenya almost smiled as he let go of the railing. He knew they'd take care of the debris, but they also made the mistake of looking up. As soon as 13 saw him flying toward them, they deactivated their quirk, but with all their focus on the falling roof, there wasn't any time to stop him, and Tenya used the full momentum of Backhole to help him as he prepared a devastating kick that knocked 13 halfway across the room. Tenya crouched to lower his center of gravity, but he didn't stop moving. Instead, he let his rollerblades do all the work and used the speed he already had to curve around and grab 𝐂𝐻𝐼, flinging him onto his back as they rocketed toward the exit. It didn't take long for 𝐂𝐻𝐼 to recover from the surprise. So we're making a run for it after all. I guess so. Tenya breathed. 𝐂𝐻𝐼 started squirming. Let me face backward and I shall use my sparkle to dazzle all those who would try to follow. Tenya nodded and focused on staying steady as 𝐂𝐻𝐼 held on tight and maneuvered himself so that they were back to back with their elbows linked. It was like they'd become their own battleship and 𝐂𝐻𝐼 was the artillery as he shot his laser in short bursts behind them. There were crashes as anything that was hit with the laser fell to the floor and created obstacles for 13. But the unexpected result was that every time 𝐂𝐻𝐼 shot his laser, it gave Tenya a boost of speed as if the two of them were a literal rocket. The rollerblades get rid of any friction, so all the energy of 𝐂𝐻𝐼's laser was converted almost directly into pure speed, and the two of them practically flew down the halls and through the exit gate. It took a full 30 seconds for them to actually slow down enough to stop, and they were still speeding away when they heard the recording. Tenya Ida and Yugi 𝐂𝐻𝐼 have passed the final exam. Okay, so I'm gonna take the high ground and try to figure out where Nezu is while you sneak up on him through the tunnels, right? Hitoshi nodded. They didn't give us comms, but dang it, what can we use to communicate? Well, I have this. Denki pulled a laser pointer out of his pocket. Hitoshi blinked. Do I even want to know? Denki shrugged sheepishly. It was on President MIC's desk one time and I thought it was cool, so I was playing with it, but then he came back in the room and I didn't want to get in trouble, so I shoved it in my pocket and I meant to return it after class, but then I forgot that I had it and now it's been too long to return it. Hitoshi just stared at him. MIC never really used laser pointers while he was teaching, so he'd probably bought it for the cats and then assumed he lost it. Apparently, Kaminari took his silence as a sign to keep rambling. I was thinking that even if Nezu stopped knocking down buildings when I took the power out, there's still a lot of smoke and stuff in the air, so if I shine the laser where I see him, you'll be able to see where it's pointing. I'm sorry, that's probably really stupid. No. Hitoshi grinned. It's just crazy enough that it might actually work. Okako huddled on a nearby rooftop and watched as Mina taunted All Might just like they'd agreed. She might be going up against the #1 hero, but she looked like she was having the time of her life. Hey All Might. Mina laughed and waved as she skated around on her acid. Are you ready to go down? All Might gave a booming laugh. Oh, young Ashido, did you come to fight me alone? Where's young Uraraka? Oh, you know, here and there. Mina skated around him. She tends to just pop up when we need her. Like now. Okako took a deep breath and called on One for All, focusing on All Might as her anchor point. She just needed to focus on where he was and appear. Right behind him. She smiled as the world spun and she landed less than a foot behind All Might. Bingo! She grabbed onto his cape and he immediately whirled around, but she hung tight even as she was whipped through the air. It took some concentration to focus on Mina's gravity, but just as All Might jumped to try and body slam her, she latched on and disappeared. When they reappeared, All Might immediately collapsed in a puff of steam and Okako panicked when she realized that Mina was already running toward them and she didn't know about All Might's small form. Okako cursed under her breath. Of course All Might's body wouldn't be able to handle the jump without reverting. Why hadn't she thought of that? But if she could teleport close to All Might, then she could jump far from Mina, at least now that she wasn't focusing all her attention on hanging onto All Might's cape for dear life. In the blink of an eye, The two of them were 2 streets away and 𝐒𝐿 snapped the cuff around All Might's wrist as soon as she could so that the exam would officially end and the medbots could enter the city. She didn't even pay attention to the recording that announced their victory as she hurried to help All Might. He was already kneeling on the ground, so she just rubbed his back as he threw up, "I'm so sorry. Are you okay?" I'll get back to you on that." All Might wheezed. "But I'm proud. I did not expect you to beat me so easily." 𝐒𝐿 chuckled awkwardly. It was actually Mina's idea." Well, and I guess Shindig should get some credit too, since he was the one who discovered the unfortunate side effects of riding along with me. Sorry. All Might took a deep breath. "It's all right. Now go and celebrate your victory, young lady. You deserve it." 𝐒𝐿 hesitantly stood. She hated to leave him like this, but the medbot should be picking him up soon and she needed to intercept Mina before she saw All Might's small form. After a moment, she nodded and warped, falling into step with Mina as she skated down one of the fake streets. "Hey!" Mina skidded to a stop. "Why'd you disappear again? I was gonna help you cuff him. He wasn't completely debilitated after one warp and I wanted to be completely sure." 𝐒𝐿 lied. "He's the #1 hero. He's going to be strong. I guess." Mina pouted. "But we won. We passed. Summer camp, here we come." 𝐒𝐿 grinned. "Yep. What are you most excited for?" Probably swimming." Mina said. "What about you? Are you excited to see a certain purple-haired boy in a swimsuit?" What?" 𝐒𝐿 blushed and covered her face with her hands. "Mina, why would you say something like that?" "I knew it." Mina grabbed her hands away triumphantly. "I knew that's why you got so flustered when he met your parents. You're cruising on him hardcore, aren't you?" No." 𝐒𝐿 stuttered. "Keep your voice down." Come on, he's at his own exam, he's not gonna hear." Mina rolled her eyes. "Forget swimming, there's a more important goal this summer, get this ship to sail." "Mina." 𝐒𝐿 whined as Mina started giggling. "Mina, no." Hitoshi followed the red line of light through the smoke until he finally found where 𝐻𝐻𝐻 was hiding. He grinned and adjusted his support item so that he could mimic Kaminari's voice. "Whoa. ♯, I found him. Think we can win?" Young ♯. Brilliant use of teamwork and your support items." 𝐻𝐻𝐻 smiled and looked around the room. "But in case you've forgotten, I did read your file before you started hiding your activation requirements, so I'm afraid I won't be answering any questions from you or Kaminari today." Hitoshi sighed and stepped out of the shadows. "I guess we have to do this the hard way then." 𝐻𝐻𝐻 smiled. "I suppose so." Hitoshi lowered into a fighting stance and glanced out the window. The laser pointer was still shining, but the trajectory kept changing like Kaminari was moving toward them. Good, that meant that even if he couldn't beat 𝐻𝐻𝐻 on his own, then he could stall until his partner arrived. He tore his eyes away from the window and focused all his attention on 𝐻𝐻𝐻, who was standing there smiling at him like he didn't have a care in the world. Hitoshi felt a shiver run down his spine. He didn't know a whole lot about 𝐻𝐻𝐻 and his fighting style, but if his brain was anything like Izuku's, he was in for a rough fight. Hitoshi's first move was to attack with his capture weapon, but 𝐻𝐻𝐻 dodged underneath it and rushed towards him before his attack even reached its target. 𝐻𝐻𝐻 leapt toward him and Hitoshi managed to force him back with a kick at the very last second, but by the time he regained his balance, 𝐻𝐻𝐻 was already launching another attack. It seemed like every time he blocked or dodged one attack, there was another just waiting. It was like a game of cat and mouse, but this time, the cat was literally a mouse. Hitoshi tried once or twice to SWCH to the offensive, but 𝐻𝐻𝐻 forced him back onto defense every single time. Finally, though, Hitoshi felt a tingle of electricity in the air. 𝐻𝐻𝐻 noticed it too and turned toward the doorway, giving Hitoshi the opening he needed to finally wrap his capture weapon around 𝐻𝐻𝐻's waist. He yanked the entire contraption off his neck and threw it toward the doorway right as Kaminari appeared. "Kaminari, do your thing." "What?" Kaminari fumbled the capture scarf for a moment before finally grabbing it in a bear hug. "Oh, right. This thing has a bunch of metal in it." 𝐻𝐻𝐸 was almost completely untangled by the time Kaminari was able to send an electric shock down the length of the scarf, but not quite. He went rigid as the scarf got turned into a taser, and moments later, Hitoshi was running forward to slam cuffs around his wrist. Kaminari Denki and Hitoshi ♀have passed the final exam. Xiaoto Todoroki and Momo Yorozu have passed the final exam. Xiaoto was honestly impressed. He'd expected Todoroki to steamroll Yorozu and not listen to her input, but apparently he'd been working on his teamwork skills when no one was looking. The plan they'd put together used both their quirks well and played to their strengths, which showed a lot of potential. There was still room for improvement, obviously, but they were still teenagers. We did it, Todoroki. Yorozu smiled. We beat Aizawa. Todoroki nodded, Poggis. Denki glanced over at ♀as they picked their way out of the maze of destruction that 𝐻𝐻𝐸 had created for them. At first, he'd just been grateful that he hadn't gotten paired with Todoroki because he really didn't think that he'd be able to keep his cool for the whole exercise and not let on that he knew about his classmate's super-secret streaming hobby. Or, more accurately, the murderous gaming partner that came with it. He was still kinda panicking over who he was supposed to tell. Like, what if Todoroki actually was working with the villains and then the teachers found out and then somehow realized that Denki had known the whole time and thought he was helping them? But what if Todoroki wasn't giving out any information and the teachers figured out that he was homeless and made him go back to his dad, who was obviously not the greatest? If Todoroki would rather live on the streets than apologize to him? If that happened, Denki would feel terrible for ruining Todoroki's life, because he at least seemed to be fairly happy doing what he was doing, which was streaming video games with a villain who had tried to kill them. Perfectly normal. Sometimes Denki just wished that Aizawa or somebody would find the stream on their own so that they could figure out what to do about it and Denki wouldn't have to worry about it anymore. It was kinda a stupid thing to hope for, because teachers were normally pretty lame, so what teacher was going to listen to stupid gaming streams in their free time? He'd pretty much written the whole thing off as a vain hope by the time he'd gotten paired up with ♀and was pretty much ready to ignore it like he had been ever since he'd first figured it out. And then ♀had made that nepotism comment. Denki wasn't 100% sure what nepotism was, but he was pretty certain it was similar to favoritism and meant that ♀ and Aizawa were related somehow. Even if they weren't, there was bound to be some kind of connection between the two, and that meant that if ♀ somehow found the stream, then it was only a matter of time until Aizawa figured it out. That meant that all Denki really had to do was point ♀ in the right direction and he could wash his hands of the entire situation. So, do you have any hobbies? Denki started. Like video games you play or anything? ♀ shrugged. I wouldn't describe myself as a hardcore gamer or anything, but I play. You? Yeah. Denki latched onto the opening like a lifeline. I like listening to gaming streams and stuff when I study. I actually know one that you'd probably really like, if you want. I dunno. ♀ hummed non-committally. I don't have a lot of spare time right now. One of the streamers has, like, this really deadpan sense of humor, kinda like you. Denki pushed. They're just this streaming duo, you know, and they're pretty new on the scene, but they go by Dusty and Icycat if you want to look them up. I can send you a link too, just. I really think you should check them out. ♀ looked at him suspiciously. Okay. Denki exhaled in relief and hurried ahead to where the medbots were waiting. He was so glad that was over, that had been awkward as hell. Stop pouting, Izuku-kun. Failure is an essential part of invention. Mai glanced up from her sketchbook. Plus, I know it's not where you wanted it to be, but it's not like your tracking program doesn't work. I know, but it's not exact enough to be useful. Izuku whined. I can find the major city that Krogiri is in and I've got a few ideas on how to narrow it down, but I really wanted to finish it by the end of the semester. I don't even know why you're complaining. Kohaku rolled her eyes. The assignment was to do one semester-long project and you and your girlfriend both did too. And that was on top of however many side projects you both had going on. Izuku shot her a withering look. For the last time, we're not dating. And Mai actually finished hers. The Ida brothers both passed their finals thanks to their new modifications. It's so cool and yet, Here I am and I can't even do my job well enough for the heroes to find one single villain. I'm a failure. He slammed his head on Mai's desk and she absent-mindedly patted his hair with one hand while she drew blueprints with her other. There. Izuku-kun. Life is so hard. Izuku lifted his head to glare at her, but she just shot him a cheeky smile, so he groaned and lowered his head again. Just let me wallow in self-pity. As much as I'd enjoy the break, that's probably counterproductive. 𝐼𝐺 said in amusement. And this is a lesson for all of you. Deadlines are helpful, but they aren't the end-all be-all of invention. They give you something to work towards, sure, but if you put too much stock in a deadline, and then don't reach it, you'll end up feeling exactly what Midoriya is feeling right now, demotivation. It can be not only harmful, but paralyzing in the long run. So just remember that deadlines are only truly important when they help you, but there's usually always time to tweak things afterwards, so don't let them stop you. Got it? There was a chorus of understanding noises from the class, but when Izuku didn't respond, 𝐼𝐺 sighed. Got it, Midoriya. Izuku groaned and sat up. Got it. Good. 𝐼𝐺 nodded. The good news, both for those of you who still need to finish their projects and for those who will be starting new ones, is that we are having a design boot camp for all of you during summer break. Ooh. You mean, kinda like the training camp that Extra Credit Kuen's class is going on? Mai asked. Almost exactly like that. 𝐼𝐺 confirmed. With a couple major differences. First, even though they are happening the same week, we're going to be staying put, not going off campus like the hero students are. Since you're going to be focusing on your creative and technological skills rather than your combat skills like they are, it will be more beneficial if you're already familiar with the labs, rather than in an unknown location. That being said, we will be bringing in a variety of new materials for you to experiment with, as well as special guests who will be staying the week with us and helping you improve your skills while hopefully answering any questions you kids have about the support industry. It will be an amazing opportunity and can open a lot of doors for you, so we want everyone to be on their best behavior. That means no unnecessary explosions, alright? Of course not. Mai agreed easily. All explosions are necessary. 𝐼𝐺 heaved a long sigh. You know what? I'm just grateful the shields have already met you too, so at least they won't be surprised. Please don't take that as a challenge. Izuku smiled slowly as Mai cackled. He'd never been to summer camp before, but he had a feeling that surpassing challenges was kinda the point. This was going to be fun. The minute the bell rang, 𝐻𝐾o grabbed her bag and started activating One for All so she could teleport to All Might and maybe apologize again for going so HD on him during the final exam, but Mina saw and grabbed her before she could disappear. Oh no, you stay right where you are, young lady. Mina grinned and tugged on 𝐻𝐾o's arm. We are all going to the mall this weekend and you are going to make sure your precious Shindig comes along for the ride. Mina. 𝐻𝐾o blushed. Shindig is an introvert. He doesn't like going to malls and stuff. Mina turned sharply. Oh. And what happens when an introvert goes someplace social? They latch onto the nearest safe friend and stay with them the whole time. We just need to make sure he latches onto you. Let's go. 𝐻𝐾o sighed and let herself be dragged along as Mina tried to catch up to Hitoshi. We do hang out, you know. Frequently. You can't just drag him along to the mall so he spends time with me. Oh hush, I'm sure he needs to buy some stuff for the summer camp too, so it's not just to get him to hang out with you. Mina dismissed. But if you happen to confess your feelings over Boba at the end, she winked and 𝐻𝐾o groaned as they finally caught up with Hitoshi, who took one look between the two of them and raised an eyebrow. Do I even want to know? 𝐻𝐾o opened her mouth to say something, but Mina beat her to the punch. Hey ♯, the whole class is coming to the mall this weekend to pick up whatever we need for the summer camp. You're coming, right? Hitoshi glanced between 𝐻𝐾o and Mina for a long moment. Are you going, Ocha? 𝐻𝐾o squeaked. I need bug spray. Gotta keep those pests away. You know. It was taking all of her willpower to stay put, but normally when she got flustered she ended up jumping to Mina, who was right beside her, so her usual escape strategy was just going to put her right back where she didn't want to be. Hitoshi frowned, but shrugged. Sure, why not? My adults are gonna be busy preparing everything, probably, so it's not like I won't have time. I also wanna get some more practice teleporting with you, if that's alright. Akiko nodded frantically. Okay, I guess I'll pick you up. Hitoshi grinned. Yeah, it's a team, sounds like a plan. She could almost feel Mina pouting beside her, but Akiko smiled. Alright. It's a plan. Hitoshi finished his latest episode and sighed. Right now was the 𝐼𝐼𝐺 household equivalent of family time, which basically meant that they were all currently existing within the same space, but mostly doing their own thing. MIC was busy in the kitchen making dinner, while Hitoshi watched TV and 𝐼𝐺 was taking a nap on the couch beside him. It was nice, but it meant that it was up to him to decide whether he wanted to watch another episode or actually check out those streamers that Kaminari had recommended. He usually didn't care too much about gaming streams, he preferred to play the games himself, but Kaminari had seemed oddly insistent that he watch that one, and it was honestly making Hitoshi kinda curious. It wouldn't hurt to just watch a few minutes, right? 𝐼𝐺 looked up from his nap when Hitoshi turned off the TV. What's up? Are you bored of your show already? Hitoshi shrugged as he pulled out his laptop. I dunno. Kaminari recommended these streamer guys when we were doing our final the other day, so I figured I might as well give them a try. Kaminari! 𝐼𝐺 groaned. You really had to take media recommendations from the loudest kid in class. MIC popped his head in from the kitchen. Oh, don't complain, show. I know you secretly find us loud ones entertaining. 𝐼𝐺 scowled at him. You are the exception. Sure I am, show. MIC winked knowingly. Of course. Ignore him. 𝐼𝐺 huffed. Whatever, go ahead. Hopefully Kaminari has at least half-decent taste. I wouldn't think that you'd like the same things. He said I'd like it. Specifically, well, at least the humor. Hitoshi said. It actually looks like they're in the middle of a steam right now. I might as well watch that instead of one of the recordings. He clicked on the icon to watch the steam and waited for it to load. The stream was just the game they were playing, but instead of having a video of the steamer in the corner like Hitoshi had expected, it was just a voiceover. I know that Dusty said to stay in that one area, but I'ma be honest, I am completely lost right now. Maybe when he comes back from buying snacks, he'll help me actually reorient myself, but for now. Welp, I guess I'll die. Whoever was playing, Icy Cat obviously wasn't playing to win, because he didn't even care when his character respawned only to get immediately killed again. Well, I guess I'm here for a good time, not a long time. These guys are probably above my level, aren't they? MIC walked out of the kitchen and peered over Hitoshi's shoulder. I think I may have watched this once or twice. I know the streamer's voice sounds familiar. Hitoshi frowned. It's familiar to me too, though, and I know I've never watched this steam before. Same here. 𝐼𝐺 had sat up by this point and Hitoshi tilted the screen so both of his adults could see too. I've heard that voice before. It almost sounds like Todoroki. Yes. That's it. Hitoshi said triumphantly. That's exactly who it sounds like. Wow, MIC gave an impressed nod. Pretty impressive that he's able to do all this behind his old man's back. Hitoshi frowned. You don't think Endeavor knows? 𝐼𝐺 just gave him a tired look. There is no way Endeavor would allow something like this. They listened quietly while that sunk in, watching Todoroki's character die for the first time in as many minutes. He really is bad at this. 𝐼𝐺 chuckled. MIC slapped his shoulder. Oh, don't be like that. He's trying his best. I think that's actually the point. Hitoshi said, pointing to the chat. I think the streaming partner usually just roasts him the entire stream because everyone's trying to come up with the best insult to make up for Dusty's absence. Dusty, MIC hummed. Who's that? Do you think it's another student? It must be. 𝐼𝐺 said. He wouldn't have many opportunities to meet anyone else. Maybe Bakugo. Hitoshi suggested. He seems rude enough to enjoy roasting Todoroki for hours on end. Be quiet you two. MIC hissed. I think the Partenrei's coming back. Hitoshi grinned. Just watch, it's gonna be Kuda or someone we'd never expect. 𝐼𝐺 muffled a snort as Todoroki started talking to someone. Took you long enough, I had had time to die 5 times while you were gone. Only 5. A raspy voice responded. I guess you're such a hopeless noob anymore. I thought it'd be more. As soon as they heard the voice, Hitoshi froze and Aizawa went pale. It looked like he was only keeping himself from hyperventilating by forcibly reminding himself to breathe, and MIC looked between the two of them in galling panic. Wait, what's going on? Sho, are you okay? Hitoshi tried to swallow, only to realize his mouth was dry. It might not be him. Izuku and Mai didn't show me much of the footage, just a little, so maybe it's just somebody who sounds similar. I hear that voice in my nightmares at least 3 times a week, Hitoshi. Aizawa snapped. I'm pretty sure I wouldn't forget it. It's definitely him. What are you two talking about? MIC yelled. Do you know who it is? I think so, it's just, Hitoshi glanced at Aizawa. Why would Todoroki be hanging out with Shigaraki? Hitoshi was exhausted. He hadn't slept in 2 days, and for once, he couldn't even blame it on insomnia. No, instead he had to blame it on his classmate, who was apparently an oddly successful streamer who spent his time getting roasted by an actual, real-life villain because that was completely normal. Obviously. What even was his life? After finding the stream the other night, Hitoshi and his adults had spent the entire night and next day going through every single last episode that Dusty and Icy Cat had archived. But even though they hadn't been streaming long, the duo was ridiculously dedicated to putting out content, which meant that they didn't get to bed until way past midnight. It was easy to see how the two of them had become so popular. Todoroki's tendency to actively encourage his followers to make fun of him was unique and had caught a lot of people's attention. Add to that his deadpan humor and Shigaraki's constant roasting, and it was no wonder so many people tuned into their streams. Despite the seriousness of the situation, Hitoshi had found himself actually enjoying the content, and he'd even caught Aizawa reluctantly cracking a smile a few times. They weren't watching the stream for entertainment, though. They were watching it because as soon as they'd all gotten over the panic of hearing Shigaraki's raspy voice in their living room, they'd all jumped to the next logical conclusion, that Todoroki was likely a member of the League and that the villains had somehow planted him as a traitor within 1A to feed them information. It made sense, but at the same time, it didn't. From what Izuku and Mai had told him, Todoroki had saved Aizawa at the USJ, but if he was actually a villain, then wouldn't he have just let him die? That was the main reason they decided to binge the stream instead of immediately notifying the police. At first Hitoshi had been convinced that Todoroki was a villain, but after more than a day of listening to Shigaraki and Todoroki interact, he wasn't so sure anymore. They didn't act like co-conspirators so much as friends, or maybe even brothers with a healthy dash of sibling rivalry sprinkled on top. Todoroki never talked about 1A, except to benignly make fun of Bakugo a few times, and Shigaraki spoke about the League even less, so it didn't look like they were discussing insider information. Hitoshi supposed that it was always possible that they were sharing info off-stream, but as weird as it sounded, it almost seemed like they designated the stream as some kind of neutral space where their roles as hero and villain didn't really matter. That somehow didn't stop them from joking about Shigaraki trying to kill their entire class, though, which Aizawa thought was ridiculous and both Hitoshi and MIC had to admit was darkly hilarious. As terrible as it looked, there was still a chance that Todoroki wasn't a traitor, and that he'd only paired up with Shigaraki and streaming because he felt he had nowhere else to turn. The fact that Endeavor had kicked him out, though, while surprising to learn, only added more evidence to the villain theory, because it gave him a reason. Hitoshi was so tired that he didn't even notice anyone else had come into the kitchen until a steaming mug in front of him. He blinked up slowly and looked up at Aizawa. What do you want? For my students to not be problem children. Aizawa said dryly. But caffeine is the next best thing. Drink up. Hitoshi took a deep gulp of the coffee and groaned. Why is binge watching more exhausting than insomnia? Because your brain was still working the whole time. Aizawa said. It's the same reason stakeouts have you feeling dead even though, objectively, you were just sitting in the car the whole time. It's the same concept here, especially since we were actively researching a villain. The fact that it's a villain we've fought before and that it affects one of your classmates only makes it more mentally and emotionally exhausting. Oh yeah. That. Hitoshi drawled. Where's your partner in crime? Isn't he usually the high-energy one? Aizawa scoffed. that's when he's gotten his beauty sleep. No. When I tried waking him up this morning, my wonderful husband told me in no uncertain terms that he would murder me if I tried to wake him up before 10 a.m. Hitoshi raised an eyebrow. And what time was this? Aizawa smirked. 10:02. Figures. Hitoshi chuckled. At least he'll be rocking those eye bags so he matches the rest of the family. He took another gulp of coffee and grimaced. This is doing absolutely nothing. Aizawa rolled his eyes. It's coffee, kid, not magic. The conversation fizzled out and both of them were more than happy to embrace the silence as they waited for the coffee to kick in. It was nice and relaxing, and Hitoshi was actually starting to nod off again when his phone suddenly vibrated loudly against the table and startled him so badly that he almost fell out of his chair. He scrambled toward the phone and picked it up. Hi. Good morning. Okuko's voice was cheerful and loud enough that Hitoshi had to hold the phone a few inches away from his ear. Are you ready for me to pick you up? Hitoshi blinked. What? Mina invited everyone to the mall, remember? Okuko said. Don't tell me you're gonna bail. I was gonna come over and we were gonna get you more used to teleporting with me, remember? That was today. Hitoshi rubbed at the bridge of his nose. Of all the... Yeah, just, everyone's coming, right? Yeah, I think Mina managed to convince everyone. Okuko answered. Why? No reason. Hitoshi's brain was racing as sluggishly as humanly possible. If everyone was going to be there, then that meant that Todoroki was going to be there, and at this point they had no clue if he was a villain or not. It might be a good idea to watch him and see if he was acting suspiciously for any reason, but at the end of the day, it probably wasn't Hitoshi's call. Aizawa was the homeroom teacher and the hero most responsible for Todoroki at the moment, since Endeavor had obviously noped out of the position, so anything Hitoshi planned on doing definitely needed to be cleared with him first. Right. Okay. Let me just check something out with Dad real quick and then I'll text you when I'm ready to go. Hitoshi hung up quickly and turned to Aizawa, who looked shocked for some reason, but Hitoshi shook it off. They were both too tired to really care at this point. I forgot that a bunch of our classmates are going to the mall today and I already promised Okuko I'd tag along. I was thinking that since Mina's dragged pretty much everyone into going, then there's a really good chance that Todoroki is going too. I'm assuming you want me to keep a close eye on him, right? I know we hadn't really discussed what we were going to do, but I figured that if he's working with the villains. Aizawa shook himself out of whatever stupor he'd been in and frowned. I have a meeting with Nezu today to inform him of the situation, but there's still so much we just don't know. It would be illogical and unfair of me to ask you to do a job when both the danger and the threat level are both still completely unknown. But you're not asking. I'm volunteering, Hitoshi pointed out. And he's my classmate, so if he is a villain I'm already kind of at risk. Which is the only reason I'm not telling you to avoid him entirely. Aizawa said firmly. Go, have fun with your friends, but if Todoroki starts acting oddly, inform us instead of going after him yourself. He shouldn't be your top priority and I don't want you putting yourself in danger. Got it, kid? Got it. Hitoshi stood and nodded to MIC as he walked into the room. I gotta go, I'll talk to you guys later. All right, kiddo. MIC gave him a knowing smile. Have a great day. Okay. Hitoshi shook his head and went to go get dressed. His adults were so weird. Shouter stared after Hitoshi as he ran back to his room. Did he just? MIC grinned widely. Yeah, he did. Our kid just called you dad, show. How do you feel? Shouter groaned. I think I need a nap. Tomura walked into the bar only to see Kurogiri talking to Jiran and two NPCs that he'd never seen before. What's going on? Kurogiri heaved a disappointed sigh and gave him a look. First of all, you're late. Second of all, allow me to introduce our new recruits. This is Darby and the young woman next to him is Toga. They have come to join us because of our alliance with Stain's successor. Tomura tried not to grimace as he remembered that there was a reason they'd taken Spinner out on that murder spree. He didn't want new recruits, he wanted to get an apartment and try the newest video games. Sensei had raised him to beat All Might, but at the end of the day, that wasn't what Tomura really cared about. He wanted to beat bosses, sure, but it was a lot more effective to get that sense of accomplishment from gaming rather than murder. There were more bosses to beat, for one, and fewer consequences when he failed. Eventually, he just huffed, "So why are you NPCs here?" The one Krogiri had introduced as Darby raised an eyebrow. "To join your little group. I guess you're just as stupid as you look." "Not that, you idiot," Tomura growled. "I mean, why do you want to join? What objective are you after?" Darby gave him an appraising look, but Toga jumped right in. "I loved Mr. Staney. I want to kill people and drink their BLD just like he did. I want to meet his apprentice and drink his BLD too." "That?" Tomura wrinkled his nose. "That's something, I guess. And what about you, Patchwork? Why are you here?" "To expose the fakes masquerading as heroes," Darby replied, not breaking eye contact. "What about you? Is your reason good enough to follow you?" "I'm just here to beat the big boss," Tomura snapped. "I don't really care if you join the party or not, so if you don't like that, go find your own side quest or whatever." "Tomura!" Krogiri shouted at him as he shouldered past the new recruits and tore open the door. "You must forgive him. Our leader knows what he must do. Allow him to clear his thoughts and we'll get back to you on recruitment." Tomura slammed the door behind him, resisting the urge to disintegrate it completely. Drinking BLD and exposing heroes. On the surface, those seemed like great reasons to be a villain, but at the same time, there were other ways to make those things happen legally. Even if there wasn't, though, Tomura couldn't get the thought out of his head that Sensei was going to find a way to twist these guys' goals for his own purposes. With how he had been manipulated over the years, Tomura could only imagine what those two would be like once he was done with them. Could he really just stand by and let that happen? Maybe Krogiri was right. He needed to clear his head. Hitoshi took a few deep breaths as the world righted itself again. Okiko had given him some anti-nausea medication before they'd left, and Izuku had printed off an entire booklet of strategies for him to try, so he managed not to throw up his coffee, but it still took him a couple minutes to feel good enough to start looking around. "Ah, Okiko. I thought we were going to the mall. Why are we at Izuku's place?" Okiko blushed deeply. "Well, I was just thinking, that everyone in class kinda knows of them, but no one really knows them, and it might be nice to have a buffer. I mean, it might be nice to let people meet them." Hitoshi blinked. If the worst-case scenario happened and Todoroki was the traitor, Izuku was cheat code. He and Mai had already proven that they were capable of fighting the League, so if things went south, it would be super useful to have them around. Okiko was looking forward to just having a normal shopping trip, though, and if he told his kidnappers about Todoroki, they'd probably jump into the whole situation with both feet and the whole idea of a normal outing with friends would fly out the window. He could always tell them after, or even bring it up later if Todoroki started acting suspicious. He was supposed to be leaving it to Aizawa anyway, right? "Oh, yeah." Hitoshi laughed awkwardly. "That sounds great. Do they know we're coming?" Okiko nodded. "Yep. I texted them both yesterday and Mai said she'd meet us at Izuku's. I tried texting you too, but you weren't really responding, so, I was busy." Hitoshi grimaced. "Sorry." Okiko shrugged. "You were spending time with your adults, right? I noticed you called Aizawa Dad earlier, so that must be going well." Hitoshi did a double take. "What? No, I didn't." Yeah you did." Okiko gave him a confused look. "You said, and I quote, 'I have to check something out with Dad real quick, so I'll text you.' You totally called him Dad, Shindig." Hitoshi opened his mouth to deny it again, then froze in realization as his brain caught up. "Oh no. I called Aizawa Dad. In front of him. And MIC was just around the corner, so he probably heard. No wonder they were acting so weird. I called Aizawa Dad." Okiko patted his back. There. At least he didn't call you out on it." "That just makes it worse." Hitoshi groaned. Right at that moment, Mai and Izuku came running down the stairs. Or Izuku was running and Mai was trying to slide down the banister. "Extra credit-kun, what took you so long? We've been waiting forever." "You only know that because Mom asked why we were still there," Izuku pointed out. You wouldn't have noticed otherwise because you were too busy showing me the plans you have to make Tensai's wheelchair fly. Levitate. Mai corrected. It would be too energy inefficient to actually make it fly for long PRDS. Too much fuel would just slow him down. 𝐿𝐼𝐾 giggled. You two are so cute sometimes. You're like an old married couple. Izuku frowned. Why does everyone always say that? The walk from Izuku's apartment to the mall wasn't too bad, but they did have to take the train. If she had been alone, 𝐿𝐼𝐾 could have easily just anchored to Mina and been there in the blink of an eye. But Mai and Izuku had never teleported with her before and she didn't want to put Hitoshi through that twice in a row like she had with All Might, so she was happy just walk and spend time with her friends. Mina saw them walk in the door and grinned as she called out to them, 𝐿𝐼𝐾. ♯♯Shinso. Over here. 𝐿𝐼𝐾 was right at her side before she even realized she'd activated her quirk. Hey everybody. How's it going? Pretty well. No complaints. Gyro shrugged. Those your friends formed a support course, right? Oh yeah. 𝐿𝐼𝐾 smiled as the other three walked over. Everybody, this is Izuku Midoriya and Mai Hatsune. You might recognize them from the sports festival. Of course. Kirishima grinned. How could we forget the crazy team that blew up the 10 million point headband? It was savage, but effective. Todoroki said simply. Definitely impactful. Oh yeah. That was Izuku's idea. Mai said proudly, elbowing Izuku. It was so much fun to see if we could actually pull it off. Mai. Izuku blushed and shoved her away gently. I mean, it wasn't that cool. We were trying to make an impact and that was just a pretty simple way to do it, you know. 𝐿𝐼𝐾 caught Mina looking at her out of the corner of her eye and turned toward her. Mina's eyes narrowed and she cast a pointed glance toward Mai and Izuku. 𝐿𝐼𝐾 shrugged and looked away. Okay, so maybe bringing along those two hadn't been the most subtle strategy, but if everyone was focused on the support gremlins, then it would take attention off her and Hitoshi. Mina probably wouldn't get too distracted, but it would hopefully keep the rest of the class from joining in on whatever scheme she'd cooked up to try and get her and Shindig alone together. Hopefully. So, are we going to actually shop or did you extras just drag me along to hang out with Deku? Bakugo shot a glare toward Izuku. And don't pretend like it wasn't you and your little girlfriend that planted that glitter bomb, Deku. I know it was you. Izuku stuttered. She's not my girlfriend. Mina's head whipped around in surprise. Wait, you're not. 𝐿𝐼𝐾 let out a quiet sigh of relief. New friends might not be enough to distract her, but new targets definitely would. She felt a little guilty for kinda not really throwing Mai and Izuku under the bus, but, well, like, it was probably high time for them to get together anyway and everybody already thought they were dating so. She'd have to apologize later, but for now, she was just going to take it for the blessing it was. Come now, Ashido, it's impolite to meddle in others' love lives. Tenya said, chopping the air with his robotic arm. That being said, I had been under the impression that you two were dating. My apologies for making assumptions. It's fine. Izuku blushed. Don't worry about it. Yeah, Izuku and I have more important things to worry about than what other people think. Mai said. We've got these great projects and we really need to prepare for the design bootcamp and make sure you all have the right support items for your little camping trip and I think we should split up. Mina declared. We're not shopping for the same things, right? So that means that it's gonna be more effective shopping in small groups and stuff. Groups of 2 should work, right? That sounds wonderful. Yorozu said, ignoring the way that Mina was winking at 𝐿𝐼𝐾. And then we can meet back here for lunch. Before 𝐿𝐼𝐾 could figure out what Mina had planned, she was already being dragged by the arm in Hitoshi's general direction. Mina grinned at her as she pushed her into Hitoshi's arms. You two have fun. Take good care of her, Shinso, you hear? Hitoshi just blinked in confusion. Okay. Mina nodded in satisfaction as she grabbed Mai's arm with one hand and Izuku's with the other. You two are support kids, right? I saw this science shop with lots of cool toys, so why don't you two go have fun there? Within seconds everyone had split off and 𝐿𝐼𝐾 realized that Mina was a lot better at multitasking different targets than she'd anticipated. What just happened? I dunno. Hitoshi stared blankly in the direction his kidnappers had just disappeared in. But I think you're stuck with me. 𝐒𝐿 sighed, turning away to hide her red cheeks. I mean, that's not the worst thing, right? Hitoshi smiled softly. No, it's not. Izuku and Mai looked around the store that Mina had abandoned them in, and Izuku frowned. You can totally build everything in here, can't you? Yep. Mai huffed. I think I made a version of that little electricity ball thing they're so proud of when I was 8. So? Izuku frowned. What do you want to do, then? Do you want to meet back up with Hitoshi and 𝐒𝐿? Sure. Mai smiled. Do you know where they are? No. I could always just use my tracking program to see where 𝐒𝐿 is. Izuku trailed off as he saw the security cameras in the corner of the store. Or we could have a little fun first and find them the hard way. Tomura didn't know exactly where he was going, mostly just wandering and clearing his head, like Kurogiri had suggested. He just felt so conflicted and he hated it. Why did he have to care so much? It's not like he had any stake in those stupid NPCs' lives. What did he care if Sensei manipulated them? For all he knew, they wanted to be villains and killed people because they thought it was fun, not because they were taught from a young age that it was the ideal outlet for spare rage. They probably weren't like him, or if they were, they didn't care. Plus, at the root of it all, Tomura wasn't a hero. He didn't save people. As of right now, he couldn't even save himself. He'd found an apartment, finally, one with absolutely zero ties to All for One and a decent monthly payment. But if he wanted it, he'd need some ID, preferably for an identity that Sensei didn't know about, which meant that he couldn't just go to Jirian and get one. It was possible, sure, but was it worth it? If Sensei never found out, things would be fine. But if he did find out, then what? If he knew Tomura was trying to leave, would he just kill him without hesitation, or would he find a way to manipulate those desires into his own evil plans? Tomura wasn't sure which option was more frightening, but both were something he would prefer to avoid. Life scared. Eventually, he decided to head toward the mall. There was a new zombie game that had come out a few days ago that he wanted to try it out. He pulled up his hood and made his way there without anyone recognizing him, not that he thought they would. Even after the USJ attack, his face hadn't really been on the news and people weren't expecting him, so everyone just assumed they were safe. They didn't even know how many villains were hiding among them, just waiting for the right moment to strike, but at least they were doing their best to enjoy their lives despite that. Tomura. He kind of wanted that, honestly. He didn't even need to be safe, just free and normal. He groaned in frustration as he got to the mall. Whatever, all this stupid worrying was just exhausting. He just wanted to get his stupid game and get out of here. He almost stopped short when he saw that brainwashing kid from the sports festival alongside that anti-gravity brat that Trapper had said could teleport. There were hero students here. He huffed and pulled his hood forward just a little more. He'd just have to avoid them and hope that if Todoroki was with them, he had the good sense to keep his mouth shut. So much for a relaxing walk. For someone who was trying to keep an eye on Todoroki, Hitoshi sure had lost sight of him quickly. It wasn't his fault, he'd been focused on Mina dragging Izuku and Mai away, and by the time he'd realized what was happening, pretty much everyone had split up and Todoroki was gone. At least he was with 𝐒𝐿 and not one of the classmates he didn't know as well. That would have been awkward as hell. It was still kinda awkward, of course, and 𝐒𝐿 seemed nervous for some reason, but she was amazing, so even if he didn't know what to say, she wouldn't judge him. Definitely better than getting stuck with a stranger. So, I don't really need anything besides bug spray. 𝐒𝐿 said quietly. What about you? Hitoshi shrugged and sat down next to the fountain. I don't really need a whole lot of stuff and, like, you've seen Aizawa. He carries around a sleeping bag every single day, so I'm pretty sure we're good on camping gear. You've got a point. 𝐒𝐿 giggled as she sat down next to him. Are you looking forward to the camp? Oh yeah. Hitoshi nodded. My quirk still has a lot of untapped potential and I've got an entire packet of suggestions from Izuku on what to do with it. Don't we all? 𝐒𝐿 huffed, swinging her legs back and forth. I feel like the biggest thing is picking just one goal to focus on, you know. Like, do I want to focus on teleporting farther? Or carrying more weight. Or maybe getting our classmates used to the G-forces so I can take them with me. There's so many things I need to improve, it's hard to know where to start, you know. Definitely. Hitoshi agreed. I've been thinking about working on my information gathering skills, you know. Because Izuku ran some tests a while ago and figured out the theory of it, but we never got any farther than that. Okiko frowned. So you can't just ask someone a question and they answer. It's not that simple. Hitoshi sighed. I can order them to tell me something I already know pretty easily, but getting new info requires partial control. It's like I'm the GPS, but they're driving the car. Theoretically possible, but we've all been so busy with the sports festival and then everything that's been happening with your quirk that I haven't really worked on it much yet. That sounds really cool, but also really complicated. Okiko said. But then again, I teleport based on people's gravitational fields, so I guess I can't really talk. It's kinda the same idea of holding the connection without taking control. Hitoshi shrugged. And I had to get really good at that during the sports festival, so my brain knows what it needs to do, I just don't have much practice doing it yet. Okiko frowned for a moment before her eyes lit up in determination, then let's practice. Hitoshi jerked back slightly, what? Well, you let me practice my quirk on you today, right? Okiko said. So it's only fair to return the favor. Come on. Try to get me to answer something you don't know. Okay. Are you sure? Hitoshi asked. Okiko rolled her eyes, just hurry up and brainwash me already. Fine. Hitoshi smiled and did his best to only take half control. It felt really weird, like he was half inside and half outside her brain. Okay, so, what's a good, dumb question that I don't already know the answer to? Okay, got it. Why do you think Mina dragged Mai and Izuku off so fast? Okiko didn't respond and Hitoshi facepalm. Oh, wait, that's not gonna work, I'm pretty sure I have to phrase it as an order. Tell me why you think Mina dragged Mai and Izuku off so fast. He knew it worked when he felt some resistance over the bond and Okiko started speaking in an odd monotone, because she's trying to set them up. She was also trying to get us alone together because she knows I have a crush on you. Mai had picked the lock on one of the supply closets to give them some privacy while Izuku hacked his way into the camera systems. It had taken a little finagling to do it, but Nezu had been teaching him a lot of cool tricks, so it didn't take him long to figure out how to connect to the camera system and get all the access he wanted. It was so much easier than hacking UA. So, if I were a pair of hero students, where would I be? Their class was coming here to buy stuff for their camp, right? Mai asked. So maybe the sporty things store. I don't think that's what it's called, but I'll try it. Izuku said, flipping through the camera feeds. Nope. There's Ojiro and Soto, but not who we're looking for. Where else would they be? Maybe we should just start from the main plaza and go from there. He started looking around the plaza, just scanning until he saw something promising. Is that them? Right there by the fountain. Yeah. Mai leaned closer to the screen. Oh, Okiko's blushing. How cute. Izuku caught sight of something behind them and narrowed his eyes. It was just some guy in a black hoodie, but for some reason it was setting off alarm bells in Izuku's head. Hey Mai-chan. Does that guy look familiar to you? He zoomed in on hoodie guy and Mai frowned. I mean, kinda. His posture is pretty unique, but it's hard to tell without being able to see his face. Can you get me another angle? Sure. Izuku panned through different cameras until he found one with a good angle and zoomed in. Before he fully processed what he'd seen, he was already scrambling backwards, knocking over a broom in his attempt to get as far from what was on the screen as possible. After a long moment of staring at the screen, he shot a panicked look over to Mai, who looked just as terrified as he was. It's the League. They're here. Hitoshi panicked and dropped his control. I am so sorry. I should have picked a different question. I didn't even think it would actually work. It's fine. Okiko was bright red and looked like she was about to cry, which made Hitoshi feel even worse. I guess, lesson learned. Create a list of questions beforehand, right? Yeah. Hitoshi swallowed. I am so sorry. It was an accident. 𝐒𝐿𝐵 squeaked. We can just drop it. I mean, I know you probably don't feel the same way. Oh no, I do, it's just. Hitoshi froze, eyes going wide. I did not mean to. Okay, that just happened. Pretty sure I just made this even more awkward. Don't you usually disappear by this point in a conversation? When I teleport by accident, it's because I'm thinking of the person. 𝐒𝐿𝐵 buried her face in her hands. That's kinda hard when the person you're thinking of is right in front of you. Oh. Hitoshi nodded numbly. Yeah. So basically, we're just a mess. 𝐒𝐿𝐵 gave him a pained smile. Yep. Yeah. Pretty sure. Izuku couldn't think. He wasn't even really seeing the screen, much less the supply closet around him. All he could see was Shigaraki disintegrating a guy to dust right in front of him, just because Izuku had been meddling in things he wasn't supposed to and messing up his plans. They couldn't let that happen again. Izuku's mouth was dry as he tried to think of what to do next. We need to get everyone out. Right. Mai nodded in determination. We don't know when the rest of their forces will show up and we can't risk them cutting off the exits and repeating the USJ attack. Okay. Can we contact the students? What about the police? Izuku muttered, his brain spinning with so many ideas and possibilities, but he still couldn't think. There was no way he'd be able to decide on a course of action. How can we get everyone out safely? Thankfully, while he was frozen, Mai jumped into action. She threw open the door, running out into the hall before he could yell at her to stop. Izuku didn't realize what she was planning until she made a beeline for the fire alarm outside and pulled it as hard as she could. Done. Now let's inform Nezu and get someplace safe. She ran back to him and yanked him to his feet, and Izuku barely had time to hug his computer against his chest before he was being dragged down the hall. Okay. Yeah, that works. 𝐒𝐿𝐵 and Hitoshi both jumped when the fire alarm went off. 𝐒𝐿𝐵 looked around, but couldn't see any smoke. What's going on? Hitoshi frowned. I dunno, but Izuku and Mai probably do. If not, they can probably find out. Right. 𝐒𝐿𝐵's face hardened in determination as she called up her quirk. I'll be back. The world tilted and she ran to catch up to Izuku and Mai, who were running down an alley just outside of the mall. Do you guys know what's going on? Why are you out here instead of inside? Izuku shot her a glance, but he had a phone held up to his ear and stayed focused on his call as Mai filled her in. We caught sight of Shigaraki on the security cams. Izuku's on the phone with Nezu right now to get heroes on the way in case it turns into a full-scale attack. 𝐒𝐿𝐵 gulped. So not just a fire drill. No. Mai replied gravely. Not just a fire drill. Izuku hung up the phone and turned to 𝐒𝐿𝐵. You've got anchors on everyone in Class 1A, right? Yeah, I do. 𝐒𝐿𝐵 said. You want me to let everyone know? Izuku took a deep breath. Yes. Tell everyone that Nezu's authorized us to help with evacuation but not combat. If you see Shigaraki or any other villains, just run. Got it. Got it. 𝐒𝐿𝐵 confirmed. Izuku's face was grim. Good luck. 𝐒𝐿𝐵 didn't really need to buy anything for the camping trip, since he'd basically been living a camping trip since his old man had kicked him out, and his quirk took the place of a lot of camping essentials like sleeping bags, flashlights, and matches. Still, he didn't have anything better to do, so he figured he might as well tag along. It was nice having a little disposable income again, but now that he'd been living off practically nothing, it was a lot harder to justify spending any of it. After everyone had split off, he'd found himself in a store that Shigaraki would either love or think was absolutely ridiculous, considering that it only sold merchandise for games and TV shows and nothing really useful. But 𝐿𝐵 thought it was entertaining to see how much he recognized from the various games Shigaraki had introduced him to. When the fire alarm had gone off, he'd been looking at a section of nerdy pet collars that would have been great if 𝐿𝐵 was an inside cat, or well, if 𝐿𝐵 actually had an inside to put her. He hadn't really been too concerned about the alarm at first. If it was a drill, then that was just fine, and if not, then he was immune to the heat and could always use his ice to put out the fire if he needed to. He'd been content to follow along at the tail end of the evacuation crowd until Uraraka had suddenly appeared right next to him and immediately started talking. Shigaraki is here in the mall. The heroes are already on their way. We've been authorized to help with evacuation until they arrive, but not combat. Got it? Xiaotou kept his face carefully blank as he nodded. Yes. I understand. As soon as Uraraka disappeared, Xiaotou immediately jumped into action and started running toward the nearest video game store. Dusty, you idiot, where the hell are you? Hitoshi wasn't too surprised to get a call from his kidnappers after Okuko didn't come back, so he answered right away, what do you need me to do? Add Izuku to your class group chat thingy. Mai rushed out. Put him under the name of cheat code so everybody knows to trust him, alright? Right. Hitoshi wasn't even finished responding before Mai hung up. Hitoshi knew that Izuku was probably busy trying to coordinate with the heroes, but he still added Izuku to the group chat as quickly as possible, making sure to change his name to cheat code first so that that's what he would show up under. He sent a quick text to both Izuku and Mai letting them know that he was done and hurried to join the evacuation. So much for a relaxing class trip to the mall. The fire alarm was really annoying. Tomura had just wanted to buy a stupid game, but in addition to being loud, the alarm meant that the workers were shutting down the store and sweeping everybody out. There probably wasn't even a fire, it was most likely just a bunch of dumb kids who'd pulled the fire alarm to be funny. It was sing him off. Tomura shoved his hands in his pockets and kept his head down as he made his way toward the door. He wouldn't be getting his game today, so there wasn't any point in sticking around until the fire department decided to show up and investigate. He'd better be getting back to the league anyway, even if the new push for recruitment left a bad taste in his mouth. All for One was going to do whatever he wanted anyway, so what was even the point in Tomura pretending he even had a say in any of it? There was a commotion as someone forced their way into the store and Tomura barely had any time to recognize Todoroki before he was grabbed by the arm and dragged behind one of the shelves. Are you really attacking us right now? Seriously? If you are, I swear to God, I will. What? Tomura yanked his arm away and looked at Todoroki in disbelief. I'm not. What are you even talking about? I'm just here to get a stupid game. Todoroki narrowed his eyes. So you and your little gang aren't here to target our class? I'm the only one here, you idiot. Tomura snapped. Well, unless that little creep. No, we agreed no spoilers. Whatever, why in the world would I be attacking you? I didn't even know you'd be here. Thank God. Immediately, Todoroki deflated in relief. Then you need to get out of here. Now. Somehow, cheat code caught sight of you on the cameras and everyone thinks it's going to turn into another USJ. The heroes are already on their way. Mineta fumed silently as Kaminari listened raptly to Uraraka's report. What did that stupid gaming geek think he was doing? Launching an attack just days before the actual attack they had planned. He was going to show their card and ruin everything. Mineta seriously had no idea what All for One saw in him anyway. Beyond the destructive quirk, he never even did anything. He didn't deserve to be Sensei's successor. Uraraka disappeared and Kaminari's hands sparked nervously. Do you really think we're gonna have to fight again? Last time I ended up useless. Why would the League attack now? Mineta forced himself to stay in character. Our class totally isn't ready. Nothing was ready, the timing was totally wrong. If Shigaraki actually attacked now. Wait, did that idiot actually plan this or did he just get angry and decide to dust someone just because? Of course he couldn't kill someone when it actually mattered, but when it messed up all their plans, it was no big deal. That guy was such a child sometimes, seriously. He followed a step behind Kaminari until they ran into a group of people that was large enough for Mineta to pretend he'd just gotten separated in the crowd. Would they even be able to attack the camp after this? Or worse, would this just make the League a laughing stock? They already had one failed attack under their belts thanks to cheat code, but if word got to the media that Shigaraki was here and pretty much no damage was done, it would make it seem like they weren't dangerous at all. They couldn't afford that. Not when they were just barely seeing the recruitment results from their alliance with Spinner. Mineta pulled out his phone and almost did a double take when he saw that ♀♀ had added someone named Cheat Code to the chat. He had Cheat Code's number now. He shook his head. He'd figure out how to use that to his advantage later. The important part was that he had confirmation that 𝐶𝐻 was close to cheat code and he'd be able to know the hero's next moves if he kept his eye on the chat. For now, he just had to make sure he was on the same page with the rest of the league. Ah, yes, Trapper. 𝐭𝐻𝐲 answered quickly, thankfully. I had thought you were simply maintaining your cover today. That's what I thought as well. Mineta hissed. But apparently Sensei's little brat had other plans. Did you know that the league is attacking them all today? There was telltale silence on the other end of the phone for a long moment. I had not been made aware, no. I had thought young Tomura was simply on a walk to clear his head. Yeah. Mineta scowled. Well, apparently he got himself spotted and now my entire class is preparing for USJ, Take 2. This is unfortunate timing. 𝐭𝐻𝐲 said carefully. I will have to discuss this with young Mr. Tomura, there's not a whole lot of time for that. Mineta cut him off. Right now, we need to focus on damage control. Like you said, we can't afford to show our hand, but we also can't afford not to attack, because then it will look like we're nothing but cowards running away from the heroes. Ah? 𝐭𝐻𝐲's voice was grim. So we have been caught in a catch-22. Mineta frowned thoughtfully, not necessarily. It isn't the best, but there might still be a way to turn this to our advantage. We have new recruits for the training camp, right? Assuming that Tomura approves it, then yes. 𝐭𝐻𝐲 replied. Well, considering that this whole fiasco is his fault, then he's going to have to. Mineta rolled his eyes. Get yourself and Spinner over here. That shouldn't give them any new info and there's enough of my classmates around that he should have plenty of false heroes to choose from. If we're lucky, no one will suspect two attacks so close together and we can use this to camouflage our next move. A solid strategy, young Trapper. 𝐭𝐻𝐲 said smoothly. Sensei will be proud. Mineta growled as he hung up and ran to catch up with Kaminari, he better be. Todoroki kept a bit of distance between him and Shigaraki as they made their way out of the store. On the one hand, he was really glad that they weren't being attacked right now, but on the other, he was terrified that Shigaraki wasn't going to get out of this and that scared him. He was supposed to be a hero, he shouldn't be even considering letting a villain like Shigaraki escape, much less helping him. He should have immediately let his classmates know where to find him and cornered him together or even just trapped him in an ice cube immediately. So why was he giving him a chance to run? Despite everything that he knew he should do, all he did when they got into the hall was nod and start walking in the opposite direction. If it had been an actual attack, then he would have fought him. Right. He hoped so, at least. That's what being a hero was all about, but still, why had his first instinct been to warn the villain instead of capturing him? The gaming store they'd been in was on the second floor, and with mass evacuation from the fire alarm, there were now a lot of people crowding around Th4 stairs and escalators waiting to get down. According to Uraraka, their class had been authorized to help with evacuation, so it might be good to make a slide down to the first level to help with the bottleneck. There wasn't any real rush to get everyone out, since this was just a big misunderstanding and not an actual villain attack, but he didn't really have a way to communicate that to everyone, and even if he did, how was he supposed to explain how he knew? He didn't really know the words to describe his weird relationship to his co-streamer, and if he said that Shigaraki had told him that it wasn't a real attack, his classmates would just get the wrong idea. No, the best strategy when things went wrong in a game was to keep following the rules of the current quest until things calmed down a little more, which would happen as soon as Shigaraki left and everyone realized that there wasn't any real danger. Suddenly, 𝐶𝐻𝐿 heard screaming in the plaza below them. The screams were loud enough that he could hear them above the sound of the alarms, so he ran to the balcony just in time to see a lizard man with a katana crawl out of a smoking portal and stick himself to the fountain. That portal. That was 𝐭𝐻𝐲. If 𝐭𝐻𝐲 was here, that meant. Shigaraki lied. He didn't know why the realization left him feeling nauseous. Of course Shigaraki was going to lie. He was a villain, that's what he did. 𝐶𝐻𝐿 really didn't have any right to be surprised. God, he was such an idiot. 𝐶𝐻𝐿's face hardened and he whirled around, ice already coating his arm as he prepared to encase Shigaraki in an instant glacier, only to be distracted by more screams and the railing on the balcony suddenly disintegrated into dust. Everyone who had been leaning against it like 𝐲𝐸 had been screamed and had to jump back to avoid falling, but of course, not everyone was fast enough. 𝐲𝐸 leapt into action, jumping off the balcony as a sheet of ice exploded out from his right root and created a ledge to catch everyone who had fallen. He slid along the ice, building underneath him as he went. When he got to the main level, he glided to a stop and took a quick moment to look around and make sure everyone he'd saved was alright, then immediately looked up to glare at Shigaraki before stopping cold. Shigaraki looked horrified. His hands were grasping in midair and 𝐲𝐸 could just imagine him running to the railing just like everyone else had and accidentally gripping the metal with all 5 fingers. His eyes were blown wide, glued to the portal in barely concealed panic, and 𝐲𝐸 swallowed as a horrible realization hit him. Shigaraki didn't know.